Alright, so the Dimensional Labyrinth from December 9th. The world is a stage for the play of life, or Leela, in which we are the stars, perpetually acting out in our unique paths the eternal stories of the stars above. Time and time again we see the same cycles repeating throughout the shifting lens of human theater, and wonder how to break the cycle and direct our fate, instead of casually acting out our supposed given roles. The question of free will and destiny being either fluid or fixed is bound up with this entire predicament in the human condition itself, for the ability of man under the right conditions to, although being fully created of natural material and earthly chemical constituents, is able to behold a state of self-conscious awareness and knowledge, unlike anything physically or materially known or recreatable resembling his psychophysical complexity, as of yet. This is the ghost or consciousness in the machine, matter, becoming self-aware, which is nothing new. In fact, it appears to be in a quantum state experienced by all those we have historically recorded to have existed. So again, the net of being, of Indra's net, or again, this whole 555 thing, which is again the center of the web, or the numerical field. So 666 is often given this sort of like extra emphasis for some reason. I mean, it is literally the term magnetic energy center, but it's only one of the centers. And I actually had found or remembered John Woodruff in the Serpent Power, like one of his common books, or his most known. He published it as Arthur Avalon, but it's John Woodruff. So he refers to like the whole Kundalini thing, 6 centers in the Serpent Power. So the 7th is obviously the culmination of the 6. So that ties in again with the whole complex of 666 in the 6 circles, and the 7th or 777 Hashabath being considered in that way, which again has to do with the way I see it as the tetrahedral nature of time, which Buckminster Fuller talked about, but which again the spiral axial nature of time, space-time. And John Woodruff's books are kind of important, I think, because he goes into obviously these ancient, or not ancient, but Hindu and sort of the esoteric teachings about this sort of stuff, and it's very dense, but it's better to actually have the real books, but obviously, but they're hard to get. They need to really be reprinted, but there's also something to be known, like the distinction between this book, Mahamaya, The World is Power, Power is Consciousness, and this other book just called The World as Power, which is all these chapters on... Really, this is why I brought it up with this whole labyrinth thing, is because the mind, matter, the whole continuum of really what was talked about in the last post with the whole Prasangika, Svatantrika distinction, and Sarvastivada, and these different schools, which I wanted to bring up actually because it seems like it carries directly over with, again, the number 63 being the Salakapurusas of Jain cosmology, and Jainism is like a more primitive Buddhism in a sense. Like, it's much older, but yet has a lot of similarities. And it's just very weird. But that's a whole nother thing like I'm slowly getting into. But then even the Tamils are coming up, because Shiva, I had already known 63 related to Shiva for some reason, and I didn't exactly know why, but now the more and more I research this, the more I see, and the more I'm going to try to show. But Shiva also kind of relates, as much as Buddha is obviously a avatar of Vishnu, and yet Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are literally inextricably related. So I've noticed there's some relation to Shiva and Buddha, and it's weird. But so I'm going to try to figure that out, especially by reading parts of this book, The Hindu Pantheon by Edward Moore, because there's a few chapters in there that look very interesting. But anyway, this Tirumantiram section, which they made into a book, because it's like important, it's similar to like the Bhagavad Gita from the Mahabharata, apparently, but it's from the Tirumular of the Tamils. But Tirumantiram the Tamil Tirumantiram is 666, just something to remember. Because Tamil is apparently one of the more very ancient languages. Tamil Tirumantiram. So it's just something, like another thing I found. But there's 63 Nayanars as well, like saints of Shiva, which similar to like the 84 Mahasiddhas in a way, but 63 Nayanars and Jain, what were they? The Salakapurusas, which apparently means illustrious or worthy persons, but which it gets really complex with the heroes and the violent heroes or something. It's just something like I take note of. I take note, like in my mind, I see these little numbers, they stand out to me. And then sometimes beyond a shadow of a doubt, there's like, oh, okay, there's something there. But like Bhavaviveka kept coming up with the last post, and when reading about Madhyamaka, he was obviously, again, seen as antagonistic to the Prasangika Madhyamaka. And so he was the founder of the Svatantrika tradition. But Bhavi, like I realized the words came up in my head, and then I realized it was actually also one of his names, Bhavaviveka. And Bhavaviveka, Bhava means like, I forgot exactly, but knowledge or something. Or I know Viveka is discernment, but Bhava meaning worldly being. So becoming, birth, pre-production, origin, the link between the defilements, repeated birth, that is reincarnation. So Bhava and then Viveka, discernment, like Vivekananda. But Bhava Viveka, which is also actually this guy's name, that word kept like popping up into my head, and I was like, okay, and that's weird. It's 63. Bhava Viveka. And but so I was like, okay, what is it about this? And Bhava Viveka is notable in the Indian tradition for his inclusivist comments. He equated the Buddha's Dharma body with the Upanishadic concept of ultimate reality called Brahman. But this view does not imply that he was a Vedantist or that he viewed Buddhism and Vedanta to be the same. So in his writings, he comments on early Vedanta and also addresses Hinayana Theravada accusations that Mahayana Buddhists are crypto-Vedantins. So, and there's this connection that I've wanted to bring up actually between, again, obviously the Shiva, but also Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And that whole, obviously, the complexities between the schools of thought there, but how they overlap with the schools of thought in Buddhism, and how simplistic it all comes back to being in a sense. Um, there's also the Madhvacarya or Madhva, and I forgot where he came up exactly, so we'll have to just go as we're going. As much as I know this seems like it's way off the path of what I was talking about with the dimensional labyrinth, I actually think that this whole thing is really like a sort of labyrinth in a way to be worked through, and yet even though it's increasingly complex, it's also more and more, there's more and more bhava viveka, or discernment, and also this whole 63 thing, being Shiva and seeing, uh, well, I shouldn't get into it yet, but basically let's read this. Awareness is the dependent factor which distinguishes the determinacy of fate from destiny. The more aware one is involving their circumstances and the causes and effect of their actions, the more insightful and efficient will the direction of their fate be, in according with will. Fate is defined as the will or principle or determining cause by which things in general are believed to come to be as they are, or events happen as they do. It is said this is sometimes inevitable, and while some events and circumstances are, awareness plays a major role in whether these events may even be given a chance to concern you at all. And so again, 666, I just keep thinking of how it's Hafren, Greek, the mind, but yet also cognition, and then also the cognitive shift and motivation. And some of these things come up in these Buddhist texts and books, and it really also plays a huge role in the whole direction of like whatever it is you're actually doing. Destiny is defined as what happens in the future, the things that someone or something will experience in the future. So again, this Ariadne's thread, or the spiderweb motif where everything's connected. Therefore, destiny is fixed, but still dependent on not only inevitable circumstance, and so also this dependent arising, but the awareness of the experiencer, which can be greatly evitable or advantageous in utilizing such circumstances. And so this is where this kind of is important, where that actual, even though you're tied up in this sort of spider web, there's also a sort of a game being played in a sense. And I keep thinking of this other formula, the war game. And so there's a lot of things about martial arts and Tai Chi in this number. I can't think of them all, but I know I've found quite a few. And that's another funny thing about this number, is it's not just solar, which is one of the aspects of it, but other people get afraid of it, and it has this Shiva nature to it. I mean, it's literally the formula destruction, and then Shiva, god of destruction, with just using the smallest, values of the Hebrew applied to English. And yet that's mainly the Saturnian aspect, you could say, in a sense. Yet it's a blend of all those, because even, again, with anacalypsis, that comes to mind, how the different planets and days had a value of 666, and that's where they commingle in that sort of thing. And then also the 777, which is the rectification, obviously, and the real sort of alchemical formula, or transcendence, it seems like. And I mean, it's so many things too, especially in the Tibetan sort of system. So it's crazy how much this all ties in. But also this labyrinth, like, I've yet to even barely get into it. This video, I don't know what was here, but it was probably one of the Seal Lion videos or something, and some of those have like come and gone. But Since every action leads to a different effect, the future remains in a quantum state of great potentiality in which different quantum directional or dimensional threads lead into a strange loop, forming the labyrinth of apparent reality of the quantum state of now. So basically, again, this is where like the bubbles come in. We have now reached a state of quantum entanglement because of the implosion of novel complexity. And this has been cataloged in a quite unique but revealing way by a few people who have organized a number of filmographic works documenting the numerous threads linking different subjects, people, dates, and concepts together that until recently weren't recognized. The internet itself has made these tenuous connections more apparent, linking like a web everything under the sun in a labyrinthine network which becomes nearly inconceivable in its totality. Gematria as well being just an underlying thread helping to see these tenuous connections, this superimposition. The ancient knowledge coupled with modern technology will yield the key to understanding and using both more effectively. And so this labyrinth is actually in Hinduism, in the Mahabharata. I say Hinduism, it's for whatever reason, it's just like a thing. But Indian sort of Vedic culture and all that. I don't really know where it comes from. I could look deeper into it, but it's the Padma, or there's also another chakra Vyuha. And that's apparently also like it's a battle formation. And this formula, when looking into it more, and I know I only have the Wikipedia pulled up, but you can look more into this. But Padma, which is 1 less than mandala, which is 127, which is 63 plus 64, and I'll get into more about the mandala in the next post. But Padma Vyuha, Battle, battle, and then form, Vav, and Reshman, Aleph, this is so hard to think of these letters, Teth, Yod, and Nun. So Padma Vyuha battle formation is literally 666, again using Hebrew applied to English, but transliterating the Sanskrit. So try saying that 6 times fast, but it's got, again, martial as well as sort of mental or psychological sort of symbolism. And I think that's so apparent that that's what this 666 thing represents, and yet people can't fathom it for whatever reason, even though you've got all this ancient Greek, this ancient fucking Hindu symbolism books and like codes, all this stuff. So I think, it's a blooming lotus or disc, which again, Vishnu has this like Sudarshana chakra, which is like this powerful disc. It makes me think of 666 as well. Or again, not just 666, but these sort of, interlocking or, the onion-like nature of the chambers. And so, again, this labyrinth being it's all like psychosymbolic, really. But yeah, there's all this stuff. The Shiva Purana, which is really the beginning of the ancient tradition and mythology, or ancient Indian tradition and mythology series. It's got like 4 volumes, and it's very, very insightful. This could be gone into extensively, because like this volume alone explains so much of the history and sort of the ideology behind Shaivism, basically, and Lingayats, also the Linga Purana, and how important it all is, especially again in sort of like relation to when you think of like, Egypt and the obelisk, and just certain sort of things being obviously, again, symbolic of this sort of time reckoning and biological circuitry as well. And that knowledge, which has obviously been lost, but which could, obviously, it deals with evolution, de-evolution and all that. And obviously, there's speculation about Vishnu and that whole mythology being symbolic of, essentially evolution. But anyway, this whole distinction thing, it's very important, I think, that especially the Galudpa tradition, which is sort of like it's like a Tibetan royalty in a sense, not just the Galudpa, but I don't know. The Dalai Lama has in the West a sort of, everyone focuses on him alone, and obviously there's a lot of debate about that actually. But aside from all that, I mean, there's a lot to be learned from each one of these things. But I think like more needs to be gone into it. It takes so long to get into all these things, or I would read each little thing. So I'm trying to like categorize a lot of this stuff. Essentially, I've gone through a lot of it myself. I haven't read every single bit and part of it, but I do see more and more what is to be, looked for, I guess, instead of rather just doing things in a sort of circle. I want to kind of go in a spiral and move up. And so there's this book, Worshipping Shiva in Medieval India, Ritual in an Oscillating Universe. And this kind of really helps to understand, I don't know, I don't want to just say Shaivism again, but like it really does. And what Shiva being, what Shiva represents, being this sort of Buddha in a sense, or this primitive guru, you could say, teacher, and some people even say scientist and alchemist, shaman, and even possibly magician, and so or priest essentially. Which again, it's just I don't know, it's very complex, I guess, and kind of wishy-washy when you think about it. But like, it's kind of, I don't know, it's just complicated. But again, the labyrinth is used in psychology because it is symbolic of the brain, as well as the psychological networking of the mind. So, and it's also got this relation to space and time. But see, The Search for the Beloved by Jean Houston, which is the wife of, or was the wife, or she's probably still alive, I don't know. I need to probably look it up, but I know her husband was Ariel Masters. So yeah, she's 83. But Robert Masters, he wrote The Goddess Sekhmet, which Kenneth Grant wrote the foreword to, but he wrote a bunch of other books that are just, sexology, sexual psychology, and then also Eros and Evil, the sexual psychopathology of witchcraft, and some other really interesting, like art books and LSD and stuff. But the center of the labyrinth corresponds to the secret Anya, or eye, the third eye, or pineal gland, itself named after the spiralic interlocking pine cone. So again, that book also, The Dragon Legacy by Nicholas DeVere, which Tracy Twyman wrote the foreword to, and just seems to have had an influence on or in. But he talks about 333, or well, not just 333, but 333 really comes up when I think of that book, and just the whole thing about the vampire and the witch being essentially the whirlwind or the vortex, and this 666 thing being the two vortexes essentially. But 666 is when this eye is opened, the fractal interlocking labyrinth of conscious and subconscious minds can be more easily seen. So there you go. But 666 is the infinite labyrinth of the mind. So also, it's so many other things, but also non-Euclidean labyrinths, labyrinth of energy, the dimensional labyrinth, all these different things, which folds back in on itself as it extends into the spheres beyond the physical body, constituting the I, ego, strange loop. The complex, again, 666. See, I Am a Strange Loop by Douglas Hofstadter. So also go back to post 55. The reincarnating lion serpent ego ever extenuating itself from its contents as distinguished, although that which is distinguishing is essentially a non-physical energetic impulse itself between and infusing the seeming subject and object, the electric charge between the positive and negative poles of every relationship, each of which loop into positives and negatives ad infinitum. So again, it's like a sort of, there's a lot, it's speculation, but it makes me think of the whole Indra's net and Huayan Buddhism, which I'd pulled up actually, but also Mahamudra, the Great Seal, which is, again, it's very deep philosophical schools with a lot behind them, but this idea that everything sort of extends into infinity, and yet there's this strange loop, this ocean seal samadhi, for example, comes to mind also, being super, there's so many things I could go into about all this, especially the coding of it, but it's weird how this will wrap back around if, like, I don't really even need to worry about, like, how I know it seems like I'm jumping around, but this stuff really all intertwines, and that's really the whole thing about the Avatamsaka Sutra and this stuff, is how everything is interpenetrating. And so what I'm trying to even say about these theories, the Great Seal, for example, the Great Seal is 333, and that's pretty obvious. That's what this whole Mahamudra thing represents, is this sort of underlying field that is seemingly, like, I don't know, everywhere you look. And so, let's see, back to, where was I? The labyrinth is then symbolic of the strange loop, O, gate. So the whole egg, essentially, which also in the Mahabharata, that, like, in the very beginning, it talks about a mighty egg, but the mighty egg is also 107. So again, this X, or XYZ field, again, the final hey, etc., synonymous with the 107 or 107 egg-shaped gate that is the eye of the Anya. Again, the Akasha, Ulam, etc., the pineal gland associated with the philosopher's stone, or the stone of the Akasha, the substance of Ulam, consciousness or thought. The O gate generates the manifestation of formations, much as the vibrations of sound create the cymatical formations. And so it's not like it creates, but again, this sort of, reverse echoing feedback loop in a sense. And since the labyrinth symbolizes the way, lamb, the way, and so again, the way itself is the way of silence. Again, 666, which and so again, lamb, the way, also being 666, using the L and M, mem final, which unlocks the key of the O, the gate beyond the space-time strange loop. The common psycho-labyrinth depicted throughout the ages of the world and across the globe are generally composed of 7 primary levels leading to a central 8th. And so this is important as well, obviously, for numerous reasons, but just makes me think of, again, the Hashabath. But Nagarjuna particularly always has 7, well, mostly, I've seen 9, but mostly has 7 serpents behind him, which is just funny because I haven't seen anything really explain that. And this doesn't necessarily either, but I don't know. It's a sort of weird thing. Narayana, and again, that the Salakapurusas, they relate the Nayanars, they relate them to Narayana. But the piece in which the phrase "all the world's a stage" mentions 7 stages of life, and there are 7 main chakras which together form the auric egg, symbolized by the 8, infinity, or O, the toroidal Hiranyagarbha, or universal gem, the philosopher's stone, holy grail, golden flower, or soul. So again, in the center of which is like the Taijitu, which is essentially empty, and yet it's again a toroid. But it is also related to the design of the Tesla coil and the magnetic field. And empty, not in the sense of being nothing, but in the sense of being a sort of the sunya, essentially the void. But that's the true heart. And so this is what is the ego itself, being the sort of negative aspect of 666, and the clinging to the sort of the shells, the clifothic forces, etc., parasites represents, like at least in my mind. And the sword, Manjushri's sword, the flaming sword of 777, seems to cut that all away in numerous aspects, especially relating to, again, the Kala Chakra. But anyway, the Minotaur is the man-beast who, to transcend the walls of the false reality of the brain and mind, must go within the clifothic tunnels. And there's other ways of looking at 777 as in this clifothic dark doorway of the beast sense, to transcend his lower nature and become a master mason. So again, a builder, manifester. 777 veils the Master Mason degree, the manifestor number above the beast number of 666. Being 111 above 666, the dark doorway of the beast, 777, symbolizes the transcendence of egoic matter via the metaphysics of light. In the book, Dark Doorway of the Beast, which there's really just the chapter called The Dark Doorway of the Beast, but page 53, the author says, within the book 777, compiled by Aleister Crowley, are lists of associated grouping that have become part of the astral realms available for global access by those persons deliberately seeking to investigate the labyrinth of their own minds. It demonstrates the underlying congruity of images which, although appearing in the many shapes and forms, are representative of the same force. Their outwardly differing appearance is usually attributed to their differing cultural heritage. The book, 777, acts merely as a finite aid, in order to classify the many points of dissension, perhaps by presenting an alien image in an acceptable vehicle, by cross-referencing it to the cultural background of the individual concerned. Later he mentions the Minotaur along with associative grouping as being relevant to the usage of sigils. If the desire to obtain some specific idea, image, or knowledge were a conscious desire, then it would remain at the peripheral level of mind and only the more gross aspects of memory would be used. This situation is compounded by the tendency of the mind to breed images and daydreams, quickly drifting away from the main subject area of interest, when it remains an unconscious or organic desire. Then it may travel to the abstracted areas of associative grouping, trailing the fine thread of route recall along the way. In preventing the conscious mind from recognizing the conscious desire, by not being linearly attributable to any specific area of the memory, it is possible to place a sigilized yantra, a linear design or form of vector that represents the formula of a desire, spirit or deity, into the areas beyond the consciousness. The process of orientation of this memory then takes place during sleep and beyond consciousness, provides a link with other abstracted forms of a similar nature. It is the absence of this link or the inability to find the end of it that comprises the simple occurrence of forgetfulness. So again, this is the weaving nature of essentially these things being woven into that sort of fabric. In this whole seed-like nature, and really the tree-like nature of the seed, in a sense. The Minotaur of the Labyrinth is apt here. The action of Theseus moving in the maze of passages with his only means of escape being a silken thread given to him by Ariadne. See details of this classic myth, particularly the association of Ariadne to Arachne, or Arachnid, the spider in representation of the Minotaur as the beast. Also of note is the system of repeated access and release of the sigil. It is a method of laying down the thread in order to facilitate easily means of ingress and egress from the labyrinth. And so that's funny because I think it's egress is 333. So I guess ingress, it's not going to be as relevant, but 388. This thread then forms part of a latticework matrix in the mind where any associated aspects are gathered together in kind. When once this thread has been passed to conscious mind by any useful means, it is possible for the entire contents to be available for perusal instead of the grosser and unoriginal, often used images achieved by conscious perusal. It is, in fact, a precursor to the act of the funnel effect. The induction into the labyrinth to confront the beast is paralleled in the Masonic induction into the degree of Master Mason, where the initiate as Hiram Abiff is ritualistically murdered for not giving the secret word, Mahabin, or Mahabine, which is, in some ways, you could find 93, or 103, or 107. Mahabine is given as the substitute since the real one was lost in the actual death of Hiram Abiff. See Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor by Malcolm Duncan, 1866. The secret word is the true self, which will not be... So again, this final hey, in a sense, this hidden pillar that connects the self to really the sort of, again, the grid or the XYZ, will not be relinquished to the lower self, the beast, and in its accomplishment transcends the 666 and becomes the Master Mason 777. Again, the cross, which then leads to, Isus, and the 999 being essentially the key, in a sense, in full, but also, so many different things, but really just this sort of transcendence number where all these things even sort of, really seem to come to fruition. Aleister Crowley knew the power of this number, which is why he, as the great beast, 666, attributed it to his primary treatise on the correspondences of Kabbalah and Gematria, the dictionary par excellence of associative grouping. Masonry is also obviously related to the ancient stone builders, which span back to prehistory, and leaving labyrinths and monoliths all around the world, which apparently even the beastly cavemen intuited. Yet somehow today, so many still can't seem to even begin to grasp. The idea is to not get stuck in a false construct, simulacrum, or simulation of another, but to be your own creator and manifester, in rising out of the construct through deconstruction and reconstruction. Otherwise, free will be as nil as that of not the actors, but the characters in a movie. So again, it's kind of like this thread of synchromysticism. Just the fact that, it's just the fact that I don't think even they really planned half of this stuff that Seal Lion and others have shown. But, because again, it's this time stamp of things that sort of really shows, I don't know, it shows that things couldn't have just been, planned by someone. Francis Bacon in his basement couldn't have, written the English language to correspond with Tibetan, and Sanskrit and all these other things. But yeah, there's really a lot to this. If I can find it, the Mahanirvana Tantra, which, again, I mean, there's a lot to John Woodruff's books. Kenneth Grant refers to them, and Beyond the Moth Zone, especially, it's very good for talking about the sort of Eastern aspect of things. But what was I going to bring up? There's this book, which is really actually, originally, Tsongkhapa's Speech of Gold in the Essence of True Eloquence, Reason and Enlightenment in the Central Philosophy of Tibet, but it was reprinted as The Central Philosophy of Tibet, a study and translation of J. Tsongkhapa's Essence of True Eloquence. But it's by Robert Thurman, and it's got a really good introduction and all of this stuff. I mean, it gives a sort of good background for really a lot of this sort of philosophy, but yet really there's so much. I could go even further. Let's see. Mircea Eliade's Yoga, Immortality, and Freedom. He really does also a good job in explaining Samkhya as the sort of backdrop to yoga, and yet people wanted to really excommunicate it or do away with it, and that's what I think Tsongkhapa, Nagarjuna, Bhavaviveka, and all this, again, all these things represent, but yet seem to be paralleled in many ways by the more ancient or more, just older schools in Hinduism, and then probably also, again, Jainism, which I still have yet to fully really get into. But from what I have is that it's a much older system, which, where was it that I was just reading? It's talking about many ages. So, let's see. Right here. But during each such time cycle, these 63 illustrious persons appear and establish the religion and order in a society. According to Jain cosmology, since time is eternal, infinite kala chakras have elapsed and will occur in future, and hence infinite sets of these 63 illustrious persons have appeared and will appear to establish order and religion in their respective areas. So there's that, but it's I don't know, it just seems like this stuff is timeless, which is what they seem to say, and it's funny, this game of the goose, I didn't even really know, but it's not really a labyrinth, but apparently, for the most part, you want to reach the number 63. Most of them have 63 square, this one has eggs, but it's just kind of strange. Every single number, it seems like, has a sort of correspondence, and that's actually how Kenneth Grant starts out Beyond the Moth Zone. He's there is a formidable array of techniques, blah, 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 and he's lists these different sort of numerical systems, and it seems like there's literally one for every one all the way up. And that just goes to show, again, how 1,000 being the Sahasrara, in a sense, which is the penultimate field of the decimal system, at least. Obviously there's, 11 cubed, 13 cubed, but even the cube system, 10 being the sort of the summation of that whole thing. I don't know. So I actually want to read all these things, which is why I haven't really started any of them. But let me just start this real quick. There is a formidable array of techniques designed to facilitate investigation of other dimensions, other levels of consciousness. If it is understood that such techniques are merely conceptual devices, it will become easier to grasp their mechanism and their limitations. Magic, no less than science, has erected effectual barriers that deter individuals who are sometimes better equipped to undertake such investigations than the specialists themselves. So again, motivation. The artist, the poet, the musician, the dreamer whose dreams are capable of realizing the truths of the great inane are occasionally better endowed. The 14 fields of Sekhet Earu, the 22 scales of the serpent of the Tlifoth, the 30 ethers, the 22 paths in Sephiroth of the tree of life, the 33 degrees of Freemasonry, the 43 kalas of the Kala circle, the 50 gates of Binah, the 50 and 1/2 coils of Kundalini, the 62 devatas of the Tibetan Demchog mandala, etc., etc., are some of the better-known divisions of the magical universe. Each has its formula, its guardians, its secret signs, and its passwords. But mystery mongers, I didn't get that last word, and their dupes lose themselves in a maze of pathways which may be traversed with comparative ease via the Typhonian tunnels back of the Tree of Life. The advantages of, so again, this whole labyrinthine force, in a sense, of really the mind. The advantages of this, not just the mind, but the whole complex, I guess you'd say. The advantages of this approach seem obvious to all but intransigent theoreticians who, when deprived of the game of classifying endlessly the names and attributes of angels, demons, spirits, and so forth, find themselves skirting a great void with no option but to leap directly into the unknown. Trying to rationalize an essentially non-rational situation, trying to evaluate the subconscious or true will by standards of the waking state, who is there to do either? The mind's penchant for classification and analysis can cause it to miss essential linkages. So again, this whole idea of even me, like I know that as much as I do reference these codes and seem like I did have a propensity to sort of focus on them at first, now they flow to me, and yet I also see truth. That's why I'm so interested right now in this whole Prasangika and Madhyamaka sort of distinction and Svatantrika of Madhyamaka, whatever, is the fact that basically what is knowledge? Like there's so many caveats and sort of paradoxes, and there's so much about, these essential the interstices, the between things, I see the paradox in the fact you can't really, anything you can actually talk about or put into words or classify really isn't like what I would say the true thing is, in a sense, like there's so many levels that, again, the mind, there's a lot of loops, and you don't want to get too caught up in these loops because there's, I don't think you have to. Anyway, our subject, so as much as I did digress, I still think that, I don't know, that's technically what I like to, it's not like what I like to do, it's just I like to think about things a lot, and I had kind of been criticized. People criticize people for that. I mean, I don't want to argue. It's all about art, but most people just want to close any sort of thought, which is a continuum. It is a labyrinth, and sort of it needs to be sort of treaded. It's like playing a video game or something. You got to play it a lot to be able to do it easily, or if not a video game, but a job, whatever. Our subject may not be apprehended in depth by the mental faculty, but it yields to a peculiar form of inspiration which may be described as instantaneous insight of a supra-rational order. So again, spontaneous illumination. The Hindus call it prajna paramita, which again is supposed to be synonymous or coterminous with the void, essentially, or sunya. Without it, no amount of explanation avails to penetrate the so-called mysteries of magic and mysticism. We have therefore to cultivate not a new power, but a faculty that has remained dormant in the majority of individuals for a very long time. It may be reactivated by the formula of Lam, which covers every exigency and is a key to many doors, for it combines the totality of man's experiences comprehended by the sacred syllable Om. And so he says Lam itself is essentially this, it can be thought of as the same formula as Om, essentially. Again, being the mantra, the root mantra of the Muladhara chakra, also the reverse of Malkuth, or Mal, and Kuth being Koth, essentially, this hollow pillar of Lam. But the initial letter of Lam is attributed to Libra, the balancing or evening factor. In the present context, the evening is between the daytime waking state represented by Horus, whose letter is A, and the deep sleep state represented by the letter M, Chandra Bindu, emblematic of nighttime and of the god Set. The formula of Lam is therefore relevant to the eons of Maya and of the twin gods Set and Horus. Thus, in the eon of Horus, i.e. the waking state, Lam or Lam offers the most direct gateway to all dimensions, because the waking state is always in the present. In the present, objects appear to be real things, but objects also appear to be real to the dreamer when he is dreaming. Therefore, strictly speaking, waking and dreaming are indistinguishable from their own standpoint. This is so because our presence illumines every moment of time. Furthermore, our presence requires time and space for its appearance. For to be present, we must be extended in both these categories. But as there is no past or future, for we are conscious only of a seeming present, there is no present either. There is only now, and an awareness of ourselves which we experience as presence. But who or what is present? The answer to this question cannot refer to any thing or object, for I am always, and can only be, non-objective, i.e. I am total subjectivity. Shen Hui, 8686 through 760, declared that the absence of being and of non-being is true being. This double absence can only be intuited, and it requires that we awaken from time into timelessness, from the states of waking and dreaming into the absence of those states, i.e. into deep sleep, where the sense of objectivity is annulled. But this emergence with M, deep sleep, must be accomplished knowingly. Then only may our true state be realized. Deep sleep is therefore the gateway to our reality. We could not know any other. The theomorphic symbol of this formula is Set Typhon. Set denotes an inwardness that is often misunderstood to be a downwardly directed current. It is also, and ignorantly mistaken, for evil or the perverse, but it is merely the reverse or inverse of the phenomenal current of manifestation. It is therefore important to understand that the concept of Set in the Typhonian tradition has no connection with any such popular concept as Satan, which is a comparatively late distortion of magical symbolism. Set is the seat or throne of Isis. So, in a sense, it's like the gravity of Earth, or the inner hold of Earth. He is sometimes represented, or if not just Earth, but of being. He is sometimes represented as the forepart of the goddess Typhon, who holds before her the loop or ankh emblem of existence. Set is also the projection or child of Typhon, a shadowing forth of the crowned and conquering child typified by Lam. Liber AL prophesies the advent on earth, i.e. the manifestation, of this child, though not in any human sense. The original portrait of Lam, as drawn by Aleister Crowley, shows an entity wearing a headdress, possibly a crown. The crown is the type of the Ankh, or living one, the king, who wears the crown to denote the reality or royalty of existence, Sat. Set is Sat, existence. So again, the primordial ground of existence. Ground also 333. The Mahamudra, or the Great Seal, which again, the Mahamudra Mandala is 444. Set is also the projection or child of Typhon, a shadowing forth of the crowned and conquering child typified by a lamb. As explained in Hecate's fountain, Liber El was originally entitled Liber El. It could therefore, and with equal validity, be called the Book of Lamb, i.e. the Book of the Child or Dwarf God, or Parkrat. Further analysis of Lamb's name reveals El, Libra, Maat, balance, evening or twilight. A, Leo, Horus, waking state, day, actuality. M, Scorpio, set Typhon, deep sleep, reality, night. Actuality is phenomenal, objective, and elusive. Reality is noumenal, subjectivity as distinct from subjective. Hence, what is night to the ignorant man is day to the sage, and vice versa. So runs the sacred text. Maat, or Ma'at, as the evening factor is the reconciler between the eons of Horus and Set. Lam, by paranomasia, is also the lame one. Hence his identity with Hor-Pikart, or Hor-Parkrat, the dwarf deity, the god crippled in his lower members. This is a manner of saying that he is the god below the horizon, the god in Amenta, the headless god, of the Gnostics. Also, as the one who is in the dark, he is equivalent to Samael, the blind one, and to the blind Horus of the Egyptian ritual. See Ancient Egypt, the Light of the World by Gerald Massey. We have then, in the name of Lamb, a resume of man's total awareness, which appears divided into three states: dreaming, L, waking, A, deep sleep, M, i.e. M as Chandrabindu, typifies the dissolution of the seed of consciousness into its void substrate represented physically by absolute space, metaphysically by the void, Sunya. Anyone who has successfully used the formula will know that the egg of Lamb serves as a space capsule which conveys the traveler to any desired plane or dimension. He has but to gaze through the eyes of Lamb in order to familiarize himself with the spacescape. This method has the advantage of protecting the traveler from direct contact with its denizens, for he wears the mask of Lamb. So again, this egg and this whole Lamb, the way being 107, which is also the mighty egg, but it's also, I had found Buddha land, and there's apparently like innumerable Buddha lands, but any land is a Buddha land, essentially, as long as there's a Buddha being, or a Buddha. And so I just found that Buddha land is also 107, again, the XYZ and the mighty egg. And so it's just kind of weird, because it's also Dvaita, which I may have mentioned in the last post, Dvaita Vedanta, which is, I had also had the history of the Dvaita. Obviously, Advaita is more popular, but this book explains Dvaita and why it's sort of also kind of important. Dvaita or Dvaita, Advaita, and Visistadvaita or Advaita are the principal schools of Vedanta, presenting the widest possible points of departure of philosophical thought emerging from the interpretation of the Prasthanatrayi, or triune authority of the Vedanta in the medieval period of Indian history. To this day, they enjoy the status of living systems of Vedantic thought. In India, each with its own well-defined community of followers, religious institutions, and extensive philosophical literature in Sanskrit. The Dvaita and the Vishisti Advaita schools have also to their credit, a substantial body of devotional literature in the Kannada and Tamil languages, respectively. Though chronologically the last and having perhaps fewer followers than the other two, the Dvaita system has been the chief rival in thought of the Advaita of Sankara in the history of Indian philosophy. And so again, Sankara, who's like an avatar of Shiva, and also one of the main of the Vedics, which is 333. Sankara is 333. In the history of Indian philosophy, though the first theistic reaction to Advaita came from Ramanuja, it is to the Dvaita Vedanta of Madhva and his eminent followers that we have to turn for a robust and uncompromising metaphysical resistance to Advaita philosophy and for a complete vindication of Vedantic theism in conformity with its oldest and most genuine textual traditions. To give but one instance, the Advaita had tried to strike at the very root of Samkhya realism, accepted in the Vedas, the Upanishads, and the Epic, by denying to Prakriti any locus standi in the Shastras. The Ramanuja school winked at this blatant injustice to Prakriti, despite its own accommodation of Prakriti within its metaphysics as a distinct and necessary material principle operating in the universe, in subordination to Brahman. It was the Dvaita school of Madhva which set right this anomaly and injustice to Prakriti by taking the bold step of rejecting the fashionable interpretation and restoring Prakriti to its right and rightful place in the Vedanta as the material principle dependent on Brahman in providing the stuff of the universe. And so again, before I get into this, I think the reason this is all interesting, like I really like studying this and trying to sort it out, but again, I see a sort of similarity existing between these like schools of thought, and it's like people in different places and times and having their own it's not just opinions. Obviously, there's very deep sort of dialectics and stuff and arguments and all that. But I see a lot of it's, based on that. And so when you see today people's schools of thought and stuff, it's just like funny how, I don't know, it's just funny. This stuff's way more interesting to me. This clear blah, blah, blah. Let's see, where did I go? This clear and unambiguous vindication of the position of Prakriti in Vedanta metaphysics knocked off the bottom of pantheism and Mayavada in Vedanta and helped to reinstate the purely theistic view of Brahman as the Kevala Nimitta Karana in respect of the cosmos, as conceived in the hymns of the Rig Veda, the Antaryami Brahmana, the Svatara Upanishad, the Epic, and the Puranas. Of course, Madhva's conception of Brahma as Nimitta Karana did not remain at the purely deistic level of the Nyaya school. And Nyaya school is 555, which again, the Brahma Rupa, all these things seem to relate, literally end up being numerically like superimposed. It was metaphysically more penetrative in that it was intimately connected with the concept of Brahman as Svatantrika, defined in terms of Sarva Sata Pratiti Parvriti Ni Mata. Sarva Sata Pratiti Parvriti Nitamatam. It's very hard to say these words, but as explained in the opening chapter here. After the downfall of the Samkhya and Nyaya Vaisheshika realisms, as a result of the dialectical onslaughts of Advaitins, it was the Dvaita Vedanta of Madhva that stood up for realism in Indian thought against all forces. Of idealism and acosmism. It had, accordingly, to fight with Indian monism a battle royale on its own ground during the last 7 centuries. The history of this philosophical polemics has been a glorious chapter in the annals of the Vedanta. It attracted all India attention and drew some of the redoubtable scholars of the north and south of India as participants therein. As a result of this high-level polemics which went on between the two schools of the post-Jayatirtha period, the Dvaita system emerged as a front-rank philosophical system of all India reputation, throwing the Ramanuja school completely into the shade. As Dasgupta says, the logical and dialectical thinkers of the Vishisti Advaita were decidedly inferior to the prominent thinkers of the Samkhara and the Madhva school. There is hardly anyone in the whole history of the development of Ramanuja school whose logical acuteness could be compared with that of Sriharsa or Suka, or with the Jayatirtha or Vyasatirtha in the History of Indian Philosophy, Volume 3, page 111. In the preface to the fourth volume of the History of Indian Philosophy, he says again, in my opinion, Jayatirtha and Vyasatirtha present the highest dialectical skill in Indian thought. There is a general belief among many that the monism of Samkhara presents the final phase of Indian thought. But the readers of the present volume, who will be introduced to the philosophy of Jayatirtha, and particularly of Vyasatirtha, would realize the strength and uncompromising impressiveness of the dualistic position. Because again, it's like I don't know, it's unescapable, but the logical skill and depth of, because it's hard to say, like, is it monism or is it dualism? Like, it's both in a sense. But Kenneth Grant's right. It's really that whole AL and LA, but really the Kia that comes from neither, in a sense. The logical skill and depth of acute dialectical thinking shown by Vyasatirtha stands almost unrivaled in the whole range of Indian thought. The thinkers of the Dvaita school have made many outstanding contributions to the problems of philosophy. Their works can be studied with profit by modern minds also. The views propounded by Madhva on the nature of Saksi, Visesa, Bheda, substance and attributes, the universal, space and time, etc., are very much in advance of his times and remarkably suggestive. Vyasatirtha's review of the doctrines, categories, concepts, and definitions of the Navya Nyaya of Ganyesa and his school, in his Tarkatandava, put a timely check on the overgrowth of formalism in Indian logic, and enunciated the principles of a novum organum in post-Ganyesa logic. The theism of the Nyaya would have been a living force to this day, if it had cared to listen to Vyasatirtha and profit by his criticisms. It is admitted that the birth of Neo-Advaita in the 17th century was largely due to the impact of Madhva dialectics. The achievements of the Dvaita school far outweigh the numerical strength, influence, and distribution of its followers. The Caitanya Sampradaya of Bengal derives not only its preceptorial order but its doctrines of Vishesa, Siddharupa Bhakti, and other tenets from Madhva thought. The devotional movement of the Haridasas of Karnataka was a spontaneous expression of Madhva religious thought in the relational language of the majority of its adherents, and its appeal reached the common people. The vitality of the system can be judged from the fact that it has been able to penetrate and overcome the barriers of language and assimilate among its followers today speakers of 5 Aryan and 3 Dravidian languages of India. In its own right, then, this system deserves wider attention in India and abroad than it has received till now from the public and from our present-day scholars, especially after the attainment of national independence by our country, when former prejudices are being shed and every valuable heritage of the country's past is coming to be studied with an open mind, and in a spirit of sympathy and understanding. It is reasonable to expect a renewal of interest among our countrymen and women in the study of the literature and philosophy of the Dvaita school of Vedanta, also which has made a sizable contribution in Indian thought. I earnestly hope this publication of this history of the Dvaita school and its literature at this propitious juncture will go a long way in rousing public interest in the study of Madhva in this school of thought and meet the demand for a comprehensive work on the subject in English, written from an objective standpoint. The Dvaita school has made history in Indian philosophy, but this history has not been written so far. I have ventured to write and publish it. So this is a very interesting book. It's very deep, it's like the Hindu, it's the whole school of Advaita, and Dvaita is really, it makes me think of really Madhyamaka and its sort of schools, but they're both obviously different. And but yet again, it's just these there's like all these like philosophers or, sages that wrote bhasyas or commentaries on each other's, texts and stuff. And some people obviously split in different schools or lineages. And this whole thing about dualism, though, I think it's, I don't know, people just like to jump to one side or another. And it's really the mind itself has a tendency to, to divide. And I don't know. There's a lot to all that. But I just think that it's weird. Dvaita Vedanta is 107. Advaita Vedanta would be 108. And yet you would think that like the dualism one would be the even number. But the fact that it's 107 especially stands out, especially being, again, that final He and how that all represents being the synthesis, essentially. Madhva quotes profusely from the whole range of Vedic and post-Vedic literature, from the Vedic hymns and their Kilas, the Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishads, Ekayana Srutis, epics, Puranas, Pancaratra Samhitas, Gita, Brahmasutras, and a large body of interpretive and exegetical tracts based on these, in support of his line of interpretation on the Vedanta. It would be convenient to follow the course of development of religious and philosophical thought in these texts accepted by modern scholars in order to have a proper historical background on the nature and extent of support that could legitimately be claimed in them for his viewpoint. According to Madhva, God is the one supreme reality. He is the creator, preserver, etc. of the entire world of matter and of souls. World experience is real. Souls are many and are dependent forever on the Supreme. They are delivered from bondage by His grace. Salvation is a state of active enjoyment of supreme felicity. These pivotal points find good support in the Vedic hymns. Vishnu is Madhva's equivalent of the god of religion, the Brahman of the Vedanta, and the one supreme real, Ekam Sat, of the Vedas. He resolves the conflicting testimony of the mantras in respect of multiplicity of gods by 1. Correlating the various descriptions of Vedic gods in cosmic terms in the mantras to one supreme who has been clearly recognized in Rig Veda, chapter 1, 164, 45, as the Sarvanamavan, or the being who is diversely sung by different names and is the bearer of the names of all the gods. And 2. By equating this Sarvanamavan with Vishnu, understood in the etymological sense of the term as the being which is Vyapta, or unlimited, Aparachina, by time, space, and auspicious attributes on the evidence of some of the hymns themselves. He thus steers clear of the difficulties of polytheism and kathenotheism in the Vedas, which face modern interpreters of Vedic thought, and establishes, after a wide discussion of the problem, that monotheism of Vishnu is the true faith of Vedic poets. Position of Vishnu. In the opinion of modern scholars, however, Vishnu occupies but a subordinate position in the Vedic pantheon. So again, because Indra and Narayana, he is lauded in far fewer hymns than addressed to other gods like Varuna, Indra, and Agni. He is celebrated in not more than 5 whole hymns, suktas, and in part of another, and in his name occurs only about 100 times altogether in the Rig Veda. In a large number of short passages, he is introduced just as one among a crowd of divinities from which he is in no way distinguished. Further, the Rig Veda contains numerous hymns in which the rishis ascribe to Indra, Varuna, and other gods the same transcendental attributes and functions as to Vishnu. In one place, the power by which Vishnu takes his 3 strides is derived from Indra. And in chapter 9, 96.5, he is said to have been generated by Soma. In his original setting in the Rig Veda, Vishnu appears to have been nothing more than the sun god. The verdict of modern historical scholarship based on statistical evidence is thus, or not thus, particularly favorable to Vishnu, but it is conceded that his personality there is, at the same time, more important than would appear from the statistical standard alone. He is the god of the three strides. He dwells inscrutable in the realm of light where even the birds cannot fly. To reach the highest step of Vishnu is the ambition of man, in the Upanishads too. Vishnu is entrusted with the task of delivering from distress. The Yajurveda identifies the yajna with Vishnu. In the Satapatha Brahmana, men are said to be Vishnus. He is the helper of the gods as against the Asuras in the I don't know what that is, but AITBR. He becomes a dwarf to recover the earth from the Asuras from the gods. From the beginning, then, Vishnu appears to have been marked out for a great future. The opening line of the Ayatreya Brahmana, so I guess that, of the Rig Veda, bears testimony to the fact that by the close of the Rig Vedic period, Vishnu had definitely come to be accepted as the head of the Vedic pantheon. No wonder that he had earlier attained to a position of such warm affection in the hearts of the seers as to be thought of and mentioned in terms of high regard in monotheistic circles. Monotheism is the acknowledgement and worship of the one true God. It implies a denial of other gods, at any rate, of their jurisdiction over the cosmos. It was not the way of the Hindu mind to rise to the apogee of Christian monotheism by denying the national gods. The seers of the Rig Veda were interested in discovering a single creative principle behind all phenomena, itself uncreated and imperishable. The only logical way of establishing such a monotheism was by subordinating the gods to one highest controlling spirit, which is immanent everywhere. Vish, or vis, envelopes all, vir, and which regulates the working of all other powers and gods. This process satisfied the craving for one god and yet allowed them to keep up their continuity with the past. Indian thought, however daring and sincere, was never hard and rude. It did not usually care to become unpopular and generally made compromises. Perhaps the search for a compromise led to a fresh insight into the truth. The precise identity of the One Supreme, however, gave no end of trouble to earnest seekers then as now. The so-called henotheism of Vedas was just one of the attempts to arrive at such a precision, but its very shifty uncertainty was the cause of its failure. Henotheism was either polytheism grown cold in service or an opportune monotheism. In neither case could it give real satisfaction. It had only put off but not answered the question. It was necessary in order to do so to find a basis on which the position of the minor gods could be reduced to subordination to the One Supreme. What was to be the principle or criterion on which the supremacy of the One was to be grounded? What was the whole point? The weakness of henotheism had been that it had grounded the subordination of other gods to one, more on individual fancy or the passing moods of the hour than on any logical criterion of divine supremacy. The only criterion of such primacy that could possibly be advanced was what may be termed the principle of Sarvana Mata, as Madhva has so happily phrased it, which came to be clearly adumbrated in the later mandalas of the Rig Veda. The Supreme was the one lauded by all the names of the other gods. Madhva takes a stand on these texts and tries to identify the Sarva Namavan with Vishnu, but the identification rests not so much on any express declaration to that effect in the Rig Veda as upon the allusion to certain significant personal characteristics of Vishnu that are discernible there according to him. As for the other text, he draws pointed attention to the express mention of Vishnu in terms of unmistakable supremacy, either in the same sutta. This is a point which cannot be easily passed over. As for the more objective criteria of the Supreme, Madhva enumerates some which he finds fulfilled in Vishnu more than in any other god of the Vedic pantheon in Vedic and post-Vedic evidences. In his recent study of the Asya Vamasya hymn of the Rig Veda, Dr. C. Kunamaraja confesses that we don't know the exact significance of the sevenfold seed of the creation of the world referred to in this hymn, in that we have lost the clue to the correct interpretation of the poem and do not know many of the symbols and conventions of those days. The identification of the seven seeds of creation as the seven evolutes of Prakriti in the Madhva tradition may therefore be deemed to be certainly helpful in interpreting this line. The seven seeds. But the fact remains that there is no express equation of Vishnu with the Sarvanamavan except in the Kila of the Balavis, cited by him in his Bhasya. Another quotation from the Balavi Saka, given by Surasvara in his Bridvartika, clearly shows that the Balavins had accepted the Supreme Being to be Vishnu and warmly advocated Nitshama Karma, dedicated to him to be the means of deliverance. By the allusion to Vishnu as the Sarvanamavan in Rigveda 10.82.6 is endorsed by a passage in the Mahabharata 12.47.58. The being in the waters, later Narayana, had, by the time of Nasadiya Sutta, come to be regarded as the Supreme. This being stands sharply distinguished from both the four-faced Brahma and Rudra and many other gods in the Amberni Sutta. And in T.A. Chapter 3.11.1, these combined with the testimony of the post-Vedic literature, which uniformly applies the name Narayana as the synonym of the primeval being in the waters to Vishnu, leads Madhva to assume that he alone had from the beginning the highest claims to be treated as the supreme being of Hindu religious philosophy. The doctrine of Sarvanamavan did not do away with the other gods. They were not banished. They were simply brought into a position of subordinate relation to the one supreme, as created by the one as sharers in the one life, or as obedient subjects, or as ministers of one Lord. In this capacity, they were not unlike of the Malachim angels of the Old Testament. This is attested by the Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and the Upanishads. The love of the national gods and the conservatism of the masses would have proved too strong for the development of any other type of monotheism in India. Belief in the Sarvanamavan could be made consistent with the admission of the existence of minor gods only by agreeing to a dual application of names, vritti devaya, in their primary and secondary senses. It would be obvious that such a theory of Vedic interpretation forms the basis of the Samanvaya Dhyaya of the Brahma Sutras. Madhva successfully adopts this technique in his interpretation of not only the sutras, but of the Vedic hymns as well. He finds anticipations of this approach in such texts as in clear evidence of its, he needs to put that in English, in clear evidence of its acceptance hierarchy of God. So before I go further, it's very interesting how, again, Hinduism is sort of just all muddied in a sense, but there's a lot of philosophy actually weaving its way through the like labyrinthine jungle that it is. But it's very interesting to me. Seven Hells of the Vedanta Sutra. But yeah, this book is very interesting. I'm glad I found it. As well as this, The Central Philosophy of Tibet, or again, Tsongkhapa's Speech of Gold and the Essence of True Eloquence. He goes through a lot of the people, basically, that have slowly built on each other's teachings in a sense. Where should I start? I don't want to read all this. I should probably just pick up tomorrow, let my voice heal, because it's already, not heal, but it's already getting dry and crackly. because I also want to read this chapter on Buddha in this book, and possibly the one on Shiva. I mean, I could read all of them. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Brahma doesn't seem that long. The Vishnu one doesn't seem too long either. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. I might do that. And I brought these up, but I'll just link them. It's too dense to go into, but it's very important. Sort of study background material, and then also this book. And Mircea Eliade also has another book on Patanjali and yoga, but this one is much deeper and like longer, thicker, and so this should also sort of be read and studied. But I'll pick up more here probably tomorrow. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I'm really fascinated by this whole concept of Samkhya. And Mircea Eliade, he has a lot of books like that go over so many different subjects that end up, I find, tying together like on my own. And then I'm like, oh wow, he's got a whole book about this. And so basically Samkhya, like there's a lot to it. Apparently it's like one of the bases or origins or like foundations of yoga itself. And obviously this book goes into different people's sort of look or outlook and whatnot. Even it goes into Mircea Eliade's on page 60. And it's just that there's a lot of different interpretations about it and like what it sort of means. And apparently it's like open to interpretation because it can mean so many different things. But let's see. Eliade's Yoga, Immortality, and Freedom is another study which, though not directly concerned with Samkhya, has important implications for understanding the meaning of Samkhya. Regarding the relationship of Samkhya and Yoga, Eliade begins. The Yoga and Samkhya systems are much alike, so much alike that most of the affirmations made by the one are valid for the other. The essential differences between them are a few. Whereas Samkhya is atheistic, Yoga is theistic. 2. Whereas according to Samkhya, the only path to salvation is that of metaphysical knowledge, Yoga accords marked importance to techniques of meditation. So Eliade's treatment of yoga is primarily phenomenological, and thus he seldom engages himself in problems connected with the history or development of Samkhya and yoga. Occasionally, of course, he offers a few historical judgments. For example, he accepts the general view that the systematic treatments of both Samkhya and yoga are first available in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras and Ishvara Krishna's Samkhya Karikas. Samkhya and yoga, as found in the Moksha Dharma and earlier works, are non-systematic and represent earlier stages of thought. Samkhya in these early texts refers to any kind of metaphysical knowledge, whereas yoga refers to any kind of practical discipline. Eliade emphasizes the real morphological diversity of yoga. If yoga means many things, says Eliade, that is because yoga is many things. The origins of yoga, Eliade continues, can be traced back to Vedic and pre-Vedic times. Yoga, as a phenomenon in Indian religion and thought, is a synthesis of Indo-European ritualism, speculation, and pre-Aryan Aboriginal practices and ascetic techniques. Yoga is a modality of archaic spirituality that has survived nowhere else, i.e. a kind of living fossil. In his description of the content of Samkhya and yoga, Eliade emphasizes the soteriological notions of absolute freedom and rebirth into a timeless condition of trans-consciousness. Both Samkhya and yoga, says Eliade, seek a release from the suffering which characterizes human existence. This suffering is caused by a metaphysical ignorance which fails to distinguish psychomental life, buddhi, ahamkara, etc., from spirit or purusa. In Samkhya, this suffering is overcome by metaphysical discrimination, viveka. a higher cognitive process. This is not a discrimination in the usual sense of the term, says Eliade. It is rather an awakening, a contemplation. The reflection and cognition of the buddhi brings man to the threshold of this absolute knowledge. But the absolute knowledge itself is beyond any process or realization of prakriti. Prakriti is basically like, I don't want to just say nature, but apparently like materiality or substance in a sense. This knowledge or awakening is a revelation, says Eliade, in that it reveals reality immediately. When one comes to this revelation, one then has achieved moksha and kaivalya. In yoga, Eliade continues, this gnosis is insufficient. Yoga emphasizes also exesis and a technique of meditation which are indispensable for salvation. Yoga, says Eliade, aims at annihilating the psychomental flux by means of rigorous discipline and asceticism. Yoga also frequently involves devotion to the Ishvara as well as magical and supernatural powers, both of which emphases are usually absent in Samkhya. Both Samkhya and Yoga, Eliade stresses, drive man away from humanity. They deal with suffering by ignoring it as suffering. They emphasize a condition of freedom in trans-consciousness which sacrifices personality and the human condition. They reject life in order to create an anticipatory death, but, says Eliade, this death leads to a rebirth in another mode of being, an eternal present which is totally beyond the profane. For those who might view this ultimate condition as a mere regression to primordial non-distinction, Eliade says, there is a returning to the beginning, but with the difference that the man liberated in this life recovers the original situation, enriched by the dimensions of freedom and trans-consciousness. Hey, kitty. Don't be scared by the door. Come on. The major contribution of Eliade in his attempt to develop a vocabulary which adequately describes the experience of the followers of yoga. In this he has succeeded, and every interpreter of these ancient systems must be at least aware of Eliade's sensitivity and frequently profound insights. The major difficulty in Eliade's treatment is that he too often reduces Samkhya to yoga. He does, of course, distinguish between the two, i.e. Samkhya as gnosis, yoga as ascesis, etc. But he never deals adequately with the gnosis emphasis of Samkhya. There is only one short paragraph, page 29, in which he attempts to describe the peculiar Samkhya idea of saving knowledge. As a result, Eliade misses the true unique contribution of Samkhya and makes it rather into a mere imitation of yoga. And so it's interesting because I actually liked his whole chapter on Samkhya that I had found in here, which he actually mentions it in other spots too. See, like here, he merely rehandles the Samkhya philosophy in its broad outline. So this is actually just a... So like, let's see, let's go back. Four basic and interdependent concepts for kinetic ideas bring us directly to the core of Indian spirituality. They are karma, maya, nirvana, and yoga. Let's see. So yeah, etymologically, yoga derives from the root yoj, to bind together, hold fast, yoke, which also governs Latin jungere, jugum, French jude, etc. The word yoga serves in general to designate any ascetic technique and any method of meditation. Naturally, these various asceticisms and meditations have been differently evaluated by the many Indian philosophical currents and mystical movements. As we shall soon see, there is a classic yoga, a system of philosophy expounded by Patanjali in his celebrated Yoga Sutras, and it is from the system that we set out in order to understand the position of yoga in the history of Indian thought. And he does have another book on Patanjali, But side by side with this classic yoga, there are countless forms of popular non-systematic yoga. There are also non-Brahmanic yoga, or yogas, Buddhist, Jainist. Above all, there are yogas whose structures are magical, mystical, and so on. Basically, it is the term yoga itself. That's some weird, chirpy look to it, but basically, it is the term yoga itself that has permitted this great variety of meanings, for if etymologically yuj means to bind, it is nevertheless clear that the bond in which this action of binding is to result presupposes, as its preliminary condition, breaking the bonds that unite the spirit to the world. In other words, liberation cannot occur if one is not first detached from the world, if one is not begun by withdrawing from the cosmic circuit. For without doing so, one could never succeed in finding or mastering oneself. Even in its mystical acceptation, that is, as signifying union, yoga implies a preliminary detachment from matter, emancipation with respect to the world. Let's see. So the his guru, guided by his guru, applies himself to passing successfully beyond the behavior patterns and values proper to the human condition. But Patanjali is not the creator of yoga philosophy, just as he is not and could not be the inventor of yogic techniques. He admits himself that he is merely publishing and correcting, Atha Yoganusasanam, the doctrinal and technical traditions of yoga. And in fact, yogic practices were known in the esoteric circles of Indian ascetics and mystics long before Patanjali. Among the technical formulas preserved by tradition, he retained those which an experience of centuries had sufficiently tested. As to the theoretical framework and metaphysical foundation that Patanjali provides for these practices, his personal contribution is of the smallest. He merely rehandles the Samkhya philosophy in its broad outlines, adapting it to a rather superficial theism in which he exalts the practical value of meditation. The yoga and Samkhya systems are so much alike that most of the affirmations made by the one are valid for the other. The essential differences between them are few. One, whereas I've already read that, but that's basically what the guy quoted. It's hard to find it, but let's see. Indian tradition regards Samkhya as the oldest darsana. So again, he was talking about that previously with it being like a view. The meaning of the term Samkhya seems to have been discrimination, the chief end of this philosophy being to dissociate the spirit, Purusa, from matter, Prakriti. The earliest treatise is the Samkhya Karika by Ishvara Krishna. Its date is not definitely established, but it cannot be later than the 5th century of our era. Among the commentaries on the Samkhya Karika, the most useful is the Samkhya Tattva Kaumudi by Vachaspati Misra, 9th century. Another important text is the Samkhya Pravakana Sutra, probably 14th century, with the commentaries by Aniruddha, 15th century, and Vijnana Bhikshu, 16th century. To be sure, the importance of the chronology of the Samkhya texts must not be exaggerated. In general, any Indian philosophical treatise contains conceptions that antedate its composition, and that are often extremely old. If we find a new interpretation in a philosophical text, this does not mean that it had not been entertained earlier. What seems to be new in the Samkhya Sutras may often be of unquestionable antiquity. Too much importance has been accorded to the allusions and polemics that can perhaps be discovered in these philosophical texts. Such references may very well be directed at opinions far more ancient than those to which they would seem to allude. If in India one can succeed in establishing the dates of different texts, and it is much more difficult there than elsewhere, it is still more difficult to establish the chronology of philosophical ideas themselves. Like yoga, Samkhya also has a prehistory. Very probably the origin of this system should be sought in an analysis of the constitutive elements of human experience, conducted from the point of view of distinguishing between the elements that forsake man at death and those that are immortal. in the sense that they accompany the soul in its destiny beyond the grave. Such an analysis already occurs in the Satapatha Brahmana, chapter 10, 1, 3, and 4, which divides the human being into 3 immortal and 3 mortal parts. In other words, the origins of Samkhya are bound up with a problem of a mystical nature. What subsists of man after death? What constitutes the veritable self, the immortal element of the human being? A long controversy which still persists concerns the historical personality of Patanjali, the author of the Yoga Sutras. Some Indian commentators, King Bhoja Chakra Panidatta, the commentator on Karaka in the 11th century, and 2 others of the 18th century, have identified him with the Patanjali, the grammarian who lived in the 2nd century before our era. The identification has been accepted by Liebig, Garb, and Dasgupta, and contested by Woods, Jacobi, and A.B. Keith. Whatever the fact may be, these controversies concerning the period of the Yoga Sutras are of little relevance, for the techniques of ascesis and meditation set forth by Patanjali are certainly of considerable antiquity. They are not his discoveries, nor those of his time. They had been first tested many centuries before him. Indeed, Indian authors rarely present a personal system. In the great majority of instances, they are content to formulate traditional doctrines in the language of their own time. This is even more typically observable in the case of Patanjali, whose sole aim is to compile a practical manual of very ancient techniques. Vyasa, 7th to 8th century, composed a commentary, Yoga Bhasya, and Vakaspati Misra, 9th century, a gloss, Tattva Vaisarati, which are among the most important contributions to an understanding of the Yoga Sutras. King Bhoja, beginning of the 11th century, is the author of the commentary Raja Martanda, and Ramananda Sarasvati, 16th century, of the Maniprabha. Finally, Vijnana Bhikshu annotated Vyasa's Yoga Bhasya in his remarkable treatise, the Yoga Vartika. For Samkhya and Yoga, the world is real, not illusory, as it is, for example, for Vedanta. Nevertheless, if the world exists and endures, it is because of the ignorance of spirit. The innumerable forms of the cosmos, as well as their processes of manifestation and development, exist only in the measure to which the self, Purusha, is ignorant of itself, and, by reason of this metaphysical ignorance, suffers and is enslaved. At the precise moment when the last self shall have found its freedom, the creation in its totality will be reabsorbed into the primordial substance. It is here in this fundamental affirmation, more or less explicitly formulated, that the cosmos exists and endures because of man's lack of knowledge, and that we can find the reason for the Indian depreciation of life in the cosmos, a depreciation that none of the great constructions of post-Vedic Indian thought attempted to hide. From the time of the Upanishads, India rejects the world as it is, and devaluates life as it reveals itself to the eyes of the sage, ephemeral, painful, illusory. Such a conception leads neither to nihilism nor to pessimism. This world is rejected, this life depreciated, because it is known that something else exists beyond becoming, beyond temporality, beyond suffering. In religious terms, it could almost be said that India rejects the profane cosmos and profane life because it thirsts for a sacred world and a sacred mode of being. Again and again, Indian texts repeat this thesis that the cause of the soul's enslavement, and consequently the source of its endless sufferings, lie in man's solidarity with the cosmos, in his participation, active and passive, direct or indirect, in nature. Let us translate: solidarity with a desacralized world, participation in a profane nature. Neti, neti, cries the sage of the Upanishads. No, no, thou art not this, nor art thou that. In other words, you do not belong to the fallen cosmos as you see it now. You are not necessarily engulfed in this creation, necessarily, that is to say, by virtue of the law of your own being, for being can have no relation with non-being. Now, nature has no true ontological reality. It is indeed universal becoming. Every cosmic form, complex and majestic though it may be, ends by disintegrating. The universe itself is periodically reabsorbed by great dissolutions, or Mahapralaya, into the primordial matrix, Prakriti. Now, whatever becomes, changes, dies, vanishes, does not belong to the sphere of being. To translate once again, it is not sacred. If solidarity with the cosmos is the consequence of a progressive desacralization of human existence, and hence a fall into ignorance and suffering, the road to freedom necessarily leads to a desolidarization from the cosmos and profane life. In some forms of tantric yoga, this desolidarization is followed by a desperate effort toward the resacralization of life. Yet the cosmos, life, have an ambivalent function. On the one hand, they fling man into suffering and, by virtue of karma, enmesh him in the infinite cycle of transmigrations. On the other hand, indirectly, they help him to seek and find salvation for his soul, autonomy, absolute freedom, moksha, mukti. For the more man suffers, that is, the greater is his solidarity with the cosmos, the more the desire for emancipation increases in him, the more intensely he thirsts for salvation. Thus, the forms and illusions of the cosmos, and this by virtue of, not in spite of, their inherent magic, and by virtue of the suffering that their indefatigable becoming ceaselessly feeds, put themselves at the service of man, whose supreme end is emancipation, salvation. From Brahman down to the blade of grass, the creation, Srishti, is for the benefit of the soul until supreme knowledge is attained. Supreme knowledge, that is to say, emancipation not only from ignorance, but also, and indeed first of all, from pain, from suffering. The equation pain-existence. All is suffering for the sage. Dukhameva sarva vivekina, writes Patanjali. Yoga Sutras 2.15. But Patanjali is neither, I don't know if it's Patanjali or Patanjali or what, but Patanjali is neither the first nor the last to record this universal suffering. Long before him, the Buddha had proclaimed, all is pain, all is ephemeral. Sarvam dukkam, sarvam anityam. It is a leitmotif of all post-Upanishadic Indian speculation. Soteriological techniques, as well as metaphysical doctrines, find their justification in this universal suffering, for they have no value save in the measure for which they free man from pain. Human experience of whatever kind engenders suffering. The body is pain because it is the place of pain. The senses, objects, perceptions are suffering, because they lead to suffering. Pleasure itself is suffering, because it is followed by suffering. And Ishvara Krishna, author of the earliest Samkhya treatise, declares the foundation stone of Samkhya as man's desire to escape from the torture of the three sufferings, from celestial misery, provoked by the gods, from terrestrial misery caused by nature, and from the inner or organic misery. Yet this universal suffering does not lead to a philosophy of pessimism. No Indian philosophy or gnosis falls into despair. On the contrary, the revelation of pain as the law of existence can be regarded as the conditio sine qua non for emancipation. Intrinsically, then, this universal suffering has a positive, stimulating value. It perpetually reminds the sage and the ascetic that but one way remains for him to attain to freedom and bliss: withdrawal from the world, detachment from possessions and ambitions, radical isolation. Man, moreover, is not alone in suffering. Pain is a cosmic necessity, an ontological modality to which every form that manifests itself as such is condemned. Whether one be a god or a tiny insect, the mere fact of existing in time, of having duration, implies pain. Unlike the gods and other living beings, man possesses the capability of passing beyond his condition and thus abolishing suffering. The certainty that there is a way to end suffering, a certainty shared by all Indian philosophies and mysticisms, can lead neither to despair nor to pessimism. To be sure, suffering is universal. But if man knows how to set about emancipating himself from it, it is not final. For if the human condition is condemned to pain for all eternity, since, like every condition, it is determined by karma, each individual who shares in it can pass beyond, since each can annul the karmic forces by which it is governed. To emancipate oneself from suffering, which is the goal of all Indian philosophies and all Indian mysticisms. Whether this deliverance is obtained directly through knowledge, according to the teaching of Vedanta and Samkhya, for example, or by means of techniques, as yoga and the majority of Buddhist schools hold, the fact remains that no knowledge has any value if it does not seek the salvation of man. Save for that, nothing is worth knowing, says the Svatantrika Upanishad 1.12. And Bhoja, commentating on a text of the Yoga Sutras 4.22, declares that any knowledge whose object is not deliverance is valueless. Vachaspati Misra begins his commentary on Ishvara Krishna's treatise. In this world, the audience listens only to the preacher who sets forth facts whose knowledge is necessary and desired. To those who set forth doctrines that no one desires, no one attends, as comes to pass with fools or with men of the herd, who are good in their practical affairs but ignorant of the sciences and arts. The same author, in his commentary on the Vedanta Sutra Bhāsya, specifies the necessary knowledge. No lucid person desires to know what is devoid of all certainty, or what is of no use, or of no importance. In India, metaphysical knowledge always has a soteriological purpose. Thus, only metaphysical knowledge, vidya, jnana, prajna, that is, the knowledge of ultimate realities, is valued and sought, for it alone procures liberation. For it is by knowledge that man, casting off the illusions of the world of phenomena, awakens. By knowledge, and that means by practicing withdrawal, the effect of which will be to make him find his own center, to make him coincide with his true spirit, Purusha Atman. Knowledge is transformed into a kind of meditation, and metaphysics becomes soteriology. In India, not even logic is without a soteriological function in its beginnings. Manu uses the term Anukisaki or Anvikasaki, science of controversy logic, as an equivalent to Atmavidya, knowledge of the soul of the Atman, that is, to metaphysics. Correct argumentation, in conformity with the norms, frees the soul. This is the point of departure of the Nyaya school. Moreover, the earliest logical controversies from which the Nyaya Darsana will later develop were concerned precisely with sacred texts, with the different interpretations that could be put upon such and such an injunction in the Vedas. The purpose of all these controversies was to make possible the correct performance of a rite in accordance with tradition. Now, this sacred tradition of which the Vedas are the expression is revealed. Under such conditions, to seek the meaning of words is to remain in permanent contact with the Logos, with the spiritual reality that is absolute, suprahuman, and suprahistorical. Just as the right pronunciation of the Vedic texts results in giving the ritual maximum efficacy, so right comprehension of a Vedic maxim results in purifying the intelligence and thus contributes to the spirit's liberation. All partial ignorance, as it is abolished, carries man a step onward toward freedom and bliss. The importance of all these Indian metaphysics, and even the ascetic technique and contemplative method that constitutes yoga, accord to knowledge is easily explained if we take into consideration the causes of human suffering. The wretchedness of human life is not owing to a divine punishment or to an original sin, but to ignorance. Not any and every kind of ignorance, but only ignorance of the true nature of spirit. The ignorance that makes us confuse spirit with our psychomental experience, that makes us attribute qualities and predicates to the eternal and autonomous principle that is spirit. In short, a metaphysical ignorance. Hence, it is natural that it should be a metaphysical knowledge that supervenes to end this ignorance. This metaphysical knowledge leads the disciple to the threshold of illumination, that is, to the true self. And it is this knowledge of one's self, not in the profane sense of the term, but in its ascetic and spiritual sense, that is the end pursued by the majority of Indian speculative systems, though each of them indicates a different way of reaching it. For Samkhya and Yoga, the problem is clearly defined. Since suffering has its origin in ignorance of spirit, that is, in confusing spirit with psychomental states, emancipation can be obtained only if the confusion is abolished. The differences between Samkhya and Yoga on this point are insignificant. Only their methods differ. Samkhya seeks to obtain liberation solely by gnosis, whereas for Yoga an ascesis and a technique of meditation are indispensable. In both darsanas, human suffering is rooted in illusion, for man believes that his psychomental life, activity of the senses, feelings, thoughts, and volitions, is identical with spirit, with the self. He thus confuses two wholly autonomous and opposed realities, between which there is no real connection but only an illusory relation. For psychomental experience does not belong to spirit, it belongs to nature, prakriti. States of consciousness are the refined products of the same substance that is at the base of the physical world and the world of life. Between psychic states and inanimate objects or living beings, there are only differences of degrees. But between psychic states and spirit, there is a difference of an ontological order. They belong to two different modes of being. Liberation occurs when one has understood this truth and when the spirit regains its original freedom. Thus, according to Samkhya, he who would gain emancipation must begin by thoroughly knowing the essence and the forms of nature, prakriti, and the laws that govern its evolution. For its part, Yoga also accepts this analysis of substance, but finds value only in the practice of contemplation, which is alone capable of revealing the autonomy and omnipotence of spirit experimentally. Hence, before expounding the methods and techniques of yoga, we must see how the Samkhya Darsana conceives substance and spirit, together with the cause of their false solidarity. We must, in short, see in what the Gnostic way advocated by this philosophy consists. We must also determine to what degree the Samkhya and Yoga doctrines coincide and distinguish, in the theoretical affirmations of the latter, those which are based on mystical experiences lacking in Samkhya. The self, spirit, soul, as a transcendent and autonomous principle, is accepted by all Indian philosophies except by the Buddhists and the materialists, the Lokayatas. But it is by entirely different approaches that the various darsanas seek to prove its existence and explain its essence. For the Nyaya school, soul, spirit is an entity without qualities, absolute, unknowing. Vedanta, on the contrary, defines the Atman as being Sat Chidananda, Sat being Sit or Chit consciousness and Ananda bliss, and regards spirit as a unique, universal, and eternal reality dramatically enmeshed in the temporal illusion of creation, Maya. Samkhya and Yoga deny spirit, Purusha, any attribute and any relation. According to these two philosophies, all that can be affirmed of Purusha is that it is and that it knows. Its knowing is, of course, the metaphysical knowledge that results from its contemplation of its own mode of being. Like the Atman of the Upanishads, Purusha is inexpressible. Its attributes are negative. Spirit is that which sees, saksin, witness. It is isolated, kaivalyam, indifferent, mere inactive spectator, writes Ishvara Krishna. And Gaudapada in his commentary insists on the eternal passivity of Purusha. The autonomy and impassivity of spirit are traditional epithets, as Samkhya Sutras 1.147 attests. Commenting on this text, Aniruddha cites the famous passage from the Bradharanyaka Upanishad. This Purusha is free, a sangha without attachments. And Vijnana Bhikshu refers to the Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.2 and Vedantasara 158. Being irreducible without qualities, Nirdunatvat, Purusha has no intelligence, Siddharma. For it is without desires. Desires are not eternal, hence they do not belong to spirit. Spirit is eternally free. For states of consciousness, the flux of psychomental life are foreign to it. If Purusha nevertheless appears to us to be an agent, kartir, this is owing both to human illusion and to the unique correlation termed yogyata. Vyasa and Vakaspati Misra state that this unique correlation has no beginning. It is not owing to a spatial or temporal correlation between the self and intelligence. It is a yogyata, that is, a correspondence of a metaphysical order between spirit, Purusha, and the most subtle product of substance, buddhi. This correlation, which constitutes one of the greatest difficulties in Indian speculation in general, is explained by Samkhya and Yoga through the teleological instinct of nature, prakriti, which, without knowing it, works for the deliverance of spirit. See below, page 30, on the 8 possible hypotheses to explain the relationships of Purusha Prakriti, which designates a kind of pre-established harmony between the two essentially distinct realities constituted by self, Purusha, and intelligence, buddhi, the latter, as we shall see further on, being only a more refined product of the primordial matter or substance. Patanjali's position is the same. In Yoga Sutras 2.5, he repeats the statement that ignorance, or avidya, consists in regarding what is ephemeral, anitya, impure, asukhi, painful, dukkha, and non-spirit, anatma, as being eternal, nitya, pure, sukhi, bliss, sukha, and spirit, atman. Vyasa reiterates that perception, memory, reasoning, etc. belong to the intelligence, buddhi, and that it is only by the effect of an illusion that these mental faculties are attributed to the Purusha. Now, this conception of Purusha at once raises difficulties, for if spirit is eternally pure, impassive, autonomous, and irreducible, how can it acquiesce in being accompanied by psychomental experience? And how is such a relationship possible? We may profitably postpone an examination of the solution that Samkhya and Yoga propose for this problem until we have become better acquainted with the possible relationships between the self and nature. We shall then see that the effort of the two darshanas is principally applied to the problem of the true nature of this strange relation that links Purusha to Prakriti. However, neither the origin nor the cause of this paradoxical situation has been the object of a formal discussion of Samkhya Yoga. Why, finally, did the self acquiesce in being drawn into a foreign orbit, more particularly that of life, and thus in engendering man as such, concrete historical man, condemned to every catastrophe, assailed by every suffering? When and on what occasion did this tragedy of the existence of man begin, if it is true that the ontological modality of spirit is, as we have already seen, exactly opposite to the human condition, the self being eternal, free, and passive? The cause and the origin of this association between spirit and experience These are two aspects of a problem that Samkhya and Yoga consider insoluble because it exceeds the present capacity of human comprehension. For man knows and comprehends by means of what Samkhya Yoga calls the intellect, buddhi, but this intellect itself is only a product, an extremely refined product, to be sure, of matter, of the primordial substance, prakriti. Being a product of nature, a phenomenon, buddhi can enter into cognitional relationships only with other phenomena, which, like it, belong to the infinite series of the creations of the primordial substance. Under no circumstances can it know the self, for it could by no possibility enter into any kind of relationship with a transcendental reality. The cause and the origin of this paradoxical association between the self and life, that is, matter, could be understood only by an instrument of knowledge other than the buddhi, one in no way implying matter. Now, such knowledge is impossible in the present condition of humanity. It reveals itself only to him who, having broken his fetters, has passed beyond the human condition. Intellect plays no part in this revelation, which is rather knowledge of one's self, of the self itself. Samkhya knows that the cause of bondage, that is, of the human condition, of suffering, is metaphysical ignorance, which by force of the karmic law is transmitted from generation to generation. But the historical moment at which this ignorance appeared cannot be established, just as it is impossible to determine the date of creation. The connection between the self and life and the resulting bondage for the self have no history, they are beyond time, they are eternal. To insist upon finding a solution for these problems is vain, is childishness. They are problems wrongly posed, and in accordance with an old Brahmanic practice, observed by Buddha himself on several occasions, the sage responds to a wrongly posed problem by silence. The only certainty attainable on the subject is that man has been in this condition since the dawn of time, and that the goal of knowledge is not a fruitless search for the first cause and historical origins of this condition, but liberation. Substance. It is only in passing that Patanjali refers to prakriti, and its modalities, the gunas, and only to define their relationships with psychomental life and the techniques of liberation. He assumes a knowledge of the analysis of substance, laboriously pursued by Samkhya authors. It is primarily to these authors that we shall have recourse in order to understand the structure and procession of substance. Prakriti is as real and as eternal as Purusha, but unlike spirit, it is dynamic and creative. Though perfectly homogeneous and inert, this primordial substance possesses, so to speak, three modes of being which permit it to manifest itself in three different ways, which are termed gunas. 1. Sattva, the modality of luminosity and intelligence. 2. Rajas, modality of motor energy and mental activity. 3. Tamas, modality of static inertia and psychic obscurity. However, these gunas must not be regarded as different from prakriti, for they are never given separately. In every physical, biological, or psychomental phenomenon, all three gunas exist simultaneously, though in unequal proportions. Indeed, it is this inequality that permits the appearance of a phenomenon of whatever kind. Otherwise, the primordial equilibrium and homogeneity by virtue of which the gunas were in perfect equilibrium would persist forever. It is clear, then, that the gunas have a twofold character: objective on the one hand, since they constitute the phenomena of the external world, and on the other hand, subjective, since they support, nourish, and condition psycho-mental life. This is why tamas must be translated not only as principle of the inertia of matter, its objective meaning, but also as darkness of consciousness, obstacle created by the passions, its psychophysiological meaning. As soon as prakriti departs from its original state of perfect equilibrium, alinga or avyakta, and assumes specific characteristics conditioned by its teleological instinct, to which we shall return. It appears in the form of an energetic mass called Mahat, the great, like Mahatma. So, drawn on by the force of evolution, parinama, development, procession, Prakriti passes from the state of Mahat to that of Ahamkara, which means uniform apperceptive mass, as yet without personal experience, but with the obscure consciousness of being an ego. Hence the term Ahamkara, ego. From this apperceptive mass, the process of evolution bifurcates in opposite directions, one of which leads to the world of objective phenomena and the other to that of subjective phenomena, sensible and psychomental. The Ahamkara has the ability to transform itself qualitatively in accordance with which of the three gunas predominate in it. When sattva, the modality of luminosity, of purity and comprehension, is predominant in the Ahamkara, the five cognoscitive senses, jnana, driya, and manas, the inner sense, make their appearance. The latter serves as liaison center between perceptive and motor activity. The base and receptacle of all impressions, it coordinates biological and psychic activities, particularly that of the subconscious. When, on the other hand, the equilibrium is dominated by rajas, the motor energy, that makes all physical or cognoscitive experiences possible, the five conative senses, karmendriya, appear. Finally, when tamas, inertia of matter, darkness of consciousness, the barrage of the passions, dominates, what appear are the five tanmatras, the five subtle potential elements, the genetic seeds of the physical world. By a process of condensation that tends to produce structures increasingly gross, these tanmatras give rise to atoms, paramanu, and molecules, sthula bhutani, literally dense material particle, which in turn give birth to vegetable organisms, vriksha, and animal organisms, sarira. Thus, man's body, as well as his states of consciousness and even his intelligence, are all creations of one and the same substance. It will be noted that, in accordance with Samkhya and Yoga, the universe, objective or subjective, is only the evolution of an initial stage of nature, Ahamkara. More and more, I just watched a video like today of Joe Rogan or I think it was Joe Rogan, and that what's his name? This other guy I've watched a few of his videos, and he was talking about the theory of everything and these models and stuff that kind of show these, like, I don't know, just beings in a sense, or cells that don't even know their place, but they all are in this bigger hive mind, which I'll get into. And it's just funny. I can't help it. I'll go into that in the next video or post or whatever. But that in which the homogeneous and energetic mass first gave birth to consciousness of individuality, to an apperception illuminated by the ego. By a twofold process of development and creation, the Ahamkara created a twofold universe, inner and outer, these two worlds having elective correspondences between them. Each sense corresponds to a specific atom, as each atom corresponds to a tanmatra, but each of these products contains the three gunas, though in unequal proportions. Each product is characterized by the supremacy of a particular guna, or, in the last stages of creation, by the predominance of a particular tanmatra. It is important that we understand the notion of evolution in Samkhya. Parinama signifies development of what exists in Pasi, in the Mahat. It is not a creation, nor a transcendence, nor the realization of a new species of existence, but simply the realization of the potentialities that exist in Prakriti, under its living aspect, the Mahat. To compare evolution in the Indian sense with Western evolutionism is to be guilty of great confusion. No new form Samkhya affirms, goes beyond the possibilities of existence that were already present in the universe. In fact, for Samkhya, nothing is created in the Western sense of the word. Creation exists from all eternity and can never be destroyed, but it will return to its original aspect of absolute equilibrium in the great final reabsorption, Mahapralaya. This conception of evolution is justified by a particular theory of causality. For if the effect exceeded the cause, there would be in the cause a non-existing quantum which would acquire existence in the effect. But Samkhya asks, how could this non-entity be the cause of an entity? How could esse come from non-esse? Vachaspati Misra says, if one affirms the production of an entity by a non-entity, then the latter, existing everywhere and at every moment, should give birth everywhere and at every moment to any effect and all effects. In commenting on Samkhya Karika 9, he adds, the effect is an entity, that is to say, it exists before the causal operation. If the effect were a non-entity before the causal operation, it could never be brought into existence. Between the cause and the effect there exists a real and definite relation. But if the effect did not exist in the cause, how should a relation be possible between ens and non-ens? How should an intimate connection be possible between absence and presence? Under these conditions, says Ishvara Krishna, that all that can be brought about by the cause is the manifestation or the development of a pre-existing effect. To illustrate the theory of causality by an example, Vijnanavichu writes, just as the statue already existing in the block of stone is only revealed by the sculptor, so the causal activity only engenders the action by which an effect manifests itself, giving the illusion that it exists only in the present moment. Concerning the Ahamkara, Samkhya texts give many details, but what is of interest to our brief exposition is that Ahamkara is defined as self-knowledge. We should bear in mind that this entity, though material, does not manifest itself in sensory physical forms, but is homogeneous, a pure and energetic mass without structure. According to Samkhya, the Ahamkara acquires consciousness of itself, and through this process reflects itself, sarva, emanation, in the series of the 11 psychic principles, manas of the inner sense, which coordinates the faculties of the soul, the 5 cognitive and the 5 conative senses, and in the series of physical powers, tanmatra. We should note the capital importance that Samkhya, like almost all Indian systems, affords to the principle of individuation through consciousness of self. We see that the genesis of the world is a psychic act, that it is from this self-knowledge, which of course is absolutely different from the awakening of the Purusha, that the evolution of the physical world derives, and that the object and psychophysiological phenomena have a common matrix, the only difference between them being the formula of the gunas, sattva predominating in psychic phenomena, rajas and psychophysiological phenomena, passion, activity of the senses, etc., while the phenomena of matter are constituted by the increasingly inert and dense products of tamas, tanmatra, anu, bhutani. Samkhya Yoga also provides a subjective interpretation of the 3 gunas when it considers their psychic aspects. When sattva predominates, consciousness is calm, clear, comprehensible, virtuous. Dominated by rajas, it is agitated, uncertain, unstable. Overwhelmed by tamas, it is dark, confused, passionate, bestial. But of course, this subjective and human evaluation of the 3 cosmic modalities does not contradict their objective character, outer and inner being no more than verbal expressions. With this physiological foundation, we can understand why Samkhya Yoga regarded all psychic experience as a simple material process. Ethics is affected, purity, goodness, is not a quality of spirit, but a purification of the subtle matter, represented by consciousness. The gunas impregnate the whole universe and establish an organic sympathy between man and the cosmos, and these two entities being pervaded by the same pain of existence, and both serving the same absolute self, which is foreign to the world and driven on by an unintelligible destiny. In fact, the difference between the cosmos and man is only a difference of degree, not of essence. By virtue of parinama, matter has produced an infinity of forms, vikara, increasingly complex, increasingly varied. Samkhya holds that such an immense creation, such a complicated edifice of forms and organisms, demands a justification and a signification outside of itself. A primordial, formless, and eternal prakriti can have a meaning, but the world as we see it is not a homogeneous substance. On the contrary, it exhibits a number of distinct forms and structures. The complexity of the cosmos, the infinity of its forms, are raised by Samkhya to the rank of metaphysical arguments. The creation is, without any doubt, the product of our metaphysical ignorance. The existence of the universe and the polymorphism of life are owing to man's false opinion of himself, to the fact that he confuses the true self with psychomental states. But, as we remarked above, it is impossible to know the origin and the cause of this false opinion. What we know, what we see, is that Prakriti has an extremely complicated evolution, and that it is not simple but composite. Now, common sense tells us that every compound exists in view of another. Thus, for example, a bed is a whole composed of various parts. But this provisional collaboration between the parts is not ordained for itself, it is in view of man. Samkhya thus brings out the teleological nature of creation. For if the mission of creation were not to serve spirit, it would be absurd, meaningless. Everything in nature is composite. Everything, then, must have a superintendent, adhyaksha, someone who can make use of these compounds. This superintendent cannot be mental activity, nor states of consciousness, themselves extremely complex products of prakriti. There must, then, be an entity that transcends the categories of substance, or guna, and that exists in view of itself. Yet more, there must be a subject to which mental activity is subordinated, toward which pleasure and pain are oriented. For Vachaspati Misra adds, pleasure cannot be felt and distinguished by pleasure, and if it were felt by pain, it would no longer be an agreeable experience, but a painful one. Thus, the two qualities, pain and pleasure, cannot exist, cannot be distinguished, save as oriented toward a single subject that transcends experience. This represents the first proof found by Samkhya for the existence of spirit. Samhata pararthatvat parusasya, that is, knowledge of the existence of spirit by combination for the profit of another. An axiom abundantly repeated in Indian literature and adopted by yoga. Vachaspati Misra adds, if anyone objects that the evolution of heterogeneity of substance are intended to serve other compounds, as is the case, for example, with a chair, a compound created to serve another compound, the human body, we can answer him that these compounds, too, must in turn exist for other compounds to use. The series of interdependencies would inevitably lead us to a regressus ad infinitum. And since we can avoid this regressus, Vachaspati Misra continues, by postulating the existence of a rational principle, it is obviously stupid to go on needlessly multiplying the series of relations between compounds. In accordance with this postulate, spirit, the self, is a simple and non-irreducible principle, autonomous, static, non-productive, non-implicated in mental or sensory activity, etc. Although the self, Purusha, is veiled by the illusions of and confusions of cosmic creation, Prakriti is dynamized by the teleological instinct that is wholly intent upon the liberation of Purusha. Let us recall that from Brahman down to the blade of grass, the creation is for the benefit of soul. until supreme knowledge is attained. The relation spirit-nature. If the Samkhya Yoga philosophy explains neither the cause nor the origin of the strange association established between spirit and experience, it nevertheless attempts to explain the nature of their association, to define the character of their mutual relations. They are not real relations in the strict sense of the word, relations such as exist, for example, between external objects and perceptions. Real relations, of course, imply change and plurality. Now, these are modalities essentially opposed to the nature of spirit. States of consciousness are only products of prakriti and can have no kind of relation with spirit, the latter, by its very essence, being above all experience. However, and for Samkhya and Yoga, this is the key to the paradoxical situation, the most subtle, most transparent part of mental life, that is, intelligence, buddhi, in its mode of pure luminosity, sattva, has a specific quality, that of reflecting spirit. Comprehension of the external world is possible only by virtue of this reflection of Purusha in intelligence. Comprehension of the external world is possible only by virtue of this reflection of Purusha in intelligence. But the self is not corrupted by this reflection and does not lose its ontological modalities, impassibility, eternity, etc. The Yoga Sutras, chapter 220, say in substance, seeing, drastir, i.e. Purusha, is absolute consciousness, sight par excellence, and while remaining pure, it knows cognitions. It looks at the ideas that are presented to it. Vyasa interprets, spirit is reflected in intelligence, buddhi, but it is neither like it nor different from it. It is not like intelligence because intelligence is modified by knowledge of objects, which knowledge is ever-changing, whereas Purusha commands uninterrupted knowledge. In some sort, it is knowledge. On the other hand, Purusha is not completely different from buddhi, for although it is pure, it knows knowledge. Patanjali employs a different image to define the relationship between spirit and intelligence, just as a flower is reflected in a crystal. Intelligence reflects Purusha. But only ignorance can attribute to the crystal the qualities of the flower, form, dimensions, colors. When the object, the flower, moves, its image moves in the crystal, though the latter remains motionless. It is an illusion to believe that spirit is dynamic because mental experience is so. In reality, there is here only an illusory relation, or upadhi, owing to a sympathetic correspondence, yodyata, between the self and intelligence. From all eternity, spirit has found itself drawn into this illusory relation with psychomental life, that is, with matter. This is owing to ignorance, or avidya. And as long as avidya persists, existence is present by virtue of karma, and with it suffering. Let us dwell on this point a little. Illusion, or ignorance, consists in confusing the motionless and eternal Purusha with the flux of psychomental life. To say I suffer, I want, I hate, I know, and to think that I refers to spirit, is to live in illusion and prolong it. For all our acts and intentions, by the very simple fact that they are dependent upon prakriti, upon matter, are conditioned and governed by karma. This means that every action whose point of departure is illusion, that is, which is based on ignorance, the confusion between spirit and non-spirit, is either the consummation of a virtuality created by a preceding act, or the projection of another force that in turn demands its actualization, its consummation, in the present existence or in an existence to come. When one sets up the equation I want equals spirit wants, either a certain force is set in motion or another force has been fertilized. For the confusion that this equation expresses is a moment in the eternal circuit of cosmic energies. This is the law of existence. Like every law, it is trans-subjective, but its validity and universality are at the origin of the suffering by which existence is troubled. There is but one way to gain salvation, adequate knowledge of spirit. Samkhya only prolongs the tradition of the Upanishads. He who knows the Atman crosses over the ocean of suffering. Through knowledge, liberation; through ignorance, bondage. And the first stage of the conquest of this knowledge consists of one thing, in denying that spirit has attributes, which is equivalent to denying suffering as something that concerns us, to regarding it as an objective fact outside of spirit, that is to say, without value and without meaning, since all values and all meanings are created by intelligence insofar as it reflects Purusha. Pain exists only to the extent to which experience is referred to the human personality regarded as identical with Purusha, with the self. But since this relation is illusory, it can easily be abolished. When Purusha is known, values are annulled. Pain is no longer either pain or non-pain, but a simple fact. A fact that, while it preserves its sensory structure, loses its value, its meaning. This point should be thoroughly understood. This point should be thoroughly understood, for it is of capital importance in Samkhya and Yoga, and, in our opinion, has not been sufficiently emphasized. I love when that fucking shit happens. In order to deliver us from suffering, Samkhya and Yoga deny suffering as such, thus doing away with all relation between suffering and the self. From the moment we understand that the self is free, eternal, and inactive, whatever happens to us, sufferings, feelings, volitions, thoughts, and so on, no longer belongs to us. All such things constitute a body of cosmic facts which are conditioned by laws and are certainly real, but whose reality has nothing in common with our Purusha. Suffering is a common fact, and man undergoes that fact, or contributes to its perpetuation, solely insofar as he allows himself to be seduced by an illusion. Knowledge is a simple awakening that unveils the essence of the self, of spirit. Knowledge does not produce anything. It reveals reality immediately. This true and absolute knowledge, which must not be confused with intellectual activity, which is psychological in essence, is not obtained by experience, but by a revelation. Nothing divine plays a part here, for Samkhya denies the existence of God. Yoga accepts God, but we shall see that Patanjali does not accord him very much importance. The revelation is based on knowledge of the ultimate reality, that is, on awakening in which object completely identifies itself with subject. The self contemplates itself. It does not think itself, for thought is itself an experience, and as such belongs to Prakriti. For Samkhya there is no other way than this. Hope prolongs and even aggravates human misery. Only he who has lost all hope is happy, for hope is the greatest torture that exists, and despair the greatest happiness. Religious rites and practices have no value whatever, because they are founded on desires and cruelties. Every ritual act, by the very fact that it implies an effort, engenders a new karmic force. Morality itself leads to nothing decisive. Indifference, vairagya, renunciation, orthodoxy, sruti, and meditation are only indirect instruments for salvation. For Samkhya, the only perfect and definitive means is metaphysical knowledge. The cognitive process is naturally realized by the intellect, but intellect itself is a highly evolved form of matter. How then can deliverance, murti, be accomplished through the collaboration of Prakriti? Samkhya answers with the teleological argument. Matter, Prakriti, instinctively acts in view of the enfranchisement of the soul, Purusha. Intellect, buddhi, being the most perfect manifestation of Prakriti, is able, because of its dynamic possibilities, to aid the process of deliverance by serving as the preliminary stage of revelation. Yoga takes exactly the same position. Prakriti makes experience possible, and at the same time pursues the liberation of the self. Commenting on this sutra, Vyasa adds an important detail. Bondage, he says, is in fact only the situation of intelligence, buddhi, when the ultimate aim of the self has not yet been attained, and liberation is only the state in which that end has been accomplished. In the next chapter, we shall see by what psychophysiological techniques one can, according to yoga, attain this end. For Samkhya, liberation is obtained almost automatically when intelligence, buddhi, leads man to the threshold of awakening. As soon as the self-revelation is realized, intellect and all the other psychomental, hence material elements that are wrongly attributed to Purusha withdraw, detach themselves from spirit to reabsorbed in Prakriti, like a dancer who departs after having satisfied her master's desire. Nothing is more sensitive than Prakriti. As soon as it has said to itself, I am recognized, it no longer shows itself before the eyes of the spirit. This is the state of the man who is liberated in this life, Jivan Mukta. The sage still lives because his karmic residue remains to be consumed, just as the potter's wheel continues to turn from the velocity it has acquired, even though the pot is finished. But when at the moment of death he abandons the body, the Purusha is completely liberated. How is liberation possible? Samkhya Yoga has then understood that spirit, Purusha, can be neither born nor destroyed, is neither bound nor active, actively seeking deliverance, neither thirsts for freedom nor is liberated. Its mode is such that these two possibilities are excluded. The self is pure, eternal, free. It cannot be bound because it cannot enter into relations with anything but itself. But man believes that Purusha is bound and thinks that it can be liberated. These are illusions of our psychomental life. For in fact, bound spirit is free for all eternity. If its liberation seems to us a drama, it is because we place ourselves at a human point of view. Spirit is only spectator, sakshi, just as liberation, mukti, is only a becoming conscious of its eternal freedom. I believe that I suffer, I believe that I am bound, I desire liberation. At the moment when, having awakened, I understand that this I, asmita, is a product of matter, prakriti, I at the same time understand that all existence has been only a chain of moments of suffering, and that true spirit impassively contemplated the drama of personality. Thus, human personality does not exist as a final element. It is only a synthesis of psychomental experiences, and it is destroyed, in other words, ceases to act, as soon as revelation is an accomplished fact. Like all creations of the cosmic substance, Prakriti, the human personality, Asmita, also acted to bring about awakening. Hence, once liberation is achieved, the personality is of no further use. There is something of a paradox in the way in which Samkhya and Yoga conceive the situation of spirit, Purusha. Though pure, eternal, and intangible, spirit nevertheless consents to be associated, if only in an illusory manner, with matter. And in order to acquire knowledge of its own mode of being and liberate itself, it is even obliged to make use of an instrument called created by Prakriti, in this case intelligence. Doubtless, if we view things in this way, human existence appears to be dramatic and even meaningless. If spirit is free, why are men condemned to suffer in ignorance or to struggle by a freedom they already possess? If Purusha is perfectly pure and static, why does it permit impurity, becoming experience, pain, and history? Such questions can easily be multiplied. But Indian philosophy reminds us that we must not judge the self from a logical or historical point of view, that is, by seeking the causes and have determined the present state of things. Reality must be accepted as it is. It is nevertheless true that Samkhya's position on this point is difficult to maintain. Hence, in order to avoid this paradox of a self absolutely devoid of contact with nature and yet in its own in its own, despite the author of the human drama, Buddhism has entirely done away with the soul spirit understood as an irreducible spiritual unity and has replaced it by states of consciousness. Vedanta, on the contrary, seeking to avoid the difficulty of the relations between the soul and the universe, denies the reality of the universe and regards it as Maya illusion. Samkhya and Yoga have been unwilling to deny ontological reality either to spirit or to substance. Hence, Samkhya has been attacked principally because of this doctrine by both Vedanta and Buddhism. Vedanta also criticizes the concept of the plurality of selves, Purusha, as formulated by Samkhya and Yoga. For these two darshanas affirm that there are as many Purushas as there are human beings, and each of these Purushas is a monad, is completely isolated, for the self can have no contact either with the world around it, derived from Prakriti, or with other spirits. The cosmos, then, is peopled with these eternal, free, unmoving Purushas, monads between which no communication is possible. According to Vedanta, this conception is erroneous and the plurality of selves is an illusion. In any case, this is a tragic and paradoxical conception of spirit, which is thus cut off not only from the world of phenomena, but also from other liberated selves. Nevertheless, Samkhya and Yoga were obliged to postulate the multiplicity of Purushas, for if there were but one spirit, salvation would have been an infinitely simpler problem. The first man who should attain liberation would necessarily bring about that of the entire human race. If there had been but one universal spirit, the concomitant existence of liberated spirits and bound spirits would have been impossible. Nor indeed, in such a case, could death, life, difference of sex, diversity in action, etc. have coexisted. The paradox is obvious. The doctrine reduces the infinite variety of phenomena to a single principle, matter, Prakriti. It sees the physical universe, life, and consciousness as derived from a single matrix, and yet it postulates the plurality of spirits, although by their nature these are essentially identical. Thus it unites what would appear to be so different, the physical, the biotic, and the mental, and isolates what, especially in India, seems so unique and universal, spirit. Let us more closely examine the conception of liberation, moksha, in the doctrines of Samkhya and Yoga. As it is for most Indian schools of philosophy, except of course those influenced by mystical devotion, bhakti, so here, too, liberation is in fact a liberation from the idea of evil and pain. It is only a becoming conscious of a situation that was already in existence but over which ignorance had cast its veils. Suffering ceases of itself as soon as we understand that it is exterior to spirit, that it concerns only the human personality, asmita. For let us imagine the life of a liberated person. He will continue to act because the potentialities of his earlier lives, and those of his own life before his awakening, demand their actualization and consummation, in accordance with the karmic law. But this activity is no longer his. It is objective, mechanical, disinterested. In short, it is not performed in view of its fruit. When the liberated man acts, he is not conscious of I act, but of an it acts. In other words, he does not draw the self into a psychophysical process. Since the force of ignorance no longer acts, new karmic nucleuses are no longer created. When all these potentialities are destroyed, liberation is absolute, final. It could even be said that liberated man does not experience liberation. After his awakening, he acts with indifference, and when the last psychic molecule detaches itself from him, he realizes a mode of being unknown to mortals, because absolute, a sort of Buddhist nirvana. Nevertheless, the freedom that the Indian gains through metaphysical knowledge or yoga is real and concrete. It is not true that India has sought liberation only negatively, for it wishes to attain a positive realization of freedom. In fact, the man, liberated in this life, can extend the sphere of his action as far as he wishes. He has nothing to fear, for his acts no longer have any consequences for him and hence no limits. Since nothing can any longer bind him, the liberated man is free to do as he will, in any realm of activity, for he who acts is no longer he, as self, but a mere impersonal instrument. We shall see in later chapters how far the situation of mere witness in a transpersonal existence has been carried. To us, Samkhya's soteriological conceptions seem audacious. Starting from the original datum of every Indian philosophy, suffering, Samkhya and Yoga, though promising to deliver man from suffering, are forced, at the end of their journey, to deny suffering as such, human suffering. Considered from the point of view of salvation, this road leads nowhere, since it starts from the axiom that spirit is absolutely free, that is, not sullied by suffering, and arrives at the same axiom. That is, that the self is only illusorily drawn into the drama of existence. The only term that matters in this equation, suffering, is left out of account. Samkhya does not do away with human suffering, it denies it as reality by denying that it can have any relationship with the self. Suffering remains because it is a cosmic fact, but it loses its significance. Suffering is done away with by ignoring it as suffering. Certainly, this suppression of suffering is not empirical, narcotics, suicide, for from the Indian point of view, every empirical solution is illusory, since it is itself a karmic force. But Samkhya's solution drives man outside of humanity, for it can be realized only through the destruction of the human personality. The yoga practices proposed by Patanjali have the same goal. These soteriological solutions may appear pessimistic to Westerners, for whom personality remains, in the last analysis, the foundation of all morality and all mysticism. But for India, what matters most is not so much the salvation of the personality as obtaining absolute freedom. We shall see later that the deep meaning of this freedom leaves the most extreme Western formulations far behind. What the Indian actually wants is, in a certain sense, to abolish creation by reincorporating all forms in the primordial unity. Once it is granted that this freedom cannot be gained in our present human condition, and that personality is the vehicle of suffering and drama, it becomes clear that what must be sacrificed is the human condition and the personality. And this sacrifice is lavishly compensated for by the conquest of absolute freedom, which it makes possible. It could obviously be objected that the sacrifice demanded is too great for its fruits to be of any interest, for after all is not the human condition whose suppression is demanded man's sole patent of nobility. Samkhya and Yoga answer this probable objection of the Westerner in advance when they affirm, as long as man has not risen above the level of psychomental life, he cannot but misjudge the transcendental states that will be the reward for the disappearance of normal consciousness. Every value judgment in regard to these states is automatically invalidated by the mere fact that he who pronounces it is defined by his own condition, which is of an entirely different order from the condition upon which the value judgment is thought to bear. The structure of psychic experience. Classic yoga begins where Samkhya leaves off. Patanjali takes over the Samkhya dialectic almost in its entirety, but he does not believe that metaphysical knowledge can, by itself, lead man to final liberation. Gnosis, in his view, only prepares the ground for the acquisition of freedom, or murti. Emancipation must, so to speak, be conquered by sheer force, specifically by means of an ascetic technique and a method of contemplation which, taken together, constitute nothing less than the Yoga Darshana. The aim of yoga, as of Samkhya, is to do away with normal consciousness in favor of a qualitatively different consciousness, which can fully comprehend metaphysical truth. Now, for yoga, this suppression of normal consciousness is not something easily attained. In addition to gnosis, the darshana, it also implies a practice, abhyasa, an ascesis or tapas, in short, a physiological technique, compared with which the strictly psychological technique is subsidiary. Patanjali defines yoga as the suppression of states of consciousness. Yoga chittavritti nirodhaya. Hence, yogic technique presupposes an experimental knowledge of all the states that agitate a normal, secular, unilluminated consciousness. These states of consciousness are limitless in number, but they fall into three categories, respectively corresponding to the three possibilities of experience. 1. Errors and illusions, dreams, hallucinations, errors in perception, confusions, etc. 2. The sum total of normal psychological experiences, everything felt, perceived, or thought by the non-adept, by him who does not practice yoga. 3. The parapsychological experiences brought on by the yogic technique, and of course accessible only to adepts. In Patanjali's view, for each of these classes or categories of experience, there is a corresponding science or group of sciences that furnishes a norm for the experience, and if it goes beyond designated limits, forces it to return within them. The theory of knowledge, for example, together with logic, has the duty of preventing errors of the senses and conceptual confusions. Psychology, law, ethics, has as their object the sum total of the normal man's state of consciousness, which at the same time they evaluate and classify. Since, for Yoga and Samkhya, every psychological experience is produced by ignorance of the true nature of the self, Purusha, it follows that normal psychological events, although real from a strictly psychological point of view and validated from the point of view of logic, since they are not illusory, as are dreams and hallucinations, are nevertheless false from the metaphysical point of view. Thus, metaphysics recognizes as valid only a third category of states, principally those which precede in stasis or samadhi and prepare deliverance. The purpose of Patanjali's yoga, then, is to abolish the first two categories of experiences, respectively produced by logical and metaphysical error, and to replace them by an experience that is ecstatic, suprasensory, and extra-rational. By virtue of samadhi, the yogin finally passes permanently beyond the human condition, which is dramatic, produced by suffering, and consummated in suffering, and at last obtains the total freedom to which the Indian soul so ardently aspires. Vyasa classifies the modalities of consciousness or mental planes, Chittabhumi, as follows. 1. Unstable, Ksipta. 2. Confused, obscure, Mudha. 3. Stable and unstable, Viksipta. 4. Fixed on a single point, Ekagra. And 5. Completely restrained, Niruddha. Of these modalities, the first two are common to all men, for from the Indian point of view, psychomental life is normally confused. The third modality of consciousness, Vikshipta, is obtained by fixing the mind occasionally and provisionally through the exercise of attention, for example in the effort of memory or in connection with a mathematical problem, etc. But it is transitory and is of no help toward liberation, since it was not obtained through yoga. Only the last two of the modalities enumerated above are yogic states, i.e. brought on by ascesis and meditation. Vyasa's analysis continues with the doctrine that every normal consciousness can manifest itself in three different ways, according to which of the three gunas is predominant in it. For man, his life and his consciousness, together with the entire cosmos, are emanations of one and the same prakriti, emanations that differ in designation only through the predominance in them of one of the three constituent modalities of substance, that is, the gunas. Thus, 1. When sattva, purity, illumination through comprehension, predominates, consciousness manifests itself as prajna, vivacity, illumination, in general, state of mental clarity and serenity. 2. When rajas, energy, predominates, consciousness is pravritti. It is active and energetic, tense and willful. 3. When tamas, obscurity, heaviness, predominates, consciousness is sathiti, is inert, plunged in a state of repose and torpor. As we see, the immemorial Indian tradition, according to which man, the microcosm, is homologous with the macrocosm, is preserved intact by Patanjali's yoga. It alters the tradition only by transposing the homology into the vocabulary of its own physics, according to which the three gunas are equally present in nature and life on the one hand, and in the states of consciousness on the other. Clearly, this classification of the modalities and dispositions of consciousness is not made in view of mere knowledge. On the one hand, it sets yoga psychology securely in the universal Indian tradition, in which classifications and homologies are the rule. On the other hand, and this is of greater importance to us, the gradation of states of consciousness in accordance with hierarchical order is, in itself, a way of dominating them and getting rid of them at will. For, unlike Samkhya, yoga undertakes to destroy the different groups, species, and varieties of states of consciousness, chittavritti, one after the other. Now, this destruction cannot be accomplished unless one begins by having, as it were, experimental knowledge of the structure, origin, and intensity of that which is to be destroyed. Experimental knowledge here means method, technique, practice. One can gain nothing without acting, kriya, and without practicing asceticism, tapas. This is a leitmotif of yogic literature. Books 2 and 3 of the Yoga Sutras are more particularly devoted to this yogic activity, purifications, bodily attitudes, breathing techniques, etc. This is why yoga practice is indispensable, for it is only after having oneself experienced the first results of this technique that one can gain faith, sraddha, in the efficacy of the method. Indeed, yoga practice demands a long series of exercises which must be performed successfully, without haste, without impatience, without any trace of individual desire, to obtain conjunction, samadhi, quickly. Vyasa remarks in this connection that it is only after having conquered a certain plane or bhumi, that is, after having oneself experienced all the modalities of a certain yogic exercise, meditation, contemplation, etc., that one can pass to a higher plane. Except, of course, for the rare cases in which the yogin, scorning certain lower exercises, reading the thoughts of strangers, etc., concentrates his thought on God, Ishvara. As for the nature of the next following higher plane, Vyasa continues, only yoga practice can reveal it to us. Why? Because it is said in the scriptures, yoga must be known by means of yoga. Yoga manifests itself through yoga, etc. Denial of the reality of the yogic experience or criticism of certain of its aspects is inadmissible from a man who has no direct knowledge of its practice. For yogic states go beyond the condition that circumscribes us when we criticize them. It is always the mark of a weak feminine nature. It is always the mark of a weak feminine nature to endeavor to establish one's superiority on the issue of a verbal quarrel, whereas it is the sign of a man to desire to conquer the world by the strength of one's own arms, says a text that, though late, expresses a characteristic attitude of the yogic and tantric schools. The term abhyasa, practice, exercise, or application, is very frequently employed in the hatha yogic treatises. Through practice, abhyasa, success is obtained. Through practice, one gains liberation. Perfect consciousness is gained through practice. Yoga is attained through practice. Death can be cheated of its prey through practice. Through practice, one gets the power of vak, or prophecy, and the power of going everywhere, through mere exertion of will. Texts to this purport can be cited indefinitely. All emphasize the necessity for direct experience, for realization, for practice. Patanjali, and after him, countless yogic and tantric masters, know that the chittavrittis, the eddies of consciousness, cannot be controlled and finally done away with unless they are first known experimentally. In other words, one cannot free oneself from existence, samsara, if one does not know life concretely. Herein lies the explanation of the paradoxical teleology of creation, which, according to Samkhya and Yoga, fetters the human soul, and at the same time urges it on to liberation. Thus, the human condition, although dramatic, is not desperate, since experiences themselves tend to deliver the spirit, especially by producing disgust with samsara and longing for renunciation. Indeed, it is only through experiences that freedom is gained. Hence the gods, videha, the discarnate, who have no experience because they have no body, are in a condition of existence inferior to the human condition and cannot attain to complete liberation. The ambivalent function of experiences, which at once enslave man and stimulate him to free himself, is a concept peculiar to Indian thought. It will reveal more of its metaphysical implication when we come to deal with the Baroque varieties of yoga, tantrism, mystical eroticism, etc. But at this point, we can already recognize in yoga a tendency that is specifically its own, and one that, therefore, we have not encountered in the Samkhya Darshana. It is a tendency toward the concrete, toward the act, toward experimental verification. Even Patanjali's classic yoga, and even more the other kinds of yogas, accord the greatest importance to experience, that is, to knowledge of the different states of consciousness. And there is nothing surprising in this, given the aim that yoga in general pursues, which is to rarefy, to dislocate, and finally to do away with these states of consciousness. This tendency toward concrete experimental knowledge, in view of finally mastering that of which one has, so to speak, taken possession through knowing it, will be carried to its extreme by Tantrism. The subconscious. Analyzing the psychic individuality, Patanjali discovers 5 classes, or rather 5 matrices, producing psychomental states, chittavritti. Ignorance, avidya, the feeling of individuality, asmita, or personality, passion, raga, disgust, dvesa, and love of life, the will to live, abhinivesa. We must not think of these as 5 separate psychic functions. The psychic organism constitutes a whole, but its modes of behavior are many. All the classes of vrittis are painful, klesha. Hence, human experience in its entirety is painful. Only yoga makes it possible to suspend the vrittis and end suffering. Thus, the yogin must work with and manipulate these vrittis, which constitute the psychomental stream. Their ontological cause is, of course, ignorance. But, unlike Samkhya, yoga declares that abolition of metaphysical ignorance is not by itself enough to secure total destruction of the states of consciousness. The reason is that even if the eddies existing at any given moment were done away with, others would immediately replace them, arising from the immense reserves of latencies in the subconscious. The concept of vasana, which designates these latencies, is of primary importance in yoga psychology. In Patanjali's text, the term has the meaning specific subconscious sensations. The obstacles that these subliminal forces raise on the path of liberation are of 2 kinds. On the one hand, the vasanas constantly feed the psychomental stream, the infinite series of chittavrittis. On the other hand, and this by reason of their specific subliminal germinal modality, the vasanas constitute an immense obstacle, for they are in the highest degree elusive, difficult to control and master. By the very fact that their mode of being is that of potentiality, their own dynamism forces the vasanas to manifest, to actualize, themselves under the form of acts of consciousness. Thus, the yogin, even if he has long years of practice to his credit and has passed through several stages of his ascetic itinerary, is in danger of finding himself defeated by the invasion of a powerful stream of psychomental eddies, precipitated by the vasanas. The vasanas have their origin in memory, Vyasa writes, thus emphasizing their subliminal nature. Life is a continual discharge of vasanas, which manifest themselves through vrittis. In psychological terms, human existence is a continuous actualization of the subconscious through experiences. The vasanas condition the specific character of each individual, and this conditioning is in accordance both with his heredity and with his karmic situation. Indeed, everything that defines the intransmissible specificity of the individual, as well as the structure of human instincts, is produced by the vasanas, by the subconscious. The subconscious is transmitted either impersonally from generation to generation through language, mores, civilization, ethnic and historical transmission, or directly through karmic transmigration. We remind the reader in this connection that the karmic potentials are transmitted through an animic body, linga, literally subtle body, the linga sharira. A considerable part of human experience is owing to this racial and intellectual heritage, to these forms of action and thought which are created by the play of the vasanas. These subconscious forces determine the lives of the majority of men. It is only through yoga that they can be known, controlled, burned. All the states of consciousness are painful, klesha. This painful modality of the states of consciousness explains their frantic dynamism. One would say that states of consciousness attempt, by their sudden, dazzling, polymorphous, and vibrant appearance, to compensate for their impurity. Klista can also be translated state of sin or defilement. Their lack of ontological reality, for as we have seen, they are only the provisional manifestation of cosmic matter. The rapidity with which these eddies succeed one another in the consciousness of the non-initiate is consoling. The destiny of matter is to be in continual transformation, and if this is never ceasing and never resting, transformation is painful, klesha, it permits man, and even by exacerbating pain, invites him to escape from the cosmic circuit. For what characterizes human consciousness as well as the entire cosmos is the continuous circuit established between the different biomental levels. Man's acts, karma, instigated by psychomental states, chittavritti, in their turn instigate other chittavrittis. But these states of consciousness themselves result from the actualization of subliminal latencies, vasanas. Hence the circuit, latency, consciousness, acts, latencies, etc. Vasana, vritti, karma, vasana, etc. offers no point at which there is a solution of continuity. And since they are manifestations of cosmic matter, prakriti, all these modalities of psychic substance are real and, as such, cannot be destroyed through a simple act of cognition. As in the example classic in Indian philosophy, the illusion that one is faced by a snake is destroyed when, looking more closely, one sees that the snake was really a stick. Thus, the burning of these subliminal states, as it is termed in yoga, means that the self, Purusha, detaches itself from the flux of psychic life. In this case, the mental energy, which, being determined by the karmic law and projected by ignorance, until then filled the horizon of consciousness, which it darkened, also emerges from the individual orbit within which it had operated, asmita, personality, and left to itself, ends by again finding its place in prakriti in the primordial matrix. The liberation of the man simultaneously liberates a fragment of matter, by allowing it to return to the primordial unity from which it had proceeded. The circuit of psychic matter ends by virtue of the yogic technique. In this sense, one can say that the yogin contributes directly and personally to the repose of matter, to abolishing at least a fragment of the cosmos. That's weird. We shall later see the profoundly Indian meaning of this collaboration by the yogin in the repose of matter in the restoration of the primordial unity. We must add that, according to Patanjali, a consciousness filled with painful, or klishta, impure states cannot also contain states that are pure, klista. Indeed, even though they exist there, they could not manifest themselves because they would be blocked by the klista states. It is thus that the yoga writer explains the solidarity of humanity in evil and pain and the resistance that the human condition itself opposes to the message of renunciation. Pain is a universal datum, but few are they who have the courage for renunciation and the strength to travel the road of deliverance to the end. For as long as life is dominated by klishtas, every virtue that goes beyond them is immediately blocked, doomed to be abortive. From this longing for states that are isolated, pure, aklishta, pure not in the moral but in the metaphysical sense, arises the desire for knowledge, and it is through knowledge that the nature of experience is revealed and that klishtas can be cast aside as the result of a higher cognitive process, viveka, metaphysical discrimination. As we shall see further on, for yogic psychology and technique, the role of subconscious, vasana, is considerable, because it conditions not only a man's actual experience, but also his native predispositions, as well as his future voluntary decisions. Hence, it is useless to try to change states of consciousness, chittavritti, as long as the psychomental latencies, vasana, have not also been controlled and mastered. If the destruction of the chittavrittis is to succeed, it is indispensable that the circuit subconscious consciousness be broken. This is what yoga attempts to attain by the application of a series of techniques, all of which, broadly speaking, aim at annihilating the psychomental flux, undertake to arrest it. Before considering these various techniques, let us note in passing the profundity of the psychological analyses that we owe to Patanjali and his commentators. Long before psychoanalysis, yoga showed the importance of the role played by the subconscious. Indeed, it is in the dynamism that characterizes the unconscious that yoga sees the most serious obstacle that the yogin has to overcome. This is because the latencies, as if a strange impulse drove them to self-extinction, want to emerge into the light, want, by actualizing themselves, to become states of consciousness. The resistance that the subconscious opposes to every act of renunciation and asceticism, to every act that could result in emancipation of the self, is, as it were, the token of the fear that subconscious feels at the mere idea that the mass of as yet unmanifested latencies could fail of their destiny, could be destroyed before having time to manifest and actualize themselves. This thirst for actualization on the part of the vasanas is nevertheless interpenetrated by the thirst for extinction, for repose, that occurs at all levels of the cosmos. Although the extinction of psychomental latencies is bound up with their actualization represents only a change in the mode of being of nature, it is nonetheless true that every vasana manifested as a state of consciousness perishes as such. Certainly, other vasanas will replace it. But by actualizing itself, it has simply ceased to be. The intensity of the biomental circuit arises precisely from the fact that latencies and forms always tend to cancel themselves. Yet every appearance and every disappearance within the horizon of life, as within the psychomental horizon, testifies to refusal of self, thirst to cease to be what one is. Viewed from this angle, every form, every appearance, and every state of whatever kind that inhabits the universe is driven by the same instinct for liberation by which man is driven. The whole cosmos has the same tendency as man to return to the primordial unity. When certain forms of Mahayana Buddhism speak of the salvation of the entire cosmos, they are thinking of this final return and repose of things, beings, and forms. We referred above to the similarity between yoga and psychoanalysis, and in fact the comparison can be made with certain reservations, all of them, by the way, in favor of yoga. Unlike psychoanalysis, yoga does not see in the unconscious merely the libido, for in elucidating the circuit that connects consciousness and the subconscious, It is led to see the subconscious as at once the matrix and the receptacle of all egoistic acts, gestures, and intentions. That is, intentions dominated by the thirst for fruit, phallotrisna, by the desire for satisfaction of the self, for satiation, for multiplication. The source of everything that wants to manifest itself, that is, to have a form, to show its power, to define its personality, is the subconscious. Thence they arise, and thither, because of karmic sowings, they return. Even if this tendency to form is basically equivalent to the tendency to self-extinction possessed by the latencies, for as we said above, the actualization of latencies is at the same time their suicide. It is nonetheless true that from the point of view of pure spirit, Purusha, this tendency to form is egoistic by its aim being fruit, that is, a gain. Differing here too from psychoanalysis, yoga believes that the subconscious can be dominated by asceticism and even conquered through employing the technique for unification of the states of consciousness, which we shall presently discuss. The psychological and parapsychological experience of the East in general, and of yoga in particular, being incontestably more extensive and better organized than the experience upon which Western theories of the structure of the psyche have been built up, it is probable that on this point too yoga is right, and that, paradoxical as it may seem, the subconscious can be known, mastered, and conquered. It having fallen to my lot to visit, in very early life, the extraordinary people whose mythology I here endeavor to explain, and to remain among them in situations frequently favorable to the acquisition of information, until lately, I take the liberty of offering to the public this work, the result of my observations and inquiries. During an intercourse of many years with natives of almost every description, I often, in conversation of interesting topics, found myself at a loss in comprehending certain terms and allusions, and in seeking what I required and frequently experienced, the utility of pictures and visible objects in directing me in both. Hence I began to collect pictures and images, which in the progress of years, without being particularly valuable as a selection, have accumulated to a considerable extent. Conceiving that the possession of such objects may be of similar use in guiding the inquirer to sources of information that might not otherwise offer, and be agreeable at the same time to those in search of amusement chiefly, conceiving that the possession of such objects may be of similar use in guiding the inquirer to sources of information that might not otherwise offer, and be agreeable at the same time to those in search of amusement chiefly, I have caused many of those subjects to be accurately copied, and engraved by hands eminent in their respective lines. The greatest attention has been paid by the ingenious artist, Mr. Houghton of the Royal Academy, in taking the portraits of the images and the drawings of the pictures for my plates, which may be relied on as faithful representations of the original subjects, and will, I hope, be deemed curious in themselves, as well as possessing in many instances a highly creditable portion of elegance in their execution. Hindu artists being more skillful in metallurgy than in perspective, I farther indulge the hope that in the latter line my work may, if happily introduced among them, be ultimately of utility in contributing to their improvement. Nor, perhaps, will even the amateur or artist of Europe easily find more graceful models of outline than some of my plates will afford him. My work has, as is generally the case, exceeded in bulk what I originally intended, although, as will appear, I have well filled both page and plate, for the plates, though but 105 in number, contain near 2 than 1,000 mythological figures, attributes, and subjects, and have resorted to some artifices to increase their contents. Being unable to read the sacred books of the Brahmins, as Mr. Wilkins, Mr. Colebrook, Mr. Wilford, and others are, and as Sir William Jones, alas, was, I have, as acknowledged, very freely availed myself of the labours of these learned gentlemen, and shall be well pleased if, in return, they can benefit in any way from my publication. Of such friends as have favoured me with the gift or loan of materials, I have made grateful mention, and I will here generally thank many others who made me obliging offers of assistance that it did not suit me to accept. In this I could do myself honour by names eminent for learning and virtue, both in England and in India, some of whom, however, and the obligation is the greater, I am not so fortunate as to call friends personally, but they have been such to my work, and I heartily thank them. Other zealous friends, in both portions of the globe, have most kindly and profitably exerted themselves in favour of my work. Such will accept my cordial acknowledgments. To Mr. Wilkins, whose kindness has been so promptly extended to me on every occasion, mythological and miscellaneous, I must, however, thus return thanks in a more pointed manner, and should do it more particularly were it not that the pride, which I cannot conceal, of the countenance and friendship of a man whose such rare talents and virtues might wear the semblance of a display of vanity and egotism. Among other aids, he has been so good as to affix the names in Sanskrit to many of the subjects of my plates. But it may be necessary to mention that, however I may have availed myself of his intelligence and communications, he bears no share in their application or arrangement, and that although my advantages so derived are numerous, the errors and follies of my work, whatever they may be, are exclusively my own. Although there can, I think, be but little doubt of the mythological legends of the Hindus being the source whence have been derived the fables and deities of Greece and Italy, and other heathen people of the West, a relationship highly interesting, it is not my purpose in this publication to enter into any disquisitions and proof of such origin. I have, indeed, seen the length it would have carried me avoided the subject. In the quotations that I have had occasion to make, it has been introduced, and I have casually noticed some coincidences, but I leave to learned writers any general comparison of such deities throughout their manifold agreements in origin, name, character, attributes, and other points of presumable identity. In orthography, I have generally followed Mr. Wilkins' system, but strict uniformity has not been observed throughout. I have not always avoided, as I wished, the hard C initial and medial. Krishna is sometimes spelled Krishna with a C, Kartikeya with a C, or perhaps, according to Sir William Jones, Kartikeya with two C's, Lakshmi as Lakshmi, etc. The U for OO, medical and final, as introduced by him and now generally substituted in Hindu for Hindu, Arjun for Arjun, etc. I have uniformly endeavoured to use, and it was my wish farther to have attended to the system of accentuation adopted by the above gentlemen. From the press I found accuracy on such minute points unattainable, without more frequent corrections than I could give the proofs, and I have therefore, to avoid the risk of misleading, altogether refrained from the attempt. It might be becoming were I to offer some apology for the presumption so apparent in my undertaking, and for my conscious comparative incompetence in executing it. Such apology, however, in unison with my feelings, might afford an excuse for not publishing at all, but would be insufficient for publishing, if it proved so, a bad book. And I shall urge it no farther than to avail myself of the opportunity of stating that, having been accustomed to an active life, I arranged the materials of this work during an undesired abundance of leisure, for the sake of the enjoyment it yielded, and in the pleasing hope that my friends and the public will not be altogether disappointed. I assure my reader that I have done my best, and wish more earnestly than he can that it were in my power to offer him a book more worthy of his favourable notice. The frontispiece to this work is taken from a brass cast of Ganesha, the Hindu god of prudence and policy, generally invoked at the commencement of all undertakings, whether at a literary or other description, as is more particularly explained in page 95, and in other pages referred to in the index. The sacred and mystical character seen encircled by a serpent over his head is the holy monosyllable Om. See page 380 and index. Above the plate is Sri Ganesha in Sanskrit characters from Mr. Wilkins' masterly pen, as is also the Sanskrit in the title page Sri Sarva Deva Sabha, the court of all the holy gods. It was my intention to have interspersed the plates among the pages, and facing those wherein the plates are more particularly described, an arrangement adverted to in some pages. But on the completion of the work I found it inconvenient, for plates are referred to for many pages, and placing them at the end was found preferable in several respects, and has been adopted. And yeah, so this book is very thick and big, actually. It's hard to hold. So it's actually easier to read kind of on here anyway. But I know that quite a bit of it is pictures, which, yeah, I guess it does have them in here, but they're not very scanned very well, of Brahm. The religious doctrines of the Hindus may be divided, like those of most other people, whose scriptures are in a hidden tongue, into exoteric and esoteric. The first is preached to the vulgar, the second is known only to a select number. And while the Brahmins are admitted to possess a considerable portion of unadulterated physical and moral truths, the exoteric religion of the Hindus in general consists in gross idolatry and irrational superstition. The doctrines thus divided may be otherwise styled religion and mythology. The latter is perhaps the invention rather of poets than of priests. But being so well adapted to their purpose, the priests have artfully applied it to rivet the mental chains that, when the scriptures are concealed, they seldom fail to assist in forging for mankind. Strictly speaking, the religion of the Hindus is monotheism. They worship God in unity and express their conceptions of the divine being and his attributes in the most awful and sublime terms. God, thus adored, is called Brahm, the one eternal mind, the self-existing, incomprehensible spirit. After this we enter a field of allegory so wide and so diverse, and at first sight so confused and contradictory, that much ingenious research was found necessary among its early cultivators to reduce it to any regular arrangement, and much remains still to be done before the inquirer can be repaid by the development of those truths that are unquestionably buried in the amazing mass of mythology that I humbly endeavor to illustrate. The will of God, that the world should exist and continue, is personified, and his creative and preservative powers appear in Brahma and Vishnu, while Shiva is the emblem of his destructive energy, not, however, of absolute annihilation, but rather of reproduction in another form. In mythology, therefore, the triad of persons represents the almighty powers of creation, preservation, and destruction. In metaphysics, Brahma is matter, Vishnu spirit, Shiva time, or in natural philosophy, earth, water, and fire. Once deviating from rational devotion, the ardent mind of man knows no bounds. These three persons are hence fabled to have wives, the executors of the divine will, the energies of their respective lords. The fables arising from sexual allegories can scarcely fail of degenerating into indelicacy, although we may admit that many historical and scientific truths lie concealed in their morale, or in their moral. The rage for personification is unbounded. The sun, moon, and all the heavenly host, fire, air, and all natural phenomena, all nature indeed, is animated. The passions and emotions of human beings, their vices and virtues, are transformed into persons and act appropriate parts in the turbulent history of man. The preservative and regenerative forces, being in constant action, are feigned to have descended on earth innumerable times, in diverse places, for instruction and benefit, including the profitable punishment of mankind. The wives and children of these powers have also, like their lords and parents, descended and assumed an infinite variety of forms on earth for similar purposes. The history of these endless incarnations affords ample scope for the imagination, and they are worked up by the poets with wonderful fertility, genius, and pomp of language, into a variety of sublime descriptions interspersed with theological and moral texts, that at length were received as inspired productions and have become the standard of divine truth. Of Brahma, the deity's creative energy, less appears to have been said and sung than comparatively of other co-equal members of the triad. He has, like them, his consort and offspring, and has had terrestrial incarnations, but the work of creation being past, Brahma, its represented power, is no longer especially adored in temples dedicated exclusively to him. Associated with the other deities, offerings are gratefully made, and invocations piously addressed to the primary person, but as his portion of divine activity doth not operate on the present hopes and fears of the enthusiastic or trembling suppliant, the exclusive and especial adoration of Brahma has mixed itself with that addressed to Vishnu and Shiva. Gratitude is less ardent than hope or fear. In time it becomes overpowered by their superior potency, and its object is in a manner forgotten. But a Hindu, spurning at sobriety of narration, cannot plainly state any historical or philosophical fact. It must have a fabulous and mythological origin, progress, and termination. Hence, the three sects, who separately worshipped the co-equal, co-eternal powers, have, by a series of poetical persecution and warfare, in which the followers of Brahma were discomfited, his temples overthrown, and his worship abolished, been reduced to two, and the sects of Vaishnava and Shiva now comprise all the individuals of that very numerous race, distinguished by the appellation of Hindus. These two sects, or grand divisions, are variously subdivided, as will be unfolded in the course of our work, but the whole, with the exception of the philosophic view, are influenced by a superstitious and idolatrous polytheism. The ignorant address themselves to idols fashioned by the hand of man. The sage worships God in spirit. Of that infinite, incomprehensible, self-existent spirit, no representation is made. To his direct, immediate honor, no temples rise, nor dare a Hindu address to him the effusions of his soul, otherwise than by the mediation of a personified attribute, or through the intervention of a priest who will teach him that gifts, prostration, and sacrifice are good because they are pleasing to the gods, not as an unsophisticated heart must feel that piety and benevolence are pleasing to God because they are good. But, although the Hindus are taught to address their vows to idols and saints, these are still but types and personifications of the deity who is too awful to be contemplated, and too incomprehensible to be described. Still, the ardor and enthusiasm of sectaries, when representing the object of their own exclusive adoration, dictate very awful and sublime effusions, exalting him into the throne of the Almighty, and arraying him in all the attributes of the Most High. It is, therefore, under the articles allotted to the description of persons and attributes and sects and symbols that our attention will be chiefly arrested and detained. As the Hindu erects no altars to Brahm, so we shall in this place make him but a brief offering of our consideration. In imitation of sectarial devotees, we shall dwell longer on the contemplation of created or imaginary beings, and, haply aided by a ray of their philosophic light, look through nature up to nature's God. Of him whose glory is so great there is no image. I can give no representation in the engraved portion of my work, nor shall I here detain the reader, but proceed to the consideration of the personified attributes of that invisible, incomprehensible being, which illumines all, delights all, whence all proceeded, that by which they will live when born, and that to which all must return. The name Brahm is by Professor Wilson written Brahma, and to be distinguished from Brahma, the former being the neuter and the latter being the personal form of the same word. The neuter form expresses abstract, supreme spirit, and appears to be used exactly in the same way as Tamil writers use the form Sivam, the highest state of the deity in which he assumes no form, but is a pure spirit in perfect quiescence, free from passions and emotions, eternally and inconceivably happy, in whom the soul, liberated from defilement and birth, becomes absorbed as a drop of water in the ocean. The word Brahma is derived from the root vriba, to increase, because it is infinite spirit, and because it is the cause by which the Vedas and all things are developed. Vishnu Purana 278. The following extracts, which treat of the nature of Brahm or Brahma as abstract spirit, will show how far the assertion that the religion of the Hindus is monotheistic is correct. He whom the mind alone can perceive, whose essence eludes the external organs, who has no visible parts, who exists from eternity, even he, the soul of all beings, whom no being can comprehend, shown forth in person. Institutes of Manu 1:7. Let every Brahmin, with fixed attention, consider all nature, both visible and invisible, as existing in the divine spirit. The divine spirit alone is the whole assemblage of gods. All worlds are seated in the divine spirit. Manu 12, 118, 119. See also 1:16, 17, and 65, and 8:91 and 12:91. There are two states of this Brahma, one with and one without shape, one perishable and one imperishable, which are inherent in all beings. The imperishable is the Supreme Being. The perishable is all the world. The blaze of fire burning on one spot diffuses light and heat around. So the world is nothing more than the manifested energy of the Supreme Brahma, and inasmuch, Maitreya, as the light and heat are stronger or feebler as we are near to the fire or far from it, so the energy of the Supreme is more or less intense in the beings that are less or more remote from him. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are the most powerful energies of God. Next to them are the inferior deities, then the attendant spirits, then men, then animals, birds, insects, vegetables, each becoming more and more feeble as they are farther from the primitive source. In this way, illustrious Brahman, this whole world, although in essence imperishable and eternal, appears and disappears as if it were subject to birth or death. Vishnu Purana 157. The primitive worship of the Hindus was that of the elements. Their religion or philosophy has always been pantheistic. Brahma. Brahma, the personification of the creative power of the deity, although the name most familiar of the three to European readers, is not so often heard of in India as those of the great powers of preservation and destruction, or as of several other deities or incarnations of deities of an inferior description. Images of Brahma are made and placed in the temples of other gods. He is reverently propitiated by offerings and invocations. He also has had, like Vishnu and Shiva, incarnations or avatars, but he has no temples or rites exclusively dedicated to him. The act of creation is past. The creative power of the deity has no immediate interference in the continuation or cessation of material existence, or in other words, with the preservation or destruction of the universe. At a stated time, the creative power will again be called into action, as will be noticed when we speak of the period Kalpa. Till then, only the powers of preservation and destruction excite the hopes and fears of the devotee. But as, according to the generally received theory, destruction is only reproduction in another form, and as creation is a modification of a pre-existing formation of matter, the creative as well as the destructive power is thus admitted to be also, although less evidently, in constant action. Such action is, however, inevitable in its results, and the principle or power exciting it is less ardently and less conspicuously invoked or propitiated than its destructive precursor, although their reciprocal action and reaction have caused a sort of unity of character, and Brahma and Shiva are sometimes found almost identified with each other, oftener, however, in direct opposition and hostility. Brahma creates, Shiva destroys, but to destroy is to create in another form. Shiva and Brahma hence coalesce. In mythology, therefore, Brahma is the first of the three great personified attributes of Brahm, or the Supreme Being. He is called first of the gods, framer of the universe, guardian of the world. Under the latter character, he agrees with Vishnu. In physics, he is the personification of matter generally. From him all things proceeded, and in him the universe pre-existed. As the oak exists in the acorn, or rather as the Hindu would express it, as the fruit is in the seed, awaiting development and expansion, so all material forms existed in Brahma, and their germs were at once produced by him. Grain within grain, successive harvests dwell, and boundless forests slumber in a shell. From his mouth, arm, thigh, and foot proceeded severally the priest, the warrior, the trader, and the laborer. These, by successive reproduction, peopled the earth. The sun sprung from his eye, and the moon from his mind. Brahma is usually represented with 4 faces, said to represent the 4 quarters of his own work, and said sometimes to refer to a supposed number of elements of which he composed it, and to the sacred Vedas, one of which issued from each mouth. There are legends of his having formerly had 5 heads, one having been cut off by Shiva, who is himself sometimes 5-headed. These legends will be noticed hereafter. Red is the color supposed to be peculiar to the creative power. We often see pictures of Brahma of that color, which also represents fire and its type the sun. It is likewise the color of the earth or matter, which Brahma also is. Brahma is therefore the earth. So we shall by and by find is Vishnu. Brahma is therefore the earth. So we shall by and by find is Vishnu. Brahma is fire, so is Shiva, and all 3 are the sun, and the sun is a symbol of Brahm, the Eternal One. Fire is an emblem of the all-changing, that is, time. Shiva, generally, and Brahma occasionally correspond with time. I thus notice this agreement, or contradiction, or whatever it be, as I shall have occasion frequently, in the course of my humble work, to bring it to the reader's recollection that most, if not all, of the gods of the Hindu pantheon will, on close investigation, resolve themselves into the 3 powers, and those powers into one deity, Brahm, typified by the sun. Keeping this in view, we may perhaps account for the disagreement discernible in the different accounts relating to the theogony of the Hindus. They are, as we shall have occasion often to notice, divided into sects, each sect worshipping some individual deity or 2 or more conjoined. Such individual deity is gifted by its votary with all the attributes of the Most High, and is made the source whence emanate all other gods. Although there is, I believe, no sect named after Brahma, denoting him to be the exclusive object of their adoration, yet by some legends he is described as the Almighty. And even his spouse, or Shakti, Saraswati, as we shall find when we come to notice her, is described as all-productive, all-powerful, and all-wise. Thus, if a Vaishnava speak or write of Vishnu, he is actually described as the deity. If one of the adored incarnations or avatars of Vishnu, Krishna or Rama for instance, he is likewise omnipotent and omniscient. He is Vishnu. The same of Shiva. When described by one of his own sect, he is the very god of very god. This may be extended even to inferior gods and goddesses. A poet meaning to describe their energy calls them omnipotent, their wisdom, they are omniscient, their activity, they are omnipresent. Hence arises a confusion that embarrasses the inquirer at every step. Gods meet with gods and jostle in the dark. and being ultimately resolved into one as that one is approached, the clashing seems more and more frequent. Mr. Colebrook, in a paper that I shall frequently have occasion to benefit by, has the following paragraph applicable to this topic. The deities invoked appear, on a cursory inspection of the Veda, to be as various as the authors of the prayers addressed to them, but, according to the most ancient annotations of the Indian scripture, those numerous names of persons and things are all resolvable into different titles of three deities and ultimately of one god. The Niganti, or glossary of the Vedas, concludes with three lists of names of deities, the first comprising such as are deemed synonymous with fire, the second with air, and the third with the sun. In the last part of the Niruta, which entirely relates to deities, it is twice asserted that there are but three gods, Tisra eva devata. The further inference that these intended but one deity is supported by many passages in the Veda, and is very clearly and concisely stated in the beginning of the index to the Rig Veda on the authority of the Niruta and of the Veda itself. The deities are only three, whose places are the earth, the intermediate region, and heaven, namely fire, air, and the sun. They are pronounced to be the deities of the mysterious names severally, and Prajapati, the lord of creatures, is the deity of them collectively. The syllable Om intends every deity. It appertains to Brahm, the vast one, to Deva, God, to Adhyatma, the superintending soul. Other deities belonging are variously named and described on account of their different operations. But in fact there is only one deity, the Great Soul, Maha-Atma. He is called the Sun, for he is the soul of all beings, and he is declared by the sage, the Sun is the soul of Jagat, what moves, and of Tatnush, that which is fixed. Other deities are portions of him, and that is expressly declared by the sage. The wise call fire Indra, Mitra, and Varuna, etc. This passage, taken from different parts of the Veda, shows, says Mr. Colebrook, what is also deducible from other texts of the Indian scriptures translated in the present and former essays, that the ancient Hindu religion, as founded on the Indian scriptures, recognizes but one God, yet not sufficiently discriminating the creature from the creator. On the Vedas, Asiatic Research, Volume 8, page 397. I shall enter as little as possible into the subject of Hindu philosophy, no farther indeed than is immediately connected with their mythology. The following passage from Sir William Jones's dissertation on the gods of Greece, Italy, and India will show how those subjects are connected and how the three great powers emanate from and exist in Brahm. It must always be remembered that the learned Hindus, as they are taught by their own books, in truth, acknowledge only one supreme being, whom they call Brahm, or the Great One. They believe his essence to be infinitely removed from the comprehension of any mind but his own, and they suppose him to manifest his power by the operation of his divine spirit, Vishnu, the pervader, and Narayan, or moving on the waters. Both in the masculine gender, whence he is often denominated the first male, and by his power it is believed that the whole order of the universe is preserved and supported. But the Vedantis, unable to form a distinct idea of brute matter independent of mind, or to conceive that the work of supreme goodness was left a moment to itself, imagine that the deity is ever present to his work, and constantly supports a series of perceptions which, in one sense, they call illusory, though they cannot but admit the reality of all created forms, as far as the happiness of creatures can be affected by them. When they consider the divine power exerted in creating, they call the deity Brahma. In the masculine gender also, and when they view him in the light of destroyer, or rather changer of forms, they give him 1,000 names, of which Shiva, Isa or Iswara, Rudra, Hara, Shambhu, Mahadeva or Mahesa are the most common. The first operations of these three powers are variously described in the different Puranas by a number of allegories, and from them we may deduce the Ionian philosophy of primeval water, the doctrine of the mundane egg, and the veneration paid to the nymphae or lotus, which was anciently revered in Egypt as it is at present in Hindustan, Tibet, and Nepal. Asiatic Researches, Volume 1, page 243. The names of Brahma are not so numerous as those of his great coadjutors. Vishnu and Shiva are said to have 1,000 each. He is sometimes called Kamala Yoni. Brahma, having by a generally received system founded on the doctrines of the Vaishnavas, sprang on a lotus from the navel of Vishnu, to bid all worlds exist. Has hence, and perhaps in other points, relation to the lotus, but it is a more immediate attribute of Vishnu, being the prime of aquatic vegetables, and he a personification of water. His consort, Lakshmi, in one character sprang from the sea, and the lotus, being also the emblem of female beauty, is peculiarly sacred to her, and she is called Kamala, or lotus-like. All the principal and several of the secondary deities, or incarnations of the principal, have wives assigned them, who are called Saktis, and, except in sects, exactly represent their respective lords, being their energy or active power, the executors of their divine will. The Shakti of Brahma is Saraswati, the goddess of harmony in the arts. A separate article will be allotted to a description and account of her, as well as to the Shaktis in general. Many deities have, as well as wives, vehicles or vahans allotted to them. That of Brahma and of his Shakti is the swan or goose, called Hansa. But he is not so frequently seen mounted on it as other deities are on theirs. In my collection of images and pictures I have not one of him so mounted, nor do I recollect having met him on or with his goose except in the celebrated cave on Elephanta. In Plate 1 he is seen in his usual form, with 4 faces and 4 arms, having in his hands what his descendants, the Brahmins, are supposed to have often in theirs, a portion of the Veda or scripture, a spoon used in the performance of sacred ceremonies for lustral water, a rosary for assisting abstraction in contemplating the attributes of God, a bead being tapped or counted at the mental recitation of each of his names, while the mind is intensely fixed on the idea that the name, which is significant of some attribute, excites, and fourthly, a vessel to contain water for ablution, a preliminary essential to prayer or sacrifice. This plate is taken from a cast in metal made by Mr. Wilkins, superintended by Pandits, learned Brahmins, theologians, in Benares. The subjects of Plate 2 are taken from sketches that I have found among my materials. They came into my hands at Pune and are mere outlines, exactly resulted in the plate. The plate represents the 3 grand attributes of the deity personified in Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva: creation, preservation, and destruction. In this place I will introduce a lengthened extract from Mr. Wilford's dissertation on Egypt and the Nile as an appropriate introduction and illustration of sundry passages of our compilation. There is no subject in which the modern Brahmins are more reserved than when closely interrogated on the title of Deva, or God, which their most sacred books give to the sun. They avoid a direct answer, have recourse to evasions, and often contradict one another in themselves. They confess, however, unanimously that the sun is an emblem or image of their great deities, jointly and individually, that is, of Brahm, or the Supreme One, who alone exists really and absolutely, the 3 male divinities themselves being only Maya or delusion. The body of the sun they consider as Maya, but since he is the most glorious and active emblem of God, they respect him as an object of high veneration. All this must appear very mysterious, but it flows from the principal tenet of the Vedantis, or Vedantins, that the only being which has absolute and real existence is the divine spirit, infinitely wise, infinitely benign, and infinitely powerful, expanded through the universe, not merely as the soul of the world, but as the provident ruler of it, sending forth rays or emanations from his own essence, which are the pure vital souls of all animated creatures, whether movable or immovable. That is, as we should express ourselves, both animals and vegetables, and which he calls back to himself according to certain laws established by his unlimited wisdom. Though Brahm be neuter in the character of the Most High One, yet in that of Supreme Ruler, he is named Parameshwara, or Parameshwara. But through the infinite veneration to which he is entitled, the Hindus meditate on him with silent adoration and offer prayers and sacrifices only to the higher emanations from him. In a mode incomprehensible to inferior creatures, they are involved at first in the gloom of Maya, and subject to various taints from attachment to worldly affections, but they can never be reunited to their source, until they dispel the illusion by self-denial, renunciation of the world, and intellectual abstraction, and until they remove the impurities which they have contracted by repentance, mortification, and successive passages through the forms of animal or vegetables, according to their demerits. In such a reunion consists their final beatitude, and to effect it by the best possible means is the object of their supreme ruler, who, in order to reclaim the vicious, to punish the incorrigible, to protect the oppressed, to destroy the oppressor, to encourage and reward the good, and to show all spirits the path to their ultimate happiness, has been pleased, say the Brahmins, to manifest himself in a variety of ways from age to age in all parts of the habitable world. When he acts immediately without assuming a shape or sending forth a new emanation, or when a divine sound is heard from the sky, that manifestation of himself is called Akasavani, or an ethereal voice. When the sound proceeds from a meteor or a flame, it is said to be Agni Puri, or formed of fire. But an avatara is a descent of the deity in the shape of a mortal, and an avantara is a similar incarnation of an inferior kind, intended to answer to some purpose of less moment. The Supreme Being and the celestial emanations from him are Nirakara, or bodiless, in which state they must be invisible to mortals, but when they are pratyaksha, or obvious to the sight, they become sakara, or embodied, and expressive of the divine attributes, as Krishna revealed himself to Arjuna, or in a human form which Krishna usually bore. And in that mode of appearing, the deities are generally supposed to be born of a woman, but without any carnal intercourse. Those who follow the Purva Mimamsa, or philosophy of Jaimini, admit no such incarnations of deities, but insist that the Devas were mere mortals, whom the Supreme Being was pleased to endow with qualities approaching to his own attributes. And the Hindus in general perform acts of worship to some of their ancient monarchs and sages, who were deified in consequence of their eminent virtues. Wilford, on Egypt and the Nile, Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, page 374. The following quotation illustrates the opinions of the Vaishnavas on the relation of the three great powers to Brahm, or the Supreme Being. Affecting then the quality of activity, Hari, the Lord of all himself, becoming Brahma engaged in the creation of the universe. Vishnu, with the quality of goodness and of immeasurable power, preserves created things through successive ages until the close of the period termed Kalpa, when the same mighty deity, Janardana, invested with the quality of darkness, assumes the awful form of Rudra and swallows up the universe. Having thus devoured all things and converted the world into one vast ocean, the Supreme reposes upon his mighty serpent couch amidst the deep. He awaits after a season, and again as Brahma becomes the author of creation. Vishnu Purana 19. It should be remembered, however, that the Shaivites do not allow this interchange of persons in the Hindu triad. They treat the personification of Brahma with extreme contempt, deny the equality of Vishnu, and maintain the sole supremacy of Shiva. See Taylor's Oriental Manuscripts, Volume 2. Well, page 12 and 13 aren't there, so I just have to read it from here. Or 13. Oh, wait. Yeah, 12 and 13. So yeah, 12 and 13 is gone, and it's a different format. If the term orthodox can in strictness be applied to any sect of Hindus, it appears most appropriate to that of the Vaishnavas, or general worshippers of Vishnu. They admit the independent existence of the other personified attributes, but claim a superiority for that of preservation. Nothing, they say, can be actually destroyed. The operation of the destructive power varies the form of matter, but it is only changed, not annihilated, reproduced, not destroyed. Hence they infer the paramount power of preservation. What the essential difference is between the sect of Vaishnavas and that of Shaivas, or worshippers of Shiva, may be, I cannot definitely state. For, while the latter deem the object of their own exclusive adoration to be the immediate type of the Supreme Being, the philosophical idea of the eternal duration of matter, that is, its susceptibility of change in form, not of annihilation in principle, seems, under some qualification, common to both. Without attempting a comparison or contrast of the theories of these two grand divisions of Hindus, I shall, under the head of each, or under that of their several Shaktis and avatars, offer such suggestions as may incidentally arise, and make such extracts of applicable legends as may enable the reader to form an opinion himself on these and other points. Under the head of sects will be explained how the Vaishnavas are subdivided, one adoring Krishna as Vishnu, and this is often considered as orthodox Vaishnavas, another adoring his Shakti or Radha, and a third Krishna and Radha conjointly, and similarly another subdivision who worship Rama and Sita separately and together. Vishnu is the second person of the Hindu triad. He is personification of the preserving power, and has, on the whole, no doubt, a greater number of adorers than any other deity or attribute. Under the several heads of avatars, Krishna, Rama, Buddha, etc., such and frequent mention will be made of their prototype Vishnu, who is everywhere always, that it is impossible to avoid numerous instances of repetition, and in our present state of mythological knowledge, some perplexity and contradiction are, I fear, inevitable. He is a personification of the sun, or conversely, the sun is a type of him. This character, as well as that of time, he shares with Brahma and Shiva. In Hindu mythology, everything is indeed the sun. Vishnu is sometimes the earth, he is water or the human principle generally, hence he is air, which the Hindus know to be a form of humidity. He is also space, and his color is blue, supposed to be its apparent tint. mounted on an eagle, or rather an animal composed of an eagle and the man named Garuda, Vishnu is seen cleaving his own element and soaring to the skies. This marks the aerial levity of his character, and the sluggish goose, who is emblematic of gravity and is given as a vahun or vehicle to Brahma, the personification of matter or substance. His Shakti or consort is Lakshmi, of whom, as well as his vehicle Garuda, we shall hereafter take particular notice. The following 4 verses are a literal translation from the Bhagavat by Sir William Jones. They are supposed to have been pronounced by the Supreme Being to Brahma. The Bhagavat being the work of a Vaishnava, it of course speaks of Vishnu as that being, or rather of Krishna, identified by his sectaries with the preserving power. Even I was at first not any other being, that which exists, unperceived, supreme, afterwards. I am that which is, and he who must remain am I, except the first cause. Whatever may appear and may not appear in the mind, know that to be the mind's maya or delusion, as light, as darkness, as the great elements are in various beings, yet not entering, that is, pervading, not destroying. Thus am I in them, yet not in them. Even thus far may inquiry be made by him who seeks to know the principle of mind in union and separation, which must be everywhere always. Asiatic Researches, Volume 1, page 245. As the soul of the world, or the pervading mind, so finely described by Virgil, we see Jove represented by several Roman poets, and with great sublimity by Lucan, in the well-known speech of Cato concerning the Ammonian oracle. Jupiter is wherever we look, wherever we move. This is precisely the Indian idea of Vishnu, according to the 4 verses above exhibited. Not that the Brahmins imagined their male divinity to be the divine essence of the Great One, which they declared to be wholly incomprehensible, but since the power of pervading created things by a superintending providence belongs eminently to the Godhead, they hold that power to exist transcendently in the preserving member of the triad, whom they suppose to be everywhere always, not in substance but in spirit and energy. Here, however, I speak of the Vaishnavas, for the Shaivas ascribe a sort of preeminence to Shiva. Page 247. The following legends, taken from Mr. Wilford's Dissertations on Egypt and the Nile in the 3rd volume of the Asiatic Researches, will introduce us to the character of Vishnu and other points connected with him and Hindu mythology in general, and will explain several difficulties in a manner superior to what I could furnish from any other source. Such passages as bear more immediately on subjects under discussion, or as may appear to require it, I shall endeavor to illustrate by a concise note or reference. It is related in the Skanda Purana that when the whole earth was covered with water and Vishnu lay extended asleep on the bosom of Devi, a lotus arose from his navel, and its ascending flower soon reached the surface of the flood. That Brahma sprang from that flower and, looking around without seeing any creature on the boundless expanse, imagined himself to be the firstborn, and entitled to rank above all future beings, yet resolved to investigate the deep and to ascertain whether any being existed in it who could controvert his claim to preeminence. He glided down the stalk of the lotus, and finding Vishnu asleep, asked loudly who he was. "I am the firstborn," answered Vishnu, and when Brahma denied his primogeniture, they had an obstinate battle, till Mahadeva pressed between them in great wrath, saying, "It is I who am truly the firstborn, but I will resign my pretensions to either of you, who shall be able to reach and behold the summit of my head, or the soles of my feet." Brahma instantly ascended, but having fatigued himself of no purpose in the regions of immensity, yet loth to abandon his claim, returned to Mahadeva, declaring that he had attained and seen the crown of his feet, and called as his witness the first-born cow. For this union, the pride and falsehood, the angry god ordained that no sacred rites should be performed to Brahma, and that the mouth of the cow should be defiled in a cause of defilement, as it is declared to be in the oldest Indian laws. When Vishnu returned, he acknowledged that he had not been able to see the feet of Mahadeva, who then told him that he was the firstborn among the gods and should be raised above all. It was after this that Mahadeva cut off the fifth head of Brahma, whose pride, says the Skanda Purana, occasioned his loss of power and influence in the countries bordering on the river Kali. Whether these wild stories on the wars of the three principal gods mean only the religious wars between their several sectaries, or whether they have any more hidden meaning, it is evident from the Puranas, which represent Egypt as the theater of action, that they are the original legends of the wars between Osiris, Horus, and Typhon, for Brahma, in his character of all-destroying time, corresponds with Typhon, and Mahadeva, in that of the productive principle, with Horus or Hara, who assumes each of his characters on various occasions, either to restore the powers or to subdue the opponents of Vishnu, or active nature, from whom his auxiliary springs. Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, page 375. The conflict between Brahma and Vishnu, mitigated by the interposition of Shiva, refers probably to some historical incident in a religious war, in which the adherents of Brahma were discomfited, and his temples consequently overthrown. And although it may be said that the moral is good, which inculcates the belief that pride and falsehood, even in a god, must meet its deserved punishment, it may be more reasonably maintained that the example set by a deity of such a reprehensible tendency is more likely to have a pernicious effect on the imitative frailties of human nature. Like the gods of Greece, those of India cannot be at all times commended for the correctness of their conduct or conversation. The reverse, indeed, is too often observable. Another legend from the same learned dissertation makes Shiva the offspring of Vishnu. I shall add it here, as well as the reflections of Mr. Wilford, naturally arising from a parentage so apparently inconsistent. It is said in the Vaishnavagama that Kurasura was a demon with the face of a boar, who nevertheless was continually reading the Veda and performing such acts of devotion that Vishnu appeared to him on the banks of the Brahmaputra, promising to grant any boon that he could ask. Kurasura requested that no creature then existing in the three worlds might have power to deprive him of life, and Vishnu complied with his request. But the demon became so insolent that the devatas, whom he oppressed, were obliged to conceal themselves, and he assumed the dominion of the world. Vishnu was then sitting on a bank of the Kali, greatly disquieted by the malignant ingratitude of the demon, and his wrath being kindled, a shape which never before had existed sprang from his eyes. It was Mahadeva, in his destructive character, who dispelled in a moment the anxiety of Vishnu, whence he acquired the surname Chintahara. Page 376. Vishnu and Shiva are each said to have 1,000 names, and they are in most instances significant compound Sanskrit words. There are legends in the Puranas and other books accounting for the origin and application of such names. The 1,000 names of Vishnu and Shiva are strung together in verse and are repeated on certain occasions by Brahmins as a sort of litany, accompanied sometimes with the rosary. As each name is mentally recited with the attention abstractly fixed on the attribute or character that such name incites the idea of, a bead is dropped through the finger and thumb. Such operation is supposed to assist and promote abstraction, an attainment that enthusiastic Hindus think exceedingly efficacious. Brahmins and pious men of inferior tribes are often seen with rosaries in their hands, composed of amber, or of certain rough berries that are sacred to some of the gods. Brahma is frequently seen in pictures or images with the rosary in his hands. See Plate 2. So is Shiva, Plate 7. The use of rosaries is adopted in India and perhaps in other countries of the East, Persia, for instance, by Mohammedans, as well as by Hindus. With the Mohammedans, the rosary seems to answer the same purpose as with the Hindus. A bead is dropped through the finger and thumb at the contemplation or repetition of certain names and attributes of God, who, in the copious rhetoric of Arabia, has as many appellations nearly as in Sanskrit. It might be curious to investigate how the use of rosaries came to be adopted for the same purposes by many so distant and distinct as Christians, Hindus, and Mohammedans. I do not recollect, but my recollection and research are too confined to hang the lightest weight of argument on, that they were used by the Christians of the earlier ages or by the Jews anterior to Christ, and as there can be very little doubt of the high antiquity of their usage among Hindus, it would, if the former supposition be well founded, follow that it is an implement borrowed into the Christian church from the pagan temples of the East. The sun being the glorious and universal measurer of time, it is easy, with those who have a rage for personation, to imagine one to be the other. All the principal Hindu deities are the sun. They are also time. The moon, receiving her glory from the sun, we may expect to find her his fabled wife. But it is not so universally the case, as their obvious relationship might lead us to suppose, for in Hindu mythology the moon is generally a male deity. Chandra, as it is also with some other people, as it will be noticed when we arrive at that article. Considering Vishnu as time, he corresponds with the Horus of Egypt. There are legends of his sleeping, awaking and turning on his side, evidently alluding to the sun at the solstices, also to the phenomenon of the overflow and receding of the Ganges, so similar to that of the Nile in Egypt. On the 11th day, sometimes of the 14th, which is the day of the full moon, of the bright half of the lunar month Kartika, Vishnu is fabled to rise from his slumber of 4 months. A festival is held in honor of this day, and at an auspicious moment astrologically determined, the deity is awakened by this incantation or mantra. The clouds are dispersed, the full moon will appear in perfect brightness, and I come in hope of acquiring purity to offer the fresh flowers of the season. Awake from thy long slumber, awake, Lord of all worlds. Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, page 226. Another festival occurs on the 11th of the bright half of the month Ashada, when commences with the summer solstice. Night of the Gods, and Vishnu reposes 4 months on the serpent Sesha. 9 days afterwards, that is, the 5th after the full moon, is a festival in honor of Devi, the goddess of nature, surnamed Manasa, who, while Vishnu and all the gods were sleeping, sat in the shape of a serpent on a branch of Snuhi, or Euphorbia, to preserve mankind from the venom of snakes. We may here notice, although not immediately in the most appropriate place, that snakes and serpents have a conspicuous niche in the Hindu pantheon. The 5th day of the bright half of the month of Sravana, which day is called Naga Panchami, is sacred to the demigods in the form of serpents who are enumerated in the Padma and Garuda Puranas. Doors of houses are smeared with cow dung and nimba leaves as a preservative from poisonous reptiles. Vishnu, during his repose of 4 months, and when it is just half over, is supposed to turn himself on his side. This is on the 11th of the bright half of Bhadra. The coincidences of these astronomical movements with Egyptian allegories of Horus is shown by Mr. Patterson in the 8th volume of the Asiatic Researches in his ingenious essay on the origin of the Hindu religion. The paradise or celestial abode of Vishnu is called Vaikuntha, where he enjoys beatitude in the Elysium of Lakshmi's lap. It is remarked in the first number of the Edinburgh Review that Vaikuntha is placed by a commentator on the Kshetra Nirmana, the most ancient of Hindu geographical books, in the frozen ocean. I have called Vaikuntha the celestial abode of Vishnu, perhaps not correctly, for there are inconsistencies in the abodes, as well as the characters of Hindu deities. Sometimes they are in heaven, sometimes on earth, and indeed, as just noticed, in the waters underneath the earth. Vaikuntha is sometimes placed in a subterranean sea of milk. Before we close this notice on Vishnu, who will be again frequently brought forward, it may be well to give some particular description of the plates that in this portion of the work are introduced, representing the preserving member of the Hindu triad. Images and pictures of Vishnu, either representing him in his own person or in any of his avatars or incarnations, may be generally distinguished from those of other deities by a shell, or conch, and a sort of wheel or discus called chakra, or the Sudarshana chakra. The conch, or chank, is the large buccinum, sometimes seen beautifully colored like a peasant's breast. The chakra is a missile weapon, very like our kwa, having a hole in its center on which it is twirled by the forefinger and thrown at the destined object. Whatever mythological mischief may have ensued from its effects, it does not appear to me as capable of producing much sent from a mortal finger. It has a sharp edge and an irresistible fire flames from its periphery when whirled by Vishnu. Two other attributes appertain generally to Vishnu. These are the Gudha and Padma, the former a mace or club, the latter a lotus. But these last are oftener seen in the hands of his avatars than in those of Vishnu himself, and of the four attributes. The chank is, I think, that which on the whole most distinguishes Vishnu, the conch. We do, however, sometimes see it in the hands of other deities. Figure 1 in Plate 2 is Vishnu with the conch in chakra in his usual four-handed form. He there holds them between his fingers, or between two fingers, and is not in the act of hurling the chakra as he is in some of the plates in the avatars. His two foremost hands, right and left, are in a position very common to several deities. It is said to be an invitation to ask and a promise to grant or protect. In a former page, I have noticed that Plate 2 is from sketches of unknown originals. Over Figure 1 of Vishnu is written in Marathi, Narayan Murti, i.e. a figure or form of Narayana. We have said before that no images or pictures are made of Brahma, or the deity. This is perhaps generally and strictly correct, but as if it were impossible for any idea, however abstract, to be conceived and retained essentially by a Hindu mythologist or metaphysician, they have imagined and personified the Spirit of God. It is a difficult subject to discuss, and in this place I shall say little else than that this person is named Narayana, and with the sect of Vaishnavas he is identified with Vishnu, while in the theogonies of the Shaivas, Narayana and Shiva coalesce. I shall, as early as possible again, introduce the subject and endeavor with my poor skill to clear it of some of its difficulties, or at any rate I will show some of them. Plate 3, now under a notice, represents, according to the doctrines of the Vaishnavas, Narayana or Vishnu, reposing on the vast thousand-headed serpent, Sesha, contemplating and willing the creation of the world, the creative power. Brahma is seen springing from his navel on a lotus to the face of the ocean, in which Sesha forms a couch for the contemplative deity. Brahma, in his usual four-faced form, in three of his hands are the three Vedas, in the lustral spoon, or sruva, in the fourth. It looks almost as much like a flower as a spoon, and it is equally equivocal in the original. But Colonel Stewart agreed with me in determining it to be intended for the spoon. The reader will not overlook the divine Lakshmi shampooing or chafing the foot of her heavenly lord. As Narayana, however, the name of his Shakti is not Lakshmi but Narayani. The deity is here two-handed and holds none of his usual attributes. Sesha seems floating in a sea of silver or milk, just above the margin of which are Brahma's heads. Lotus and fish abound in the sea, and ducks and other aquatic birds, peacocks, etc., sport on its banks, which are of lively green. Rocks and trees fill the bark and foregrounds. Vishnu is, as usual, of a dark blue color. The plate is more graceful and elegant than the original. With the Vaishnavas, this is a favorite subject. It is frequently met with in casts, paintings, and sculpture. In the notes to Wilkins' Hitopadesa, page 295, it is noticed in these terms: Hari sleeping on a serpent. Hari is one of the titles of Vishnu, the deity in his preserving quality. Nearly opposite Sultanganj, a considerable town in the province of Bihar, there stands a rock of granite forming a small island in the Ganges, known to Europeans by the name of the rock of Jahangiri. Which is highly worthy of the traveler's notice for a vast number of images carved in a relief upon every part of its surface. Among the rest there is Hari of a gigantic size, recumbent upon a coiled serpent, whose heads, which are numerous, the artist has contrived to spread into a kind of canopy over the sleeping god, and from each of its mouths issues a forked tongue, seeming to threaten instant death to any whom rashness might prompt to disturb it. The whole lies almost clear of the block on which it is hewn. It is finely imagined and executed with great skill. The Hindus are taught to believe that at the end of every kalpa, creation or formation, all things are absorbed in the deity, and that in the interval of another creation he reposeth himself upon the serpent Sesha, duration, who is also called Ananta, endless. In the outer gateway entering the Peshwa's palace at Pune, this subject, among others, is painted in glaring colors of colossal proportion. But as I never passed it, except on state occasions, I had not time to examine it, and it is sculptured on a large scale among the ruins of Mahaballipur, commonly called the Seven Pagodas near Madras. Sir Charles Mallet noticed it among the sculptures at Ellora. Among my pictures I have one nearly 6 feet long and half as high, in which this is the central and principal figure. It does not differ materially from those already described. Garuda, the Vahan or vehicle of Vishnu, stands in a posture of adoration with green wings behind Lakshmi, and the whole picture, with the exception of a figure of Ganesha, relates to the history of Vishnu, including his 10 principal avatars. Those of Krishna and Rama are more particularly represented. In all, it comprises about 80 figures, horses, birds, buildings, and trees in abundance, all in gaudy coloring. Sesha has 5 heads, and Vishnu 4 empty hands. The reader will now please turn to plate 4. This is from a fine cast in bronze in the collection of Lord Valentia, obligingly lent to me with several other objects of my plates by my noble friend. In this, Vishnu is attended by 2 wives, Lakshmi and Satyabhama. The latter was with him under the same name in his avatar of Krishna, and so was Lakshmi under that of Rukmani. Vishnu is 4-handed, in 2 hands holding the conch and chakra. The Padma, otherwise called Kamala, is borne by his ladies, who are as goddesses of beauty, hence named Kamala. The Kamala, or lotus, being with the Hindus the emblem of female beauty, with philosophical mythologists it is a symbol of humidity, and marks an aquatic relation to its bearer. The length of the original is about 6 inches. I have a cast of this subject in bronze, not so well executed as that given in the plate. Before we quit these plates containing the personifications of eternity in Ananta or Sesha, we will notice that he, as well as his superior Vishnu, has also had his avatars or terrestrial incarnations. Ananta also makes me think of Apophis, but it is related in the Puranas that in Vishnu's seventh grand avatara as Rama Chandra, Sesha was born in a human shape, his half-brother, son of Dasratha, Raja of Ayodhya, or Ude, by his second wife, Sumitra, and named Lakshmana. Rama himself being born at the same time of the Raja's first wife, Kahunsila. In the avatar of Krishna, Sesha was Bala Rama, Krishna's elder brother by the same parents, Vasudeva and Devaki, the latter sister to Kansa, the Herod of Hindu scripture history. All these personages will be again introduced. We proceed now to Plate 5, which represents Narayana and Lakshmi, a subject commonly met with in castes, but not often in pictures. I do not think that I have one picture of it among the hundreds in my possession. Of casts I have 3. The figure is tolerably well executed in brass and rather larger than the etching. As all my images of this subject have attributes of Vishnu, I have no hesitation, especially as we see Lakshmi on his knee, of referring Narayana to that power, rather than to Shiva, with whom he occasionally coalesces, as well as with Brahma, as hinted at before, and as will be further explained when we discuss that difficult subject. In this place, Narayana holds the conch and chakra, a third hand is on Lakshmi, and the fourth may also have held a lotus, but is now empty. The lotus, or Padma, is in Lakshmi's left hand. Her right hand holds on by her spouse. In the fort of Ragoji Bunzla, just named, I have heard there were found many curious mythological subjects. One was particularly mentioned, of silver, and described as a sort of throne of great extent, with appropriate niches and places for a great many deities, male and female, of all sorts and sizes. It was brought to Pune as public prize, and the agents, not knowing what to do with it, thought of having it coined, but it coming to the knowledge of His Highness Sri Mant, the Peshwa, who was very pious, he expressed a wish to preserve it, and he paid its weight in silver, which was found to be equal to about 20,000 ounces, or 40,000 rupees, worth intrinsically 50,000 sterling. Sesha bears the entire world like a diadem upon his head, and he is in the foundation on which the 7 patalas rest. His power, his glory, his form, his nature cannot be described, cannot be comprehended by the gods themselves. Who shall recount his might? Who wears this whole earth like a garland of flowers, tinged of a purple dye by the resilience of the jewels of his crests? When Ananta, his eyes rolling with intoxication, yawns, the earth, with all her woods and mountains and seas and rivers, trembles. Gandharvas, Apsarasas, Siddhas, Kanaras, Uragas, and Charanas are unequal to him his praises, and therefore he is called the Infinite, Ananta, the Imperishable. The sandal paste that is ground by the wives of the snake gods is scattered abroad by his breath and sheds perfume around the skies. Vishnu Purana 206. In Plate 6, Vishnu is represented from a statue cast under the directions of Mr. Wilkins and learned Brahmins at Benares. Several others of the elegant set of mythological subjects originating from that classical source will be given in the course of our work and duly acknowledged. Shiva, the companion to Vishnu in Plate 6, and Brahma in Plate 1, are of corresponding size, 10 inches in height, and cast in a style of elegance and accuracy not often met with from the mythological foundries of India. Vishnu is here seen with his 4 hands, holding his usual attributes and whirling the chakra in the mode before described. We cannot better close our general hasty account of the preserving member of the Hindu triad than with an animated passage from the conclusion of the Gita Govinda, a pastoral mythological dramatic poem in Sanskrit glorifying Krishna as Vishnu by Jayadeva. It will also afford a pleasing introduction to our next article, the destroying, three-eyed, blue-throated, disappointed husband of Parvati, The all-pervading deity is the sun, or Krishna, or Hari, or Vishnu, the daughter of the ocean, Lakshmi, the sea-born goddess of beauty, Venus Marina, who is also called Padma, or lotus, the symbol of female beauty. In this instance, Radha, the spouse of Krishna, is identified with Lakshmi, of whom she was an avatara. We shall have frequent occasion hereafter to draw information from the elegant pen of Jayadeva, the great lyric poet of India, as introduced to us by Sir W. Jones, and all the mythological allusions in the following passage will unfold themselves in the course of our work. Whatever is delightful in the modes of music, whatever is divine in meditations on Vishnu, whatever is exquisite in the sweet art of love, whatever is graceful in the fine strains of poetry, all that let the happy and wise learn from the songs of Jayadeva, whose soul is united to the foot of Narayana. May the Hari be your support, who expanded himself into an infinity of bright forms when eager to gaze with myriads of eyes on the daughter of the ocean. He displayed his great character of the all-pervading deity by the multiplied reflections of his divine person in the numberless gems on the many heads of the king of serpents, whom he chose for his couch, that Hari, who, removing the lucid veil from the bosom of Padma, and fixing his eyes on the delicious buds that grew on it, diverted her attention by declaring that when she had chosen him as her bridegroom, near the sea of milk, the disappointed husband of Parvati drank in despair the venom which dyed his neck azure. Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, page 207. Jones Works, Volume 10. And finally, Shiva. In any lengthened description of a Hindu deity, it is almost impossible to avoid touching on the character and attributes of another. Of the subject of our present article, we have therefore been obliged to take some previous notice, as we shall in like manner to be forced to do in this article, of the deities discussed in the past. Hence the reader will perceive the difficulty of so arranging my materials as to prevent numberless repetitions, and perhaps contradictions. This I have endeavored as far as I have been able to avoid, but I fear not with success in a degree satisfactory to my reader, certainly not to myself. Shiva is generally ranked as the third power or attribute of the deity. He personifies destruction, or rather reproduction, for the most popular system of Hindu philosophy excludes, while time shall exist, the idea of absolute annihilation. To destroy is, therefore, to change, to recreate, or reproduce. And here we at once see how easy it is to confound the characters and powers of Shiva and Brahma, and to imagine the deity of destruction to preside also over generation. In the obvious arrangement of the three grand powers of the Eternal One, creation and preservation precede destruction, and this is the relative philosophical and mythological rank of the triad, but not always their theological or sectarial station. For as the Vaishnavas exalt Vishnu, so the Shaivas exalt Shiva to their place, and describe him with the power of the deity, or Brahm. As all things must, at the end of time, suffer destruction, so the personification of that power must be considered as ultimately paramount, although anterior to that inconceivable period, the preserving member of the Trinity may have apparent predominancy. Shiva, when spoken of as the Supreme, is designated in the neuter gender, and his attributes are thus described. He has neither beginning nor end, he is without outward form, without passion or distinguishing mark, he is possessed of all fullness, pervading all. There is no god superior to him. He passes the limits of thought or speech, he is free from desire or hate, and is the life of life. Possessed of attributes like these, he is the pure existence or substance of an infinite nature. He assumes a concrete form that men might represent and worship him. He embodied his divine grace in the great Shakti and placed her at his left side, and thus he reigns the Lord of Kailasam. Further, in order to perform the threefold work of creation, preservation, and destruction, he exists in the holy forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra. Shiva Samya Vinavede. This is a useful and trustworthy compendium of the Shaivite faith. It has recently been translated, not always carefully, by the Reverend T. Folks. He is time, the sun. He is fire, the destroyer, the generator. His consort, Bhavani, is the symbol of created nature, and in that character named Prakriti. As the deity presiding over generation, his type is the linga, the origin probably of the phallic emblem of Egypt and Greece. As the god of justice, his character he shares with Yama and other deities. He rides a bull, the symbol of divine justice. He holds, as his commonest attribute, a trident called Trisula, in this and in some other points resembling our Neptune. His consort also has a relationship to water, although Vishnu be generally the deity presiding over humidity. His color, as well as that of his bull, is white. I know not why, unless it referred to the unsullied purity of justice. His hair is of a light or reddish color. He is sometimes seen with 2 hands, at others with 4, 8, or 10, and with 5 faces, as will appear on reference to the plates. He has a 3rd eye in his forehead pointing up and down. This distinction is, I think, peculiar to him and his children and avatars. As emblems of immortality, serpents are a common ornament with many deities, but Mahadeva seems most abundantly bedecked with them, bound in his hair, around his neck, wrists, waist, arms, and legs, as well as for rings. Snakes are his constant attendants. A crescent of his forehead or in his hair is common in pictures and images of Mahesha or Shiva. In Plate 6, the beautiful statue of him represents his trisula or trident in one hand. In another, the pasha, a string or rope, often seen also in the hand of his consort Kali, for binding and strangling incorrigible offenders. His other hands in the position before described. Shiva is represented as white in color because he is besmeared with sacred ashes. A crescent moon shines in his hair, or his hair knot, along with the face of the Ganga Devi. In one of his hands he carries an antelope, in the other are placed variously a trident, a boar's tusk, a rosary, a human skull, etc. A tiger's skin is wrapped around his loins, and the hide of an elephant furnishes him a cloak. His person is decorated with serpents and garlands of skulls, bones, and even of fishes. There are legends which profess to give a reason for every particular of this description, some of which will be referred to in subsequent notes. The following extracts will be in place here. The sacred ashes are formed, literally flower, naturally upon the fire-like body of Shiva and are then termed eternal or without beginning. When, at the occurrence of a periodical destruction, he reduces all the gods and things animate and inanimate to ashes, he smears his person therewith. These ashes are called originated, or those with which have a beginning. Shiva Samya Vinavede. The following stories are abridged from the same work. Shiva appeared once upon a time in the Taruka forest as a mendicant. The wives of the rishis resident there fell in love with him and lost their virtue. Their lords in wrath exerted their supernatural powers for the destruction of Shiva. They dug a pit, and from it issued a tiger. Shiva slew it and girt his loins with its skin. A deer followed, which Shiva picked up and retained in his left hand, then a hot red iron bar, which Shiva seized and used as a weapon, then serpents, which he took and hung upon his person. Thus was he arrayed with his spoils. An asura named Gaya obtained from Brahma a grant of victory over all the gods but Shiva. The monster was in form an elephant and proceeded to employ his strength. He pursued several munis into a Shiva temple, when the god rushed upon him, slew him, stripped him of his hide, and cast it over his shoulder. Serpents, emblems of eternity, form his earrings called Naga Kundala. His pendant collar of human heads, Mundamala, marks his character of destruction or time, and his frontal crescent points at its most obvious measurement, by the phases of the moon. These are among the attributes that generally distinguish Mahadeva. In a former plate, this deity has been noticed. He is there represented with a warlike weapon, gada or parasha, and an antelope in his superior hands. The former, as with many other deities, denoting vengeance, the latter, called Mridyu, an attribute of the god Chandra, the moon, called also Sasin, a name for the antelope, given likewise to Chandra. Shiva's loins are wrapped in a tiger's skin, an article that will be frequently seen in the plates of this deity. In the river goddess Ganga, the Ganges, beams benignly from his magut, or headpiece. The bountiful goddess Ganga, or Ganga, is a heroine frequently alluded to in the mythological and historical legends of the Hindus, and being intimately connected with the deity now under our consideration, we will in this place proceed to notice her in a variety of relations and at a considerable length, bearing, however, directly on the points that this humble work purposes to discuss. The Hindu poets, in their rage for personification, have not of course forgotten those grand natural objects, rivers. These prime gifts of beneficent nature are deified. The Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Brahmaputra, Krishna, Kareri, and others enjoy their apotheosis in their extent numerous allegorical poems descriptive of their birth, loves, etc., etc. Sir William Jones, in the true spirit of a Hindu bard, has addressed a hymn to the goddess Ganga, who is fabled to be the offspring of Mahadeva, and he sings her birth, wanderings, and nuptials with Brahma's son, the Brahmaputra. Is that the king of dread with ashy musing face, from whose moon-silvered locks famed Ganga springs? The pictures offered for sale in India are generally colored, and Shiva, the king of dread, whose characteristic color is white, is often painted as if rubbed over with ashes, like anchorites or penitents, with a blue throat. The originals of Plate 711 are instances of this. And in those pictures we see the river Ganga, which in Europe we have been taught to also call the Ganges, falling from his head, and sometimes 711, she afterwards issues from a cow's mouth. It is said that high up towards its source the river passes through a narrow rocky passage that pilgrims who visit the sacred cleft imagine resembles a cow's mouth. The spot is hence called Gomukhi, and is a pilgrimage of great resort. The following stanza from Sir William Jones's spirited hymn to Ganga, Works, Volume 13, will introduce and illustrate in a happier manner than I am otherwise master of some of the engraved subjects of my work, connected with the personages now immediately under discussion. See Plate 7. Above the stretch of mortal ken on blessed Kailasa's top, where every stem glowed with a vegetable gem, Mahesha sate, the dread and joy of men, while Parvati, to gain a boon, fixed on his locks a beamy moon, and hid his frontal eye in jocund play, with reluctant sweet delay. All nature straight was locked in dim eclipse, till Brahmans pure, with hallowed lips, and warbled prayers restored the day, when Ganga from his brow, by heavenly fingers pressed, sprang radiant, and descending, graced the caverns of the west. Plate 7 and that of the symbolical marks of the Hindus will show the sole lunar emblem which Shiva bears on his forehead when the crescent encircles his frontal eye. It is also borne by some individuals and sects of Shiva. Mahadeva's son, Ganesha, is sometimes dignified with it, but not, I believe, in any of the subjects engraved for this work. The title of Chandrasekara, or moon-crowned, is given to Shiva when his head is so decorated. A legend accounting for this epithet will be given under Chandra, or the god Lunas. Chandrasekara is the name of Shiva's terrestrial abode. Ganga, Chandra, and Seshanaga, the prince of serpents, are generally seen on Shiva's head as his commonest ornaments, and poets perpetually advert to him in compound epithets allusive to those distinguishing attributes. An ancient grant of land dated about 1018 A.D., engraven on 6 sheets of copper, found buried in Salsette near Bombay, invokes Shiva in terms illustrative of this. The first stanza is, of course, as will be noticed in its place, addressed to Ganesha, the god of prudence and policy, the firstborn of Shiva and Parvati. Om, victory and elevation. 1. May he, whom in all affairs claims precedence and adoration, may the Ganayaka, averting calamity, preserve you from danger. 2. May that Shiva constantly preserve you, on whose head shines Ganga, the daughter of Janu, resembling the pure crescent rising from the summit of Sumeru, a compound word of 16 syllables. May that God, the cause of success, the cause of felicity, who keeps, placed even by himself on his forehead, a section of the moon with cool beams drawn in the form of a line, resembling that in the infinitely bright spike of a fresh-blown sataka, who is, adorned with a grove of thick red locks, tied with the prince of serpents, be always present and favorable to you. Asiatic Research, Volume 1, Article 19. Another royal grant of land in Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, Article 3, invokes Mahadeva immediately after the usual Sri Ganesha Nama, or adoration to Ganesha. Thus, adored be the god Shambhu, on whom the city of the three worlds rested in the beginning as on its main pillar, and whose lofty head is adorned with a crescent that kisses it, resembling the point of waving Shamara. Sir William Jones, in a note on this stanza, informs us that the comparison, which I cannot think very happy, is taken from the image of an Indian prince fanned by an officer who stands behind him, with the tail of a shamara, or wild cow, the hairs of which are exquisitely fine, and of a pale yellow tint. In Plate 11, Ganesha himself is seen whisking this implement over his father's head. It is seen also in many others of the plates. It is used to keep flies off great men or from images, or to cause a cooling motion of the air. It is an article of very common utility to men as well as to gods, usually set in a silver handle. Great men have the handles ornamented with gems. It is the Shaivas, of course, who place the source of Ganja in Shiva's hair. But the Vaishnavas, unwilling to attribute so great a boon exclusively to another deity, assert that the blessed and blessing river flowed originally out of Vaikuntha, from the foot of Vishnu, and descending upon Kailasa fell on the head of Shiva, who, when he received the divine stream from on high, shook some drops from his hair, which are called Vindu, and form a great lake far to the north of Hindustan, called Vindu Sarovara. Both the Vaishnavas and Shaivas are naturally anxious to attribute to the deity of their exclusive adoration, as well as all power, might, and dominion, the origin of acts of favor and beneficence. Both sects partake of the bountiful blessings of the Ganges, and each is desirous of tracing its source to the head or foot of its own deity. But although the Vaishnavas so far outnumber the adherents of Shiva, it appears to me that the latter god has generally the reputation of having produced this river. I have many pictures, a dozen or more, where it flows from Shiva's hair, but not one in which it proceeds from Vishnu's foot. From that third region of the atmosphere, or seat of Vishnu, proceeds the stream that washes away all sin. So that's weird, because stream is 555 itself, which goes with the mind stream, really, but Brahma and the Brahma Rupa and the Brahmapura. The river Ganga, embrowned with the unguents of the nymphs of heaven, who have supported in her waters, having her source in the nail of the great toe of Vishnu's left foot, Dhruva receives her and sustains her day and night devoutly on his head, and thence the 7 rishis practice the exercises of austerity in her waters, wreathing her braided locks with her waves. The orb of the moon, encompassed by her accumulated current, derives augmented luster from her contact. Falling from on high as she issues from the moon, she alights on the summit of Meru, and thence flows to the 4 quarters of the earth for its purification. The Sita, Alakananda, Chakshu, and Bhadra are 4 branches of but one river, divided according to the regions toward which it proceeds. The branch that is known as the Alakananda was borne affectionately by Mahadeva upon his head for more than 100 years. The offenses of any man who bathes in this river are immediately expiated, and unprecedented virtue is engendered. Its waters, offered by sons to their ancestors in faith for 3 years, yield to the latter rarely attainable gratification. Men of the twice-born orders who offer sacrifice in this river to the Lord of Sacrifice, Purushottama, obtain whatever they desire, either here or in heaven. Saints who are purified from all soil by bathing in its waters, and whose minds are intent on cassava, acquire thereby final liberation. This sacred stream, heard of, desired, seen, touched, bathed in, or hymned day by day, sanctifies all beings, and those who, even at a distance of 100 leagues, exclaim Ganja, Ganja, atone for the sins committed during 3 previous lives. Vishnu Purana, 229, see also page 170. For another account, see Ward's Hindus, 5th edition, Madras, page 164. There are fables in which it is made to flow from the fingers of Parvati, who, on some occasion of reluctant sweet delay, put her hands over the eyes of her amorous lord, which, they being the primary source of light, involved the universe in immediate darkness. She instantly removed them, but an instant with mortals is an age among men, and Shiva, to avert the calamity of such lengthened gloom, placed a third eye in his forehead. Parvati, perceiving the mischief she was causing, removed her hands, and found them moistened with the perspiration of Shiva's temples, and in shaking it off, the Ganges flowed from her fingers. In this fable it is still the offspring of Shiva. Others make it arise from the water poured by Brahma on the foot of Vishnu, others directly from the feet of Brahma. There is, indeed, no end to the legends connected with the origin, progress, and sanctity of this divine stream. The Ganga is also called Dasahara, or 10 removing, meaning to remove 10 sins. Bathing in her waters on the day named in the following couplet effaces 10 sins, however heinous soever, committed in 10 previous births. On the 10th of Jaya-Istha, in the bright half of the month, on the day of Mangala, son of the earth, when the moon was in Hasta, the daughter of Janu, bursts from the rocks, and flowed over the land inhabited by mortals. On this lunar day, therefore, she washes off 10 sins and gives 100 times more felicity than could be attained by myriads of Aswamedas, or sacrifices of a horse. Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, page 284. Another legend states that the anniversary of the first day of Satya Yug is sacred on account of Ganga having thereon flowed from the foot of Vishnu down upon Himalaya, where she was received on the head of Shiva and was afterwards led to the ocean by King Bhagirath. Hence adoration is now paid to Ganga, Himalaya, Sankara, and his mountain Kailasa, nor must Bhagirath be neglected. Page 281. The legend goes on to state that the Ganges threatened to overflow the earth. Then, at the intercession of gods and sages, Shiva compelled the great torrent to roll itself back again, and he wrapped up the contracted waters in the crown tuft of his hair, just as if it had been a single drop of rain. For this reason, Shiva has the name of Gangadhara. Many writers have described the advantages that the Hindus fancy they derive from drinking the water and dying on the banks of the Ganga. A man, supposing himself near death, will desire to be carried thither, that he may enjoy such benefit. But cases have occurred where it proved more distant than was imagined, and the expectant has been left by his friends to die a lingering death or to be devoured by alligators. Some instances of survival and recovery are related. A story is common in India of an English gentleman who, while taking a pleasant sail on the river, saw an old man whose friends had given him the Gangetic viaticum and left him. Humanity induced the gentleman to attempt his restoration, and the readiest means were the application of some ardent spirit to his mouth, after cleansing it of the holy mud left there by his friends as his supposed last morsel. His stomach, altogether unused to such a stimulus, quickly recovered its tone, and the old man was restored to his senses, but not to his relations and friends, for they deemed his reanimation by such a process a thing most abominable and detestable, and refused all intercourse with so contaminated a being. The unhappy old man, now an outcast from his family and tribe, found his life insupportable, and made it his invariable rule to resort daily, while he lived, to the house of this well-meaning but mistaken author of his resurrection, whom, in the bitterness of his heart, he cursed as the cause of his misery and disgrace, and poured torrents of abuse on his head for his officious interference, snatching him from the heavens just opening on him, to all the wretchedness of such a life. Those who are not so happy as to live near the holy river make pilgrimages for the purpose of benefiting by its sin-expelling water. If unable to perform the pilgrimage in person, there is considerable efficacy in doing it by proxy, paying the expenses of an idler man, who in return frequently brings his principal a jar of the precious fluid, to be used in the time of death and need. Many persons are constantly employed in bringing Ganges water to distant parts. Temples of celebrity, however remote, those of Rameswara and Jejuri, for instance, are said to use it daily for the ablution of the idol, and in every city it may be purchased from persons who carry it about in 2 vases, slung at the ends of a bamboo carried across the shoulders. These are carefully covered and of course preserved with superstitious veneration. One of the holiest spots of the Ganga is where it joins the Jumna, near Allahabad, below Delhi, anciently called Indraprastha. The Saraswati is supposed to join them underground, whence the junction is called Triveni, or the 3-plated locks. Pilgrims here begin the ceremonies afterwards completed at Gaya. The confluence of rivers is a spot peculiarly dear to Hindus, and this, more especially of the Ganga and Yamuna, is so highly esteemed that a person dying there is certain of immediate moksha, or beatitude, without risk of further transmigration. One of the first things which may violently arrest the flow of your enjoyment may be the disgusting spectacle of one or more human bodies slowly floating past the vessel, while some white as snow, others black and blue in different stages of decay, all of them uncovered, and upon them perched ravenous vultures or carrion crows, tearing and devouring the mangled remnants of miserable humanity. With your British feelings all alive and not yet blunted by familiarity with such exhibitions, you are aroused. You cannot but remember how, at home, were a single dead body discovered in a stream, it would create a sensation through the whole neighborhood, furnish for days a fertile topic for conjecture and remark, and call forth the investigation of the judges of the land. Impelled by your own sense of civilized, not to talk of Christian decency, you loudly vociferate in the ears of the native boatmen who ply their craft all around to rescue the body from such shameless exposure. You are only laughed to scorn for your pains. On ply the natives merrily chanting their boat song of Allah, Allah, and even if their oars impinge on the floating carcass, they seem to care no more than they would for the contact of a log of wood. Duff's India, 320, warns Hindus, page 167-171. We shall notice in another place that suicide is not only pardonable, but in some cases meritorious with Hindus. Cutting one's throat at the above holy junction is, in reference to its immediate result, an instance of the latter. Widows who become sati, or pure, by burning themselves with the bodies of their deceased husbands, which is generally done at the Sangam, or confluence of rivers, perform an act of meritorious suicide. And all acts in themselves good are rendered vastly better if done on such a spot. Parashu Rambau, the Maratha Brahmin general, to remove an impurity transmitted to him from a cobbler's wife, who had been kissed by a Brahmin who dined with another who dined with the bow, weighed himself against precious articles at the confluence of the rivers, Tum and Bhadra, in distributing the amount in charity to Brahmins and poor people, again became pure and fit society for his sanctified fraternity, many of whom, however, had also derived impure taints, circuitously, from the base-tribed damsel, and the bow's whole army were at a critical time marched to the confluence of the rivers, that the Brahmins might have safe escort thither, and by bathing, charities, and other sin-effacing ceremonies, be restored to their wonted spiritual and corporeal cleanliness. This occurred while I was serving in the Bau's army in 1792, and is related in a work that I published soon after. The army made several marches to the rivers, uncalled for in a military point of view, although some military affairs resulted. I shall now proceed to make some extracts of considerable length in explanation of our present subject, in referring to others of a mythological nature. Ishwara in Sanskrit signifies Lord, and in that sense is applied by the Brahmins to each of their three principal deities, or rather to each of the forms in which they teach the people to adore Brahm, or the Great One, and, if it be appropriated in common speech, to Mahadeva. This proceeds from the zeal of his numerous votaries, who place him above their other two divinities. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahadeva, say the Puranics, were brothers, and the Egyptian triad, or Osiris, Horus, and Typhon, were brought forth by the same parent, though Horus was believed to have sprung from the mysterious embraces of Osiris and Isis before their birth, as the Vaishnavas also imagine that Hara or Mahadeva sprang mystically from his brother Hari or Vishnu. In the Hindu mythology, Brahma is represented of a red, Vishnu of a black or dark azure, and Hara of a white complexion. But in that of Egypt we find Osiris black, Horus white, and Typhon red. The indiscriminate application of the title Ishwara has occasioned great confusion in the accounts which the Greeks have transmitted to us of Egyptian mythology. For the priests of Egypt were very reserved on subjects of religion, and the Grecian travelers had, in general, too little curiosity to investigate such points with scrupulous exactness. Since Osiris, however, was painted black, we may presume that he was Vishnu, who, on many occasions, according to the Puranas, took Egypt under his special protection. Krishna was Vishnu himself, according to the most orthodox opinions. The title Sri Bhagavat, importing prosperity and dominion, is given peculiarly to Krishna, or the black deity, and the black Osiris had also the titles of Sirius, Sirius, and Bacchus. It is related, indeed, that Osiris and Bacchus imported from India the worship of two divine bulls, and in this character he was Mahadeva, whose followers were pretty numerous in Egypt. For Hermapion, in his explanation of the hieroglyphics on the Heliopolitan obelisk, calls Horus the Supreme Lord and the author of time. Now Ishwara, or Lord, and Kala, or time, are among the distinguished titles of Mahadeva, and obelisks or pillars, whatever be their shape, are among his emblems. In the Vrihad-Haima, which appears to contain many curious legends concerning Egypt, it is expressly said that Ishwara with his consort Parvati descended from heaven and chose for his abode the land of Misra in Sanchadvipa. We must observe that the Egyptians feared and abhorred Typhon, or Mahadeva, in his character of the destroyer, and the Hindus also dread him in that character, giving him the name of Bhairava, or tremendous. The Egyptian fable of this attempting to break the mundane egg is applied to Mahadeva in the little book Chandi, which is chiefly extracted from the Markandeya Purana. Wilford, Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, page 371. As the articles inserted in the Asiatic Researches by Lieutenant Colonel Wilford are frequently quoted in this work, it is well to appraise the reader that his statements are to be received with caution. Lieutenant Colonel Vance Kennedy, after exposing several of Mr. Wilford's errors, concludes with this sentence. From the preceding remarks, it will perhaps appear undeniable that Lieutenant Colonel Wilford, instead of usefully employing his knowledge of the Sanskrit language and Sanskrit literature in rendering public the actual contents of Sanskrit works, has preferred to amuse himself in interpolating and perverting them in order to support hypotheses which have not even plausibility to recommend them. Ancient and Hindu Mythology, page 421. Any statement of Wilford's that subsequent researches have proved to be incorrect is omitted in the present edition. His speculations in comparative mythology must go for what they are worth, they will be interesting at the least to the scholar. Under the article Yoni, Linga, etc., an humble attempt will be made to illumine the gloom in which these mysterious subjects are buried. Meanwhile, I shall offer an extract connected with our present subject from a paper in the second volume of the Asiatic Researches by Mr. Reuben Burroughs. The pyramids of Egypt, as well as those lately discovered in Iceland, and probably too the Tower of Babel, seem to have been intended for nothing more than images of Mahadeva. Mr. Burrough farther thinks it probable that the Saqqara pyramids, described by Norden, and one at Dashur, drawn by Pacote, Cleopatra's Needle, and the Devil's Belts at Boroughbridge, may have had the same religious origin. He says that Stonehenge is evidently one of the temples of Buddha. The religious ceremonies of the Papists seem in many parts a mere servile copy of those of Gosigns and Fakirs. The different tenets of Popery and Deism have a great similarity to the two doctrines of Brahma and Buddha. And as the Brahmins were the authors of the Ptolemaic system, so the Buddhists appear to have been the inventors of the Philolaic, or Copernican, as well as of the doctrine of attraction. That the Druids of Britain were Brahmins is beyond the least shadow of doubt. Page 478. It is not my intention to offer any comments on these curious speculations of Mr. Burrough. Other writers have fancied great similarity between the practices of the Brahmins and the Druids of ancient Europe, so great indeed as almost to identify them as the same people. However extensive Druidism may have been on the continent of Europe, it prevailed on a very confined scale in Britain, and it would be difficult to prove its existence in any part except on the island of Anglesey, which may be called the Elephanta of Britain. Not, however, that there is any positive proof of there having been any temples of celebrity on that holy island, or perhaps any temple at all. For Tacitus notes only the destruction of the Druidical groves by Suetonius Paulinus after his defeat of the British army in that neighborhood. Tacitus is the earliest, if not the only, ancient historian who notices the existence of Druidism in Britain. See Edinburgh Review, July 1804, page 395. Shiva and Jove have been compared by Sir William Jones and other mythologists, but nowhere, I believe, is Jove seen combined with his spouse or any female, as Shiva is, in pictures and sculptures with Parvati, as will be described. Jove is, however, sometimes called mother as well as father, and the following verse might warrant such a combination in the creative eye of a painter. Jupiter omnipotens rerum regumque dumque progenitor genitrix. Almighty Jove, father and mother, both of gods and men and things. Letters on Mythology, page 140. And in some of their multifarious characters, most of the principal Hindu deities might be identified with Jove or Jupiter, where, in the poetical generation of the world, he is called Saturn's youngest child, that is, the latest production of time. The comparison between Shiva and Jove runs parallel in many instances. In the capacity of avenger and destroyer, Jove overthrew the Titans and giants whom Typhon, Briareus, etc. led against the god of Olympus, to whom an eagle brought lightning and thunderbolts during the warfare. In a similar contest between Shiva and the Daityas, or children of Diti, who frequently rebelled against heaven, Brahma is said to have presented the god of destruction with fiery shafts. As the Olympian Jupiter fixed his court and held his councils on a lofty and brilliant mountain, so the appropriated seat of Mahadeva, whom the Shaivas consider as the chief of the deities, is Mount Kailasa, every splinter of whose rocks is an inestimable gem. His terrestrial haunts are on the snowy hills of Himalaya, or that branch of them to the east of the Brahmaputra, which has the name of Chandrasekhara, or the Mountains of the Moon. When, after these circumstances, we find Shiva with 3 eyes, whence he is named Trilochan, or Trilocan, or Trilocon, and known from Pausanias, not only Not only that Triophthalmos was an epithet of Zeus, but that a statue of him had been found so early as the taking of Troy, with a third eye in his forehead, as we have seen him represented by the Hindus. We must conclude that the identity of the two gods falls little short of being demonstrated. In the character of the destroyer also, we may look upon this Indian deity as corresponding with the Stygian Jove or Pluto, especially since Kali, or Time, in the feminine gender is a name of his consort, who will be found to be Persephone, or Proserpine. Persephone. There is yet another attribute of Mahadeva, by which he is too visibly distinguished in the drawings and temples of Bengal. To destroy, according to the Vedantis of India, the Sufis of Persia, and many philosophers of our European schools, is only to generate and reproduce in another form. Hence the god of destruction presides over generation, as a symbol of which he rides on a white bull. Can we doubt that the loves and feasts of Jupiter Genitor, not forgetting the white bull of Europa, and his extraordinary title of Lapis, for which no satisfactory reason is commonly given, have a connection with the Indian philosophy and mythology? The Jupiter Marinus, or Neptune of the Romans, resembles Mahadeva in his generative character, especially as the Hindu god is the husband of Bhavani, whose relation to the waters is evidently marked by her image being restored to them at the conclusion of the great festival of Durgotsava. She is known also to have attributes exactly similar to those of Venus Marina, whose birth from the sea foam and splendid rise from the conch in which she had been cradled have afforded so many charming subjects to ancient and modern artists. And it is very remarkable that the Remba of Indra's court, who seems to correspond with the popular Venus, or goddess of beauty, was produced, according to the Indian fabulists, from the froth of the churned ocean. The identity of the Trisula with the trident, the weapons of Shiva and Neptune, seem to establish this analogy. In the veneration paid all over India to the large buccinum, especially when it can be found with the spiral line and mouth turned from left to right, brings instantly to our minds the music of Triton. Dissertation on the Gods of Greece, Italy, and India. Asiatic Researches, Volume 1, page 250. To Shiva are given 3 eyes, probably to denote his view of the 3 divisions of time, the past, present, and future. A crescent on his forehead portrays the measure of time by the phases of the moon. A serpent forms a necklace to denote the measure of time by years. A second necklace, formed of human skulls, marks the lapse and revolution of ages, in the extinction and succession of generations of mankind. He holds a trident to show that the 3 great attributes are in him assembled and united. In another hand is a kind of rattle called damaru, shaped like an hourglass, and I am inclined to think it was really at first intended as such, since it agrees with the character of the deity, and a sand gari is mentioned in the Sastra as one of the modes of measuring time. Whether or not we be disposed to allow that Shiva originally held a sandglass, the double-headed hand drum called damaru, it must be admitted, is shaped exactly like one, and may in many pictures be easily mistaken for it. See frontispiece. As it probably was by the people in Europe, who took from India the idea and attributes of personified time. Giving him a sandglass, whoever did it, was a very happy thought. In the hieroglyphic of Mahapralaya, or grand consummation of all things, when time itself shall be no more, he is represented as trodden underfoot by Mahakala, or eternity. Mahakala, as represented in the caverns of Elephanta, had 8 arms. In one he holds a human figure, in another a sword, or sacrificial axe. In a third he holds a basin of blood, and with the fourth he rings over it the sacrificial veil. 2 other arms are broken off. With the 2 remaining he is drawing behind him a veil which extinguishes the sun, and involves the whole universe in one undistinguished ruin. One of the titles of this tremendous deity is Bhairava the Terrific, but his principal designation is Kala, Agni Rudra. Patterson, Asiatic Researches, Volume 8, page 61. These three words are especially descriptive of Shiva. They may be rendered time, fire, fate. Having lately been in the Elephanta cavern, and when there made some memoranda, I will in this place extract from them what relates to the subject of the preceding passage, Mahakala, of which a print was first, I believe, given by Niebuhr. The compartment containing the group, of which Shiva in this character makes the principal figure, is on the right of the entrance, facing a compartment of like size, containing what in another part of this work I have supposed to be a marriage ceremony. Between the two compartments, but advanced into the body of the cave so as to not be interposed, is a room 22 feet square, with a door in each face, and on each side the doors a gigantic male figure, in stature 16 feet, highly ornamented. This room contains a monstrous linga. Premising this, from which, however, I make no inferences, I proceed to extract from my notes an account of the compartment containing the figure in question. It is of Shiva Vindex, 14 feet high, but his lower extremities broken off. His attention is, from his attitude, turned to his left. His aspect is terrific, indicating the immediate execution of some avenging act. He has 8 arms, the superior right and left stretched up, and either supporting a cloth or curtain, or pulling it over the terrible event he threatens. The fingers grasp the cloth, the left upstretched arm finely executed, the right broken at elbow. The next right hand is broken off at the wrist. The corresponding left holds a bell in good preservation over a cup in the palm of the next, having a serpent twining round near the elbow. A third right hand grasps a long straight sword, uplifted, perfect. The 2 inferior hands, right and left, are broken off above the elbow. They were in bolder relief, and the left appears to have supported or to have grasped the leg of a kneeling figure, the trunk of which only remains, its legs, arms, and head being broken off. This kneeling figure may have been between 5 and 6 feet in height. Its back is toward the threatener, and leaning so in his direction as to drop its blood, if spilled, into the cup before noticed. The head of the principal figure has a highly ornamented cap, reminding one of the meter-shaped caps worn some years ago by our grenadiers. A skull and serpent are among its frontal ornaments. It also has a pendant necklace and a long chaplet, if I may so call it, composed of human heads, of which only 2 or 3 are plainly discernible, flowing over the left shoulder to the right thigh where it is broken off. The zeniar, or holy thread, and a broader belt run in nearly a like direction. On all the wrists are bracelets, and above the elbows of 3 of the arms are bazubads. No figures remain in any preservation to the right of the principal, or under him. On the left, near the supposed victim, are 2 bearded faces expressive of pity. A compassionate female is just above them, leaning forward over the victim. She holds her scarf in her hands and is an elegant person. Below the bearded men are 2 or 3 females with pitying aspects. The same emotion, intermingled with terror, is evident in every face of this compartment whose features can be traced. Over the subjects just described is a row of males and females of rather diminutive size. In the middle of the row, nearly over the head of Shiva, is a thing like a meter, and a crosier cut deep in it, and surmounted with a cross. But the limbs of the cross not exactly at right angles. 2 aged and emaciated males are on the right, the spectator's right, of the meter, holding up their hands, betokening pity and pain. On the other side of the meter are 2 similar figures. In front of each pair is a prostrate, distressed male child, their heads near the meter. Beyond the last mentioned pair, on the spectator's left, are a male and female in great anxiety and distress, holding scarves in their hands. The subject, supposed to be like a mitre, crosier, and cross, appears also in a compartment before described, as containing characters in the background. Fancy may perhaps have had some share in making this resemblance, but it is really curious and I think striking, although I believe hitherto not remarked. Before I proceed farther in my notice of its important and tremendous deity, I will request the reader to examine the beautiful figure of him given in the frontispiece, taken from a bronze statue deposited by me in the museum at the India House. My Pandit informed me that this image represents the destruction by Mahadeva of the Daitya Tripurasura, so surnamed from his capital city, Tripura. His name was Tarika, and a long account of his ambition and overthrow is given in the Shiva Purana. But it is there stated to have been accomplished not by Shiva in person, but by his son, Kartikeya, of whom farther notice will be taken hereafter. And for the production of this predicted champion, it was necessary that Mahadeva should become incarnated to espouse Parvati, incarnate also in the person of the beauteous daughter of Himakala and Mahina. The Pandit was wrong. The following incident narrated in the Skanda Purana is the one illustrated by the frontispiece. A youth named Markandeya devoted himself to the service of Shiva and employed himself in Linga Puja at Benares. In the records of Yama's court, his life was set down for 16 years. In that period having expired, Yama sent his messengers to summon the devotee. After some trouble, they bound him captive, still clinging to the linga and imploring the aid of Mahadeva. Suddenly Shiva appeared, rebuked the messengers of death, and killed Yama with a kick of his foot. His servants and Vahana, a buffalo, also died. By the shock of Yama's fall, Brahma and all the gods were frightened. The sea brake through its limits and the earth split. The young devotee obtained the gift of perpetual youth. The plate represents Shiva in the act of planting his foot upon Yama. As the story embraces many points connected with our work, I will first give its outlines briefly from the Shiva Purana, and will afterwards recur descriptively to the plate and its original. This Tarika was excessively ambitious and oppressive, and forced Brahma by his penances and austerities to promise him any boon he should demand. Among his austerities he went through the following series, each of the 11 specific mortifications enduring 100 years. 1. He stood on one foot, holding the other in both hands up towards heaven, with his eyes fixed on the sun. 2. He stood on one great toe. 3. He took as sustenance nothing but water. 4. He lived similarly on air. 5. He remained in the water. 6. He was buried in earth, but continued, as under the last infliction, in incessant adoration. 7. The same in fire. 8. He stood on his head with his feet upwards. 9. He stood on one hand. 10. He hung by his hands on a tree. And 11. He hung on a tree with his head downwards. Such merit was irresistible, and Indra and the whole host of demigods, alarmed lest their sovereignty should be usurped by the potency of the penance, resorted to Brahma for consolation, who, however, said that although he could not resist such austerities, he would, after rewarding them by granting the boon demanded, devise a method of rendering it ultimately inoffensive to them. The demand by Tarika was that he should be unrivaled in strength, and that no hand should slay him but that of a son of Mahadeva. He now became so arrogant that Indra was forced to yield to him the white 8-headed horse. Kuvera gave up his 1,000 sea horses, also white except the left ear, which was black. The rishis were compelled to resign the all-yielding cow Kamdenu, rivers and seas, the riches of the deep. The sun, in dread, gave no heat, and the moon in terror remained always at full. The winds blew as he dictated, and in short, he usurped the entire management of the universe. Narada had prophesied the marriage whence should arise the destined deliverer of the world, but Mahadeva was cold and could not be influenced with the passion of love. Indra persuaded Kama to lie in ambush, and contrived that Parvati should be seen by Shiva while engaged in the amiable and graceful act of gathering flowers, wherewith to decorate his emblem, the linga. Kama, accompanied by his wife Reti, Affection, and his bosom friend Vasanta, Spring, took his aim and launched an arrow at Mahadeva, who, enraged at the attempt, reduced poor Kama to ashes by a beam of fire darted from his central eye. At length, however, by ardent devotion and austerities, Parvati propitiated Shiva, and the deity consented to espouse his preserving devotee. Passing over the detail of preparations, processions, etc. of the wedding, in which all the gods, demigods, etc. attended, we will proceed to notice that for some time there was no issue of the marriage, and the distressing and disappointing devatas renewed their lamentations and complaints. So plate 17 contains some of these devotees practicing similar self-inflicted austerities. The mythological beings here named will be duly noted or noticed in their places. Arunachala Purana, or Tiru Avatara Sarukam, page 37. Shiva redoubled his caresses, and the devatas, having at an auspicious moment deputed Agni, the god of fire, to represent their case. He arrived in the presence of Mahadeva just as he had risen from the arms of Parvati, and, assuming the form of a dove, Agni received from Mahadeva, in a manner not easy or necessary to describe minutely, the germ of Kartikeya, but, unable to retain it, let it fall into the Ganges. On the banks of this river arose a boy, beautiful as the moon and bright as the sun, who was called Agni Bhuva, or son of Agni, otherwise Gangaputra, or son of Ganga, also Srimana and Skanda, and Kartikeya and Swami Kartikeya, and by many other names. It happened that 6 daughters of as many Rajas coming to bathe saw the boy, and each called him her son. And offering the breast, the child assumed to himself 6 mouths, and received nurture from each. It will appear in its place that other legends give the Pleiades, the banished wives of the Rishis, the 7 bright stars in Ursa Major, to Kartikeya as wet nurses. The story given in the text is not that which is generally accepted. Further explanation will be given in the section on Kartikeya. But, in point of fact, he had no mother, for he proceeded, as just observed, from the father alone, without the intervention of Parvati. And there seems no apparent reason for the pains taken to bring about a match for the procural of a champion, who succeeded after all from the male part only. We may farther observe that this divine couple seem not to have had their offspring by any ordinary process, for their reputed eldest son, Ganesha, was, by some legends that will be noticed when that deity makes his appearance, exclusively Parvati's, without the interposition of Mahadeva, who afterwards adopts him. But we will quit this tale, observing that Kartikeya, being the predicted destroyer of Tripurasura, a terrible combat in due time ensued between them, which, after continuing 10 days, ended in the death of the oppressive Daitya, and the devatas in the world were restored to tranquility and order. We now return to the fine statue represented in the frontispiece. It is of bronze, or a similar composition, 24 inches high, in a dancing attitude, although from the action and the vindictive dignity of its countenance, something avenging is evidently in performance. The right foot rests on Tripurasura, who is prostrate on his belly, his face turned upwards, with the snake grasped by both hands. Shiva's garment falling nearly to the pedestal, it is continued to it by way of a further support to the figure. It is 4-armed, the 2 right are joined at the elbow, the forearms only being distinct. The upper arm is therefore thicker in correspondence with anatomical accuracy. One right hand holds a double-headed hand drum, or damaru, shaped like an hourglass. The other is empty, the fingers pointing upward in the position called Abhahi Hasta, as promising protection. Round the forearm of the empty hand a naga, or snake, 5-headed, is twined. The left arms are separate from the insertion at the shoulder, one slanting across the body, bends inward from the wrist. The empty palm is towards the body, fingers pointing downwards to the right in the position called Narada Hasta, or inviting solicitation. The other left hand is elevated as higher as the shoulder, holding in the palm a flame triforked. Under the armpit is a round bag the size of a pistol ball, retained by a string over the shoulder. My Brahmin called this Juli,
and said that Gusains commonly carry under their arm a bag of that sort containing viputi, the fine ashes of cow dung, for rubbing on the neck and arms, and or marking the forehead withal, the ashes being symbolical of Shiva, or destructive fire. The figure has the short breeches called kula, reaching nearly to the knee, and of kasiha, or kakika, or hammer bauda, round his loins, one end hanging between his thighs and another falling gracefully down near the pedestal, hiding a prop to the figure. On the 4 wrists are bracelets of small chain, and above the elbow bracelets called bazubad. He has the janava, or sacred thread, called in the sacred ceremonies of the Brahmins Jadnupaveda, or Jadnupavida, a term of occult illusion that my Brahmin did not seem willing to make me comprehend. Also necklaces and encircling ornamental chains of strings, as the artist's fancy dictated. The countenance is rather placid, considering the action of the subject as a composition. One may fancy it, too, a mixture of ferocity and dignity, exhibiting, however, neither the sentiment of revenge nor any of the level annexed to a dancing attitude which the position seems to indicate. Having thus spoken, the Supreme Lord danced and displayed his divine nature. Then did the holy sages behold Isha refulgent, with ineffable splendor, dancing in the pure expanse of heaven, with 1,000 heads and 1,000 eyes, with matted locks, and his head adorned with the crescent, clothed in a tiger's skin, displaying in his mighty hands a trident and a lance, his neck encircled with a string of skulls, the sun, moon, and fire forming his 3 eyes, with horrid tusks, of hue like pure crystal, effulgent as a myriad of suns, and emitting beams of fire, difficult to behold and capable of consuming the universe. Karma Purana, quoted in Vance Kennedy's Ancient and Hindu Mythology, 448. Such holy amusements as dancing were the common employments of Shiva in his various appearances. The local Puranas of the temples of Chilambram and Madura are full of stories of this kind. An abstract of the Madura Purana will be found in Taylor's historical manuscripts, Madras 1835, from which the following illustration is extracted, Sits Tiruvilladel, or Villadel. After the marriage, Shivas, the gods, rishis, and others who were assembled were about to be feasted, preparatory to which they all bathed in the Patamari tank, when certain of the rishis said, "Unless we go see the god dance, we will not eat." The god replied, "How can you expect to see me dance, whose form is that of the 7 superior and 7 inferior worlds, and whose members are the places most famous for their shrines and temples? But at this place is chief of all, since you wish it, you shall see me dance." Accordingly, the god danced in a silver temple, while the gods, rishis, and the numerous other attendants joined in chorus and chanted his praises. A 3rd eye is in the forehead, as is common in pictures and images of Mahadeva. His ears are loaded with pendant rings. In his right ear a snake forms the ornament, hence called Naga Kundala. In the lobe of the other a large discus or wheel is inserted after the fashion of some Malabar tribes, and as Buddha is sometimes seen, his forehead is bound by his hair, but it is not well expressed in the engraving, and it is gathered above his head in the style called Jata, having the goddess Ganga in front, with 2 snakes twined round her neck, and his hair towering overhead like a feather or 5-leafed fan. Over his right ear is a crescent representing the god Chandra, or Lunas, or the moon, and over his left ear a female figure with joined palms, as if in the act of prayer, probably Chandri, Luna, of whom more hereafter, her leaning posture of adoration and the pointed bent termination of her robe, giving her also a crescent-like form. Looking at the figure behind, we see the hair falling down the back in 5 ringlets of unequal length, surmounted by the 5-leaved fan, the crescent, and the crescent-formed female, the janava crossing the left shoulder and right hip, the damaru and trisula, or triforked flame, in the back hands, the little bag under the arms, and the prostrate daitya. The pedestal of this statue does not correspond with its bulk and height. It seems indeed unfinished, as well as the daitya, as if it were intended to be inserted in some firmer base. The figure, being solid, is very heavy. The image just described was brought from Malabar, found, I understand, in the neighborhood of Chowgat, and was given to me by the Honorable Mr. Duncan, Governor of Bombay, who kindly thus enriched my collection at the heavy expense of his own. I must not forget to notice that the figure has its left leg broken off at the knee, which the artist, who took its portrait for me, has very ably restored, which is the only addition to or derivation from the original, which is altogether as graceful and elegant as the plate represents it. As with the Hindus, a variety of natural objects are personified. So everything lovely or admirable or at all striking is consecrated to or symbolical of one or other of their deities, and legends are not wanting to account for such application. The Asoka is a shrub consecrated to Mahadeva. Men and women of all classes ought to bathe on a particular day in some holy stream, especially the Brahmaputra, and drink water with buds of the Asoka floating in it. This shrub is planted near the temples of Shiva and grows abundantly in Ceylon. Sita is said to have been confined in a grove of it while in captivity by Ravana. Other relators say she was confined in a place or house called Asokavan. The Asoka is a plant of the first order of the 8th class of leguminous fructification and bears flowers of exquisite beauty. Van Reed, blah, 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 Horticulture, Malabar, Volume 5, Table 59 calls it Angojam, or I don't know what letter that is, but the Vilva, otherwise called Melura, is also sacred to Mahadeva. He alone wears a chaplet of its flowers, and they are offered in sacrifice to no other deity. And if a pious Hindu should see any of its flowers fallen on the ground, he would remove them reverently to a temple of Mahadeva. The Hindu poets call it Sri Phul, the flower of Sri, because it sprung, they said, from the milk of Sri, the goddess of abundance, who bestowed it on mankind at the request of Ishwara. The fruit is warm, cathartic, and delicious taste and exquisite fragrance, and of valuable aperient and detersive qualities. The mucus of its seed is used as a cement. Shiva, like Vishnu, is myrianimous, and one of his titles is the God with 1,000 names. They are strung together in a sort of litany, as has been noticed in the preceding article. Shiva's 1,000 names are given at length in the Padma Purana, and the 69th chapter of the Shiva Purana is allotted to their enumeration. Shiva is also called Sri Virupaksha, or the Three-Eyed God. His name of Sri Virupaksha is, however, differently translated by different Sanskrit scholars. The earliest renders it as above, another with a disagreeable countenance, and third, the auspicious deity with uneven eyes. And as the title is also given to an inferior deity, who is not fabled to have 3 eyes, Niruta, I am disposed to think the latter interpretations are to be preferred. The second of Vishnu's 10 grand avatars or incarnations was in the form of a tortoise, and hence called the Kumaravatara, the principal incident in which, as represented in plate 25, was churning the ocean with the mountain Mandara, the huge serpent Sesha serving as a rope to whirl the mountain round withal, and Vishnu in the shape of a tortoise sustained the vast load. The result was 14 precious articles called gems, or Chaturda Saratna, and one of the 14 was poison, which is the only one that we at present have occasion to introduce. Among the avatars, this of Karma will be duly noticed. To soften human ills, dread Shiva drank the poisonous flood that stained his azure neck. It might perhaps have been more in character if the preserving power that averted from mankind the calamities incident to the production of this poisonous flood, but the legend, which is very popular, gives the action to Mahadeva, whence the epithet Nilakantha, or blue-throated, is a name of Shiva. The popular enumeration of these gems is as follows: Lakshmi, the goddess of beauty; Dhanwantari, the physician of the gods; the Apsaras, or nymphs of Indra's heaven; Sura, the goddess of wine; the moon, the jewel worn by Krishna; the all-bestowing tree; the cow of abundance; the elephant of Indra, his steed; poison; ambrosia; the bow and chunk or conch of Vishnu. Wilson's Hindu Drama, Volume 1, page 59. With Shaivas, it is now not an uncommon name, usually pronounced as is that of the deity Nilkanth or Nilkant. We may hence perceive that the destroying power is occasionally employed in acts of preservation, as we sometimes see Vishnu and his avatars assuming the form and character of the avenging deity. At the close of the last article, Vishnu, a poetical reason is given for the azure throat of Shiva, in the gallant effusion of Krishna addressed to his delightful Radha. Vishveshwara, an epithet derived, I apprehend, from Vishva, all, and Ishwara, Lord, is the name by which Shiva is invoked at a beautiful and famous temple of that name in Kasi or Benares. And it is said in the Puranas that the Vedas and Sastras all testify that Vishveshwara is the first of devas, Kasi the first of cities, Ganga the first of rivers, and charity the first of the virtues. Mahadeva's vehicle, or Nandi, is a white bull, of which he is frequently seen riding. In his temples it is represented, sometimes of vast dimensions, conchant. It is very commonly met with in brass, etc., with and without the other symbols of Shiva. It is understood to be a personification of divine justice who moves or conveys the avenging power of the deity to the deserved punishment of mortals. Institutes of Manu, chapter 8, verse 16. The divine form of justice is represented as Vrisha, or a bull, and the gods consider him who violates justice as Vrishala, or one who slays a bull. There are two stories attached to Nandi as the Vahana of Shiva. Dharmadeva, seeing the destruction of Brahma, Vishnu, and the rest of the gods, hit upon a device to secure perpetual existence for himself. He assumes the form of a bull and prayed to be accepted as the vehicle of Shiva. And this makes me think of Yamantaka as well, because he's related to both the Vishvarupa as well as Shiva. His request was granted and his end obtained. See Shiva Samaya Vinvidi. In the Tiruavatara Saruka of the Arunachala Purana, verse 70, Nandi is spoken of as an incarnation of Vishnu. I have noticed in another place that Brahma is not seen mounted on his Vahan as other deities are on theirs, nor is it commonly given in pictures or sculpture to him, or to Saraswati as a distinguishable attribute. Except in the Elephanta cave, I do not recollect ever to have seen Brahma or his Shakti attended by the swan, and there it is in several compartments, seen very well embossed on a calyx of the lotus, on which Brahma is sitting. 3 or 4 of these animals are there portrayed as if swimming after one another. The figure in plate 7 is taken from a little picture that I purchased at Pune. It is a very indifferently colored representation of Saraswati with her veena or lyre. She is 4-handed. One holds her veena, composed of 2 gourds, another a roll of paper, perhaps a Veda, a third the lotus, and the fourth a cup. Her vahan, or vehicle, is milk white, with long red legs and comb. Her langi, or petticoat, is red. The shehar jama, or saddlecloth, if it may be so called, is green. Her coronet, the gourds, and the cup yellow, the lotus red. But why I particularly notice this subject is that instead of a swan or goose, which bird is now generally understood to be meant by the Sanskrit named Hanasa or Hamsa, she is riding a bird which resembles that commonly called in India bagala. The bagala, sometimes called by the English paddy bird, from its frequent wet rice fields, is in appearance and habits like our heron, and being of a semi-aquatic nature, it is not an inapt type of Brahma, who, although he represents earth or matter, partakes also in some little degree of the aqueous element, in as far as he, by a commonly received legend, sprang out of the sea from the navel of Vishnu and floated on the aquatic lotus. The classical mode of spelling the Vahan of Brahma in Sanskrit is Hanasa, or Hansa. It is commonly pronounced Hansa or Hans, or rather with a strong nasal. Hans, sometimes Hansi. And this latter word is precisely the same name that in Suffolk, and perhaps in other parts of England, is commonly given to the heron that Saraswati rides on. I will in this place mention what other animals are appropriated as vehicles to Hindu mythological personages. The swan, the eagle, and bull have been noticed as appertaining respectively to Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and severally denominated Hanasa, Garuda, and Nandi. Ganesha, eldest son of Mahadeva and Parvati, the elephant-headed god of prudence and policy, rides a rat, supposed to be a very sagacious animal. Plate 12. Kartikeya, their second son, the generalissimo of the celestial armies, is seen mounted on a peacock. Indra, the powerful regent of the firmament, the Jupiter Pluvius of the Hindus, rides the elephant Iravati, symbolical of might. Varuna, genius of the waters, bestrides an alligator. Ganga, the prime goddess of rivers, as a fish. Kama, the god of love, is carried by a lorry or parrot, and Agni, god of fire, by an ardent ram. The Shaktis or energies of these deities have the vehicles of their respective lords. Bhavani is, however, oftener seen on a lion or tiger than on the bull, the Nandi of her spouse. Avatars of deities ride a bull, horse, etc., as will be noticed when our several plates respecting them be described. Plate 9 represents Mahadeva in his character of Panchamurti, or five-faced. Brahma formerly had 5 faces, as is elsewhere noticed, and the Shaivas gift their deity with all the distinctions of the other powers. Here we see him faced like ancient Brahma. Before him is his wife suckling their infant Ganesha. A musician, perhaps Narada, is playing on the veena before Mahadeva, and behind him is an attendant fanning him with the kauri. Of the sons of Mahadeva and Parvati, Ganesha and Kartikeya are by far the most renowned. Their names and some particulars relating to them have already been introduced, and they will hereafter be more particularly made known by the reader, and some notice will be taken of by Rava and Virabhadra, 2 other reputed sons of Mahadeva. We will now recur to Plate 9 and conclude what remains to be said thereon, and then describe the rest of the plates allotted more peculiarly to the illustration of this principal subject of our work. Plate 9 is taken from 2 colored drawings in my possession. Where it is not otherwise mentioned, the reader will please to understand the subject adverted to as belonging to the author. It exhibits Mahadeva, Panchamuti, 5-faced, 10-handed, seated in an expanded red lotus on a tiger's skin. When his hair is done up in the style of this picture, he is called Durjata, in which style it is also worn by penitents called Yogi or Sannyasi, and other adherents of Shiva, one of whom is represented in the plate, and has in the original a red mark down his forehead. Mahadeva is white with dusky yellowish hair. Parvati, Ganesha, Kartikeya, the musician and attendant, are of the same copper color. Shiva's clothing is blue. Parvati's sari, the robe that in the most elegant folds forms petticoat, cloak, and veil, is red. Her kuli or chuli, short light shift with sleeves halfway to the elbow, is in green. Kartikeya's and the musician's clothing is yellow. Ganesha is naked. The subject of Plate 10 is from an uncommonly well-cast image in bronze representing Mahadeva with Parvati on his knee, in the same style that we have before described Lakshmi Narayan. This is called Mahadeva Parvati, and she, like Lakshmi, is not of proportionate size to her divine partner. The pendant heads on his collar, Mundamala, the style in which the hair is neatly braided and bound up with ganja peeping out of it, distinguishes this subject from those similar of the other deity and his beneficent spouse. One of Shiva's left hands holds Parvati to his side, and one of her embraces his loins, the other is empty. His superior right hand has a sort of battle-axe called Parasha. The other is empty, a left hand held something which is broken off where he grasped it. What is left may be fancied the stem of a lotus. What is here supposed to be a lotus is probably a boar's tusk, although that ornament is generally placed in the necklace of Shiva and not in his hand. The following is the tradition. A certain asura named Hiranyaksha, by repeated penances, obtained miraculous powers from Brahma and went about ravaging the earth. Vishnu became incarnate as a boar, slew him, makes me think of Narasimha, and became intoxicated. The gods besought in this new trouble the help of the Lord of Kailasa, who in mercy seat Subramanya for their deliverance. He went, wounded the head of the boar with his spear, crushed it, tore the tusk from it, and brought it to his divine parent, who afterwards wore it as an ornament. The Shiva Samaya Vinavidi, 123. This subject was given to me by a much valued friend, a Puna Brahmin, and it may be worthy of remark that of the several similar presents made to me by my friends of the tribe of Brahmin, not one subject is perfect. In some particular, sometimes trifling, there is a defect or fracture. The figure lifts off from the pedestal, and just above its insertion there is on each side a loop or eyelet, as if to receive a string to fasten the image onto something. When it was given to me, it had indeed no pedestal. At my request, my friend the Brahmin had the deficiency supplied, getting one cast for it in Bombay. The subject is nearly 10 inches high and well proportioned, as may be inferred from the plate, which is not at all neater or more elegant than the original. The painting or drawing from which plate 7 is engraved is, I think, the most beautiful and highest finished thing I ever saw. I purchased it at Pune for 40 rupees, £5, but for some time the seller demanded 100 or 12 guineas for it. Although no larger than the plate, the quantity of work must necessarily have occupied a very considerable time, and its excellence indicates the exertion of consummate skill. I was desirous of having the picture exactly copied in every respect of coloring, etc., like the original, but I was assured that it could not be done in England, and that even an approximation to its style of finishing could be attained only by superior hands, would require a long period of time and of course be attendant with a heavy expense. I will attempt to give the reader some idea of its beauties in finishing, but to be fully understood it must be seen. Mahadeva is of delicate blue color and is as if rubbed over with fine wood ashes, with faint lines of yellow on his arms, breast, and forehead. His hair is of brownish yellow, bound very neatly round his head, decorated with braids intertwined of black and gold. Seshanaga, with many mouths, convolves several times around the crown of his head, his scaly back tinted azure, and his belly white. His scales and folds are so minute as not to be discerned without magnifying glasses. The crescent in Shiva's forehead as of silver leaf. The snakes in his ears and round his wrists are of gold, tinged with crimson. His rosary, a close and pendant necklace. Parvati's wrist and other ornaments. The glories round both their heads are also of liquid shining gold. The snake round his neck has a dark brown back, spotted black, and a white belly, its folds and scales surprisingly minute and delicate, those forming bazu bands. So I thought it was a U, but I guess it's bazu bands. Above his elbows have gold bellies and crimson backs, finished in a similar style. The ornament just above the snake on the right arm is composed of a large central emerald and 2 small rubies, and they are exactly represented either by thin laminae of those gems or by colored glass, or some highly polished substance. Parvati's bazu bands are the same. Her pendant crossed chaplet is of large pearls embossed in square emeralds, and her neck, arms, wrists, ankles, ears, and forehead are similarly decorated. The ring on his finger is a ruby. Hers are rubies and emeralds. Through her veil are flowered gold net. Thrown back off her forehead, her fine black hair is skillfully shown. Her langi is of rich flowered gold brocade. Her chuli is yellow, delicately embroidered at the termination of its sleeves on her well-turned arms. The divine pair sit on a tiger's skin, spread on a crimson velvet carpet, and the large pillow against which they lean is of the same, and both are embroidered in gold with flowers and birds most delicately. The ends of the pillow are of yellow velvet with a border of green, terminated with gold tassels. The prabha, or glory, encircling their heads is of shining gold, and a golden blaze of light is darting through dark clouds above. The remainder of the background is black. The falling collar of skulls in the cloud and the cow, through whose mouth the ganja flows from Shiva's hair, are white. But I am making my description tiresome, as the reader is not as I have the beauties of the original before him, and the plate, elegant as it is, can convey but a very inadequate idea of them. I shall therefore farther notice only the golden hand and spouted vessel, the circle near it, which in the picture is blue, of the same tint as Shiva's skin, and what it is meant for I know not. The jet-black elephant's skin over his loins and thighs is not often seen with this deity, but I have met with another picture or two where he is girded similarly. The trunk winds round his left leg, bent under him. Red and blue lotuses float on the ganja, and flowers behind these deities are delicately tinted. We must not, however, omit to notice the golden goblet in the left hand of Parvati, with which she supplies her spouse with draughts of amrita, or ambrosia, the beverage of immortals. In the original, Mahadeva looks on Parvati in a more impassioned manner than in the plate. His eyes are more shut and languishing, and he leans toward her and looks as if already more than half intoxicated either with amrita or with love. Her hands and feet are dyed red in imitation of the custom of maidens when betrothed. Hence poets fancy the hand to blush in modest contemplation of the promised favor in bestowing it, and they call it the crimson of consent. Parvati's heavenly hand reveals this bashful tint, for the reluctant sweet delay, sung by the eloquent and plaintive Jones, is on her part but a transient duration. But we must proceed to other and less attractive topics, nor attempt to paint or sing in what tremendous strains immortals woo. Plate 11 is from a large colored picture representing the same divine pair, attended by others, of the immortal host. Mahadeva is represented in his terrestrial paradise, Kailasa, situated on the summit of one of the numerous peaks of the wonderful and mystical mountain Meru, which may be called the Olympus of the Hindus. The picture is well done in a style not usually met with, and I imagine it to have been painted in a very northern country, Tibet or Kashmir perhaps. The two female attendants behind Mahadeva are of brown complexion and not in features like the delineations of southern artists. All the other persons in this picture of the same copper color except Vishnu, who is straddling on the shoulders of the green-winged Garuda in a bright blue skin with a yellow pitambar, holding the conch, chakra, and gada, for one of which, however, the conch, which is conspicuous enough, my artists have unaccountably substituted a lotus. They have also transformed the tree Asoka, which in the original overspreads and distills milky streams on Mahadeva, into a plantain tree, of whose long broad leaves our engraving exhibits a very good representation. Mahadeva has a blue throat, hence named Nilakantha, and in the position before described leans on his sannyasi's crooked staff with half-closed eyes, musing and listening to the divine minstrelsy of the 6 Gandhavas playing and singing before him. They are also called Apsaras and Devangana. The names of the three of these celestial characters I find marked on the margin of the picture: Remba, Urvasi, and Tulutama. The first and last of whom, and perhaps the other also, are celebrated for their beauty in the amatory effusions of the Hindu poets. The first is, indeed, a name of the popular Venus. The band is composed of a tambourine, or tama, cymbals, and castanets, tala, not visible, being behind the person of the tama player, a veena or lute, and a saranga played with a bow like a violin. The other two females hold a fan or feathers, panka, and a cowrie of peacock's feathers, similar to that chowri. I don't know if that's cowrie or chowri, but similar to that borne by the one of the female attendants before noticed behind Mahadeva. The saranga that the damsel is tuning is an instrument of great compass and sweetness in skillful hands. It has sometimes more than one metallic string. The veena is also a sweet, soft instrument, sometimes composed of a gourd, sometimes of two, one at each end. I have listened with great pleasure to one at Pune belonging to the band of a friend, a celebrated and respectable lady, of very extraordinary dimensions and powers. This gourd was of unrivaled magnitude, save one in the orchestra of His Highness Asurat Daula, Nawab Vizier of Uday, and was valued at 10,000 rupees. With a due degree of shame and self-abasement, I confess it, but I have been more affected with delicious sensations resulting from the simple melody of a veena or a saranga delicately accompanied, that I can bring myself to feel from the elaborate concord of sweet sounds elicited from an Italian orchestra with its complicated fashionable vocal accompaniments. With Indian music, the auditor is never the smallest degree surprised. It has nothing brilliant or wonderful. He knows not why, but he feels enraptured. His heart is filled and his eyes are suffused. Intricacies of Italian or fashionable music, one, I speak of an unsophisticated Goth, is apt to be all wonder and amazement to the exclusion of other and better and more delectable emotions. I have had opportunities of listening also to the music of Malaya and China. Some of their wind instruments, like those of hither India and Persia, are indeed barbarous, but in favor of those of the Malays and Chinese, there are some exceptions. One or two of their wind instruments are very soft and harmonious. Malay music is indeed proverbially sweet, so is the language. How happens it that the promontory of Malaya in the Indian Ocean, like that of Italy in the Mediterranean, is distinguished by its fine climate, soft language, sweet music, and treacherous inhabitants? But begging the reader's pardon for this digression, we will finish our notice of Plate 11. Vishnu has been noticed bestriding the shoulders of his Vahan Garuda. Brahma, four-handed, holding a book, is near him, both in yellow dresses. Behind Shiva are his sons Ganesha and Kartikeya, the former dutifully whisking a chamara over his parent. The latter sits headed, with joined palms, reverently attending him, both sons in a yellow dress, with broad scarves, or dupati, thrown over their shoulders, one red, the other green. Two bearded Brahmins are seen behind Ganesha, one bearing perhaps by way of penance a jagged staff, on which a heavy chain is sometimes suspended, and seen in the hands of pious pilgrims of the present day, or it may be the fingerboard of a lyre in the hands of Narada. Mahadeva's hair, frontal marks, snake ornaments, trisula, etc., are as before described, and Ganja, falling from his hair, issues through the cow's mouth, Gumuki, expanding to a river in which stands Nandi Keswara, ready caparisoned with housings of crimson and yellow and golden bells and cords round his neck. Parvati and her lord have green glories encircling their heads, radiating with gold, and Surya, the sun, is seen just rising with his gorgeous face over the eastern summit of Meru. To add fresh splendor to this congress of divinities, Parvati seems seated on an elephant's skin, and is presenting to her thoughtful spouse a golden goblet of ambrosia or amrita. She is very handsome and elegantly attired. Her long black tresses flow luxuriantly down her back, and are seen through the fine texture of her drapery. Some straggling, lovely curls play in the original over her shoulders that would not have been overlooked by the keen and ardent eye of a tropical poet, though they have escaped the cold hand of our Hyperborean artists. In Plate 12, a pious female is represented propitiating Mahadeva in his generative character, indicated by the linga inserted in its appropriate receptacle, the arja or arga or yoni, mysterious types of nature that must, in a future page, come particularly into discussion. The devout female may be imagined as invoking the deities typified by their symbols, for the blessing of fruitfulness, its reverse being deprecated by both sexes as most afflicting visitation, or as the most afflicting visitation of divine displeasure. We shall show hereafter that certain ceremonies called sraddha, to be performed by the offspring of defunct parents, are essential to the repose of a departed soul. The picture from which Plate 12 is engraved is very delicately executed. The female is younger, handsomer, and more feminine than in the plate, and she is elegantly dressed and decorated. She is performing the ceremony called Linga Puja, and I shall describe the implements seen in the plate and some other points connected with the subject, premising that the terms I use may not perhaps be in the classical Sanskrit, as I learned them from the Puna Brahman, who, although a good scholar, may have answered my inquiries in a more proper language. Some of the terms, indeed, are current in spoken dialects of India, but may possibly be of Sanskrit origin. The domestic temple in which the symbol is placed is called, as temples generally are, the Devalya, from Deva, a deity, and Alya, a house, literally a house of God. The English and other people call it pagoda, a word unknown in India beyond the reach of European colloquial instruction. The dome of the temple is white. Its lines gold, and it is surmounted by a gold spire called Sidra. When temples or other things have a conical or pineapple-shaped termination, such ornament is called kailasa. The exterior of the temple is white, its interior ash-colored like its patron deity. The linga and arga are of black stone, with gilt edges. The linga, the upright conical stone, which has mystical orange-colored lines traced on it, is crowned with encircled folds of vilva flowers, and a chaplet of 3 strings of them, white, with yellow buds at regular distances, hangs pendant from the top of the linga, falling towards the termination or spout of the arga. In a former page it is noticed that the vilva is a shrub consecrated to Mahadeva, who alone wears a chaplet of its flowers, which are offered in sacrifice to no other deity. The other shrub mentioned in the same page, the Asoka, is in the picture overshadowing the temple, and being prettily colored, forms a good background in which some beautiful flowers behind the suppliant is a delicate finish. 5 lighted lamps, or panchavati, are used in the puja to Shiva, as seen in the plate. Sometimes 1 lamp with 5 wicks, the lamp with a handle to it is called duvati. Of this description I have several in brass, some also borne by women, elephants, etc., in a style not inelegant. The spouted vessel holds lustral water. A cup beside it is for ghee, clarified butter, for feeding the lamps. The other cup is for water, with which to sprinkle the flowers and linga. The bell beyond the 4 lighted lamps is essential in holy ceremonies, and is rung at certain times to scare away evil spirits, which was probably the origin of their adoption in the West. Bells are much used in and about Hindu temples, but were rejected by the Mohammedans by order of their prophet, who deemed them relics of superstition. Those used by the Hindus differ in make according to the deity in whose honor puja is performed. I have several with Hanuman on the handle, denoting it to be peculiarly proper for the sect of Ramanuj, who exclusively adore Vishnu or his Shakti, Lakshmi, separately or conjointly in the avatara of Ramachandra and Sita. Of Plate 12, there yet remains the pious damsel to be described. She sits on an embroidered carpet called asana. Her right hand is in a bag of gold brocade. The bag is called gumuki, and her hand is supposed to hold a rosary of round beads, or mala, containing in number 108. Exclusive of connecting beads differently shaped, her attention is abstractly fixed on the deity, assisted by the rosary in the mode noticed in a former page. Her langi is yellow, or patamber. A very fine sprigged muslin robe, edged with gold, thrown over her person, reveals all its attractive points and contour. The robe is called ubhavastra, through which her chuli, with its worked flowered border and bazuband and other ornaments, are seen. Her ears, neck, wrists, arms, and ankles are profusely adorned with jewels. Shaivite marks are drawn upon her forehead and neck. It is not intended to describe with such painful minuteness the originals of many more of our engravings. Some few of early occurrence it was deemed best to explain, particularly that, when occasion should require, reference could be made direct to an already printed page. Being about to close the account of 3 personified powers of the Almighty, the reader is referred to Plate 13, where they are represented together with their Shaktis beside them. Figure 1, Vishnu and Lakshmi, 2, Mahadeva and Parvati, 3, Brahma and Saraswati. Having already explained, perhaps too minutely, the attributes, etc., severally exhibited by these deities, I shall here tax my reader's patience but triflingly. The plate is engraved from pictures. Vishnu holds the chakra and a lotus flower, or Padma, and is of dark blue color. Shiva is, as usual, white, holding Vishnu's emblem, the conch in his own, the antelope called in his hands Mridyu. Brahma, a Veda in 2 of his hands. He and the 3 ladies are copper-colored. Shiva's necklace is of skulls, the others of flowers, etc. The 2 are seated on a tiger's skin. Vishnu and Brahma have the lotus by way of carpet. Shiva has none. How far is the God described in the preceding pages acknowledged in the Vedas? How has the doctrine concerning him been developed? These are inquiries which naturally arise in the mind upon a perusal of the statements contained in the text. This subject is treated of at full length in the 4th volume of Muir's Sanskrit texts, and to that work I am indebted for the following information. The characters ascribed to Rudra in the hymns of the Rig Veda are most heterogeneous, and frequently indefinite. This God is described as wise, bountiful, and powerful, as the strongest and most glorious of beings, as Lord of this world, possessed of divine power, as unsurpassed in might, as the Father of the world, as cognizant of the doings of men and gods, as self-dependent, and as deriving his renown from himself, as the Lord of heroes, of songs and sacrifices, brilliant as the sun and as gold, multiform, fierce, arrayed in golden ornaments, youthful, terrible as a wild beast, destructive. He is once identified with Agni or Agni. He is described as seated on a chariot, as wielding the thunderbolt, as armed with a bow and arrows. His shafts are discharged from the sky and traverse the earth. He is called the slayer of men. His anger, ill will, and destructive shafts are deprecated, but he is also represented as benevolent, as mild and easily invoked, beneficent, gracious, as the cause or condition of health and prosperity to man and beast. He is frequently described as the possessor of healing remedies, and is once characterized as the greatest of physicians. It appears that in these passages Rudra has no very clearly defined function as an agent in producing the great phenomena of the physical world. The numerous vague epithets applied to him would not suffice to fix the particular sphere of his operation or even to define his personality, as most of them are equally applied to other deities. Professor Weber reckons this character to have risen from the blending of the 2 terrible deities of storm and fire. Professor Whitney, after stating views similar to those of Weber, says that Shiva is a god unknown to the Vedas. Professor Whitney, after stating views similar to those of Weber, says that Shiva is a god unknown to the Vedas. His name is a word of not unfrequent occurrence in the hymns, but means simply propitious, and not even in the Atharva is it the epithet of a peculiar divinity. Yet there is a side of the Vedic descriptions of Rudra by which he is connected with the more modern Shiva. Though he is frequently supplicated to bestow prosperity, and though he is constantly addressed as the possessor of healing remedies, he is particularly regarded as a malevolent deity, whose destructive shafts, the source of disease and death to man and beast, the worshipper strives by his entreaties to avert. It will be apparent that the elder Rudra, though different in many respects from the later Mahadeva, is yet like him a terrible and destructive deity. In the texts cited from the Yajur Veda, the Atharva Veda, and the Brahmanas, these characteristics are stated in terms of increasing force, and by them we are brought down to the period of the great epic poems. Between the texts which I have cited from the Brahmanas relative to Rudra and the earliest descriptions of the same deity which we discover in the epic poems, a wide chasm intervenes, which, as far as I am aware, no genuine ancient materials exist, for the Upanishads are of uncertain date for bridging over. The Rudra of the Mahabharata is not indeed very different in his general character from the god of the same name, who is portrayed in the Satarindriya. But in the later literature, this importance is immensely increased, his attributes are more clearly defined, and the conceptions entertained of his person are rendered more distinct by the addition of various additional features and illustrated by numerous legends. Instead of remaining a subordinate deity as he was in the Vedic era, Rudra has thrown Agni, Varuna, Suravayu, and Mitra completely into the shade, and although Indra still occupies a prominent place in the epic legends, he has sunk down into a subordinate position and is quite unable to compete in power and dignity with Rudra, who, together with Vishnu, now engrosses the almost exclusive worship of the Brahmanical world. It's interesting. I want to read this Narayana, but I also want to read the thing about Buddha and also Indra. The Shaktis seem interesting as well. Fuck it, I'll read it. Narayana. With the early investigators of Hindu mythology, the character of Narayana must have been the source of considerable embarrassment. Nor is it yet entirely cleared from contradiction and obscurity, the latter perhaps necessarily attendant on a subject so little within the scope of research and on which contradictory information will be given, according to the religious opinions or sect of the informant. If inquiry be made of a Vaishnava or one of the exclusive adorers of Hindu, he will not fail of exalting the object of his own adoration to the throne of the one almighty being, or one only almighty being, and with that view will call him a Narayana, although in fact such a name is not strictly applicable to that being, but to his spirit, if such a personification can be conceived. The Gokulastas, a branch of Vaishnavas, will similarly exalt Krishna, the exclusive object of their adoration. And in other passages we are scarcely able to distinguish the persons of Narayana and Brahma. It is only, therefore, from their own books that, in this instance particularly, any authentic information can be obtained of the Hindu doctrines, and even then we must keep in mind the probable sectarian bias of both compiler and commentator. Without the valuable matter of the Asiatic researches and other works of recent date, drawn from books of sacred authority, I should have found myself greatly at a loss in attempting an account of the character under our notice. My own verbal inquiries were always attended with perplexity and contradiction, and their results were consequently unsatisfactory. Sir William Jones has addressed a hymn to this deity in Volume 1, in Works, Volume 13, and in the argument prefixed says that a complete introduction to it would be no less than a full comment on the Vedas and Puranas of the Hindus, the remains of Egyptian and Persian theology, and the tenets of the Ionic and Italic schools, but this is not the place for so vast a disquisition. It will be sufficient here to notice that the inextricable difficulties attending the vulgar notion of material substances concerning which, let's see, what did that say? We know this only, that we know nothing, or that we know nothing know, induced many of the wisest among the ancients and some of the most intelligent among the moderns to believe that the whole creation was rather an energy than a work, by which the finite being, who is present at all times and all places, exhibits to the minds of his creatures a set of perceptions like a wonderful picture or piece of music, always varied yet always uniform, so that all bodies and their qualities exist, indeed, to every wise and useful purpose, but exist only as they are perceived, a theory no less pious than sublime, and as different from any principle of atheism as the brightest sunshine differs from the blackest night. This elusive operation of the deity the Hindu philosophers called Maya or deception. The origin of creation is also imputed in the Vedas to the rise of will or desire in the Supreme. He wished, I may become manifold, I may create creatures. The Bhagavata expresses the same doctrine. The Supreme Being was before all things alone, the soul and lord of spiritual substance. In consequence of his own will, he is secondarily defined as if of various minds. This will, however, in the mysticism of the Bhagavata, is personified as Maya. She, that desire, was the energy of the Supreme who was contemplating the uncreated world, and by her, whose name is Maya, the Lord made the universe. This, which was at first a mere poetical personification of the divine will, came in such works as the Bhagavata to denote a female divinity, co-equal and co-eternal with the first cause. It may be doubted if the Veda authorized such a mystification, and no very decided vestige of it occurs in the Vishnu Purana. Wilson's Vishnu Purana 21. No. Mr. Colebrook in his essays speaks of the Vedas as tending towards materialism in their theory of creation, and asserts the explanation of Maya or illusion to have been an afterthought. See Wilson's Essays 299. In the first stanza of the hymn are represented the sublimest attributes of the Supreme Deity, in the three forms in which they most clearly appear to us: power, wisdom, and goodness, or in the language of Orpheus and his disciples, love. The second stanza comprises the Indian and Egyptian doctrines of the divine essence and archetypal ideas. The third and fourth are taken from the Institutes of Manu, and the 18th Purana, entitled Sri Bhagavat. From Brahm, or the Great Being, as the neuter gender, is formed Brahma, in the masculine, and the second word is appropriated to the creative power of the deity, or divinity. The Spirit of God, called Narayana, or moving on the water, has a multiplicity of other epithets in Sanskrit, the principle of which are introduced expressly or by allusion in the fifth stanza of the hymn. The sixth ascribes the perception of secondary qualities by our senses to the immediate influence of Maya, and the seventh imputes to her operations the primary qualities of extension and solidity. Hail, self-existent in celestial speech, Narayan, from thy watery cradle named, or Venamala, or high Pitamber. M5. Institutes of Manu, chapter 1, verse 10, the waters are called Nara because they were the first production of Nara, or the Spirit of God, and since they were his first ayana, or place of motion, he is thence named Narayana, or moving on the waters. Now, though there can be little doubt that this tradition is in substance the same as that of Genesis, the language of the translation is perhaps more scriptural than is quite warranted. The waters, it is said in the text of Manu, were the progeny of Nara, which Salakapurusas explains Paramatma, the Supreme Soul. That is, they were the first production of God in creation. Ayana, instead of place of motion, is explained as Araya, place of abiding. Narayana means, therefore, he whose place of abiding was the deep. The Bhagavata has evidently attempted to explain the ancient text, when the embodied God in the beginning divided the mundane egg and issued forth, then requiring an abiding place, he created the waters. The pure created the pure. In them, his own created, he abode for 1,000 years, and thence received the name of Narayana, the waters being the product of the embodied deity, i.e., they were the product of Nara, or Vishnu as the first male, or Verdit, or Virat, and were therefore termed Nara, and from their being his ayana, or sathana, his abiding place, comes his epithet of Narayana. Wilson's Vishnu Purana 27. It is commonly understood in the pictures where Brahma is seen seated on a lotus issuing from the navel of a figure recumbent on a vast many-headed serpent, that such figure is Vishnu. but he ought perhaps, as hath been before stated, to be rather considered as Narayana, or Vishnu under that name, given him by the Vaishnavas. Lakshmi, as well as Bhavani, is considered as the queen of beauty, and indeed, like other deities, their characters will be found to melt into each other. Being commonly seen with a Kamala or lotus, the emblem of female beauty, in her hand, she is called Kamala. The word is by some, by Sir W. Jones, indeed, in his earlier lucubrations of on Hindu mythology, spelled Kamel. In his profound and spirited hymn to Narayana, which every inquirer into this subject would do well to consult with attention, that deity, a personification of the spirit of Brahm, as he, heavenly pensive on the lotus lay, said to Brahma, "Go, bid all worlds exist," and the lotus is thus apostrophized. Hail, primal blossom, hail, imperial gem, kernel or Padma of whatever high name delight thee, say that four-formed Godhead came, with graceful stole and beamy diadem, forth from the verdant stem, full gifted Brahma. But Brahma himself is sometimes considered as Narayana. Mr. Colebrook, in his most valuable essay on the Vedas, in Asiatic Researches, Volume 8, adverts to the 30th and 31st chapters of the White Yasub, or Yajurveda, as relating to the Larushamedha, a type of the allegorical immolation of Narayana or of Brahma in that character, page 378. And in a note on the next page, alluding to the fabulous origin of the Vedas, a commentator is said to have had recourse to the renovations of the universe. In one kalpa, the Vedas proceeded from fire, air, and the sun, in another from Brahma at his allegorical immolation. Again, in page 430, 437, the allegorical immolation of Narayana occurs, and the epithet Narayana Purusha in page 431. The Purusha Meda means the sacrifice or immolation of Purusha. Purusha means the primeval man or primeval person. Colebrook, Asiatic Researches, Volume 8, page 470, 471. The hymn or verses called Purusha will be referred to in other parts of this work, and being of a very curious nature, I give them here from the 7th volume of the Asiatic Researches, page 251. The hymn is recited among the ceremonies of the Sraddha, or oblations in honor of deceased ancestors, followed by the music of flageolets, lutes, etc., and will serve as a farther interesting instance of the constant recurrence of mythological allusions in everything said or done through the mediation of the Brahmins. 1. The embodied spirit which hath 1,000 heads, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 feet, stands in the human breast, while he totally pervades the earth. 2. That being is the universe, and all that has been or will be. He is that which grows by nourishment, and he is the distributor of immortality. 3. Such is his greatness, that therefore is he the most excellent embodied spirit. The elements of the universe are one portion of him, and 3 portions of him are immortality in heaven. 4. That threefold being rose above the world, and the single portion of him that remained in this universe consists of what does, and what does not, taste the reward of good and bad actions. Again, he pervaded the universe. 5. From him sprung Viraj, from whom the first man was produced, and he, being successfully reproduced, peopled the earth. 6. From that single portion, surnamed the universal sacrifice, was the holy oblation of butter and curds produced, and this did frame all cattle, wild or domestic, which are governed by instinct. 7. From that universal sacrifice were produced the strains of the Rik and Sama. From him the sacred meters sprung, from him did the Yajur proceed. 8. From him were produced horses and all beasts that have 2 rows of teeth. From him sprung cows, goats, and sheep. 9. Him the gods, the demigods named Sadaya and the holy sages, immolated as a victim on sacred grass, and thus performed a solemn act of religion. 10. Into how many portions did they divide this being whom they immolated? His feet now called. What did his mouth become? What are his arms, his thighs, and his feet now called? 11. His mouth became a priest, his arm was made a soldier, his thigh was transformed into a husbandman, from his feet sprang the servile man. 12. The moon was produced from his mind, the sun sprung from his eye, air and breath proceeded from his ear, and fire rose from his mouth. 13. The subtlest element was produced from his navel, the sky from his head, the earth from his feet, and space from his ear. Thus did he frame worlds. 14. In that solemn sacrifice which the gods performed with him as a victim, spring was the butter, summer the fuel, and sultry weather the oblation. 15. 7 were the moats surrounding the altar, thrice 7 were the logs of holy fuel that the sacrifice which the gods performed, immolating, read rather binding or consecrating. This being as the victim. 16. By that sacrifice the gods worshipped this victim. Such were primeval duties, and thus did they attain heaven, where former gods and mighty demigods abide. It also deserves remark that though Narayana is a name in general restricted to Vishnu, still it sometimes applies to both Brahma and Shiva. This circumstance, and also not drawing a distinction between their characters, when each is represented as the supreme being or as a divine hypostasis only, have occasioned much inconsistency and confusion in the accounts hitherto published of these three gods. Sir William Jones, for instance, in the argument to his hymn to Narayana, says the 3rd and 4th stanzas are taken from the Institutes of Manu, and yet in them he identifies Narayana with Vishnu. But in that work, Brahma is unquestionably represented as Narayana. Still more singularly does Mr. Colebrook in his essay on the Vedas describe Brahma as sacrificing himself, for he states that the primeval sacrifice of Narayana was an allegorical immolation of Brahma. But the primeval victim is, I believe, invariably considered to have been Vishnu under the character of Viraj. Yet it seems evident that the difference of opinion with respect to which of the triad the name of Narayana was originally applied to proceeds from its being generally admitted that it was under this form that the supreme Brahma, Vishnu, or Shiva, each of them necessarily becomes Narayana. On the primitive institution of the Hindu religion, this name appears to have properly belonged to Brahma, but as his preeminence decreased, it was probably transferred to Vishnu, to whom at the present day it is exclusively applied, both by Vaishnavas, Shaivas, and Smartas. Vance Kennedy, Ancient and Hindu Mythology, page 247. Mr. Colebrook thought it unnecessary to quote from the commentary the explanation there given of this curious passage in the Veda, because it does not really elucidate the sense, and that the allegory is, for the most part, sufficiently obvious. I cannot, of course, regret that the commentary is omitted, but my readers will, I think, lament with me that Mr. Colebrook did not give some farther illustration of this mysterious allegory. The hymn above quoted is translated from the 31st chapter of the White Yajur Veda. It occurs also in the beginning of the 19th book of the 4th, or Atharva Veda. Some of the verses are indeed transposed, and here and there a word differs. For example, it opens by describing the primeval man, Purusha, with 1,000 arms instead of 1,000 heads. Colebrook, Asiatic Researches, Volume 8, page 470. Brahma seems, especially in the 11th verse, to be spoken of in the hymn, which, or the ceremony of Purusha Meda, as before quoted, is stated by Mr. Colebrook to be a type of the allegorical immolation of Narayana or Brahma in that character. Brahma and Narayana are in this instance identified, and from the circumstance of having Lakshmi as his wife and bearing the attributes of Vishnu, as above described, Narayana is also unequivocally identified with the preserving power. Krishna indeed calls himself Narayana, at least is made to do so by Jayadeva, the spirited author of the Gita Govinda. In one of Krishna's tender songs addressed to his delightful mistress, the following is the burden: "Give short raptures, sweet Radha, to Narayana thy adorer." Asiatic Researches, Volume 8, Article 8, on the mystical poetry of the Persians and Hindus by Sir William Jones. The combined learning and elegance of that article, including the Gita Govinda, are scarcely to be equaled. I have made several extracts from the latter in different parts of my humble work, but earnestly entreat the reader, if a stranger to it, to peruse the whole of the article referred to. He will, I am sure, thank me for the direction to so much elegance, tenderness, and beauty. The Shiva Purana contains a theological narrative grounded of course, on the doctrines of the Shaivas, that includes various points of mythology, although not perhaps materially clearing the subject of its difficulties and contradictions. Here follows a brief abstract of it. Brahm, willing the creation of the world, produced two beings, male and female, Purusha and Prakriti, the latter with 8 arms, most beautiful. They were subsequently called Narayana and Narayani, and from the benignity of Narayana proceeded the 5 elements, earth, air, water, fire, and ether, or akasa. From his navel, when reposing, issued a lotus bearing Brahma, and from her sprung Vishnu. A quarrel ensued, and a third deity, the Linga, appeared and appeased the creative and conservative powers, who respectively assumed the form of a goose and a boar, sought in vain the source and end of Brahm, who in this Purana is of course identified with Shiva. This legend is contained in the Linga Purana and may be found quoted in Mircea's Sanskrit texts, volume 4, page 325. Brahma, in view to peopling the world, produced 4 beings, Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatkumara, and Sanatana, who, being refractory, caused their parent to mourn and weep, and to comfort him, Shiva, in the character of Rudra, issued from a fold in his forehead with 5 heads and 10 arms. Sanandana and the others, who were before created by Vedas, Brahma, and no regard for the worlds, and were indifferent about offspring, for they had all attained to knowledge and were free from love and from hatred. They were thus indifferent to the creation of worlds. The mighty Brahma was filled with fierce anger sufficient to burn up the 3 worlds. The 3 worlds were illumined by every part by the wreaths of flame engendered by the wrath of the god. From his forehead, wrinkled with a frown and inflamed with anger, Rudra then sprang forth, glorious as the noonday sun, his body half male and half female, fierce and huge in bulk. Vishnu Purana, quoted in Mircea's Sanskrit texts, volume 4, 331. The traditional accounts of Daksha will be given under his name. In endowing Brahma with additional strength, he produced Bridyu in the 7 rishis, and after that Narada from his thigh, Kardama the rishi from his shadow, and from the forefinger of his right hand Daksha. Bridyu produced Marichi, and Marichi Kasyapa. Daksha had 60 daughters, 13 of whom were married to Kasyapa, 27 to Chandra, and 1 whom is Bhavani to Rudra. I do not know why the other 19 were disposed of. From Daksha and his daughters have proceeded all things divine and human, animal and vegetable, etc. A portion of the Veda is ascribed to Mahidasa, an incarnation of Narayana, proceeding from Visala, son of Abja. A commentator on the Veda says that on the sudden appearance of this deity at a solemn celebration, the whole assembly of gods and priests fainted, but at the intercession of Brahma they were revived, and after making their obeisance they were instructed in holy science. The avatara was called Mahidasa, because those venerable personages, Mahin, declared themselves his slaves. Of the black Yajurveda, a considerable portion comprising an Upanishad is called Narayana, or to distinguish it from another Upanishad of the Atharvana, likewise so called, it is styled Maha-Narayana, or Vrihan Narayana, that is, the great Narayana. Narayana, pronounced and written Narayan, or sometimes Narain, is a common name with Hindus of several sects and often occurs in their writings. Dasa, usually written by the English Das or Das, is a common translation or termination to Hindu names of men, especially among the tribe of Baniya. Bhagavan Dasa, for instance, signifies the slave of Bhagavan, Vishnu, or Krishna. Similarly to Abad Allah, the slave of God, among the Muslimans, Ramdas is in like manner the slave or servant of Rama. In the following extracts we shall, among more relevant matter, meet with some apparent contradictions which I am not so presumptuous as to attempt to reconcile, seeing the meaning of the legends was professedly undiscovered by the respective learned gentlemen, nor do I extract them for the invidious desire of exhibiting apparent incongruities attached to names so dear to literature, but to invite an attempt at reconcilement. As to the creation of the world, in the opinion of the Romans, Ovid, who might naturally have been expected to describe it with learning and elegance, leaves us wholly in the dark which of the gods was the actor in it. Other mythologists are more explicit, and we may rely on the authority of Cornutus, that the old European heathens considered Jove, not the son of Saturn, but of the ether, that is, of an unknown parent, as the great life-giver and father of gods and man, to which may be added the Orphean doctrine, preserved by Proclus, that the abyss and empyrean, the earth and sea, the gods and goddesses, were produced by Zeus or Jupiter. In this character he corresponds with Brahma, and perhaps with that god of the Babylonians, if we can rely on the accounts of their ancient religion, who, like Brahma, reduced the universe to order, and like Brahma lost his head, with the blood of which new animals were instantly formed. I allude to the common story, the meaning of which I cannot discover, that Brahma had 5 heads until one of them was cut off by Narayana. Sir William Jones, Asiatic Researches, Volume 1, page 246. There is a striking resemblance between the legendary wars of the 3 principal gods in Egypt and India. As Osiris gave battle to Typhon, who was defeated at length and even killed by Horus, so Brahma fought with Vishnu and gained an advantage over him, but was overpowered by Mahadeva, who cut off one of his 5 heads, an allegory of which I cannot pretend to give the meaning. Wilford, Asiatic Researches, Volume 3, page 371. Brahma's head seems to have been on other occasions an object of successful vengeance. It was fortunate he was so well furnished with that important article. In another passage, Narayani, the Shakti of Narayana, is noticed by Mr. Colebrook as the same with Vaishnavi, the Shakti of Vishnu. Indeed, the Shakti of any of Vishnu's avatars will be ultimately resolvable into Lakshmi or Vaishnavi, the immediate Shakti or consort of Vishnu himself. Radha or Rukmani, the spouse or Shakti of Krishna, is an avatar of Lakshmi as her husband is of Vishnu. Narayani, similarly of Narayana, Narasimhi of Narasimha, Varahi of Varaha, and so forth. And I suspect that as we explore farther the fruitful subject of Hindu mythology, we shall find that there are greater numbers of sects than have hitherto been ascertained. Other avatars of Vishnu and of other deities, male and female, will perhaps be found, like Krishna, Rama, and Buddha, to have also their exclusive worshippers. A passage in the Hitopadesa speaks of Narayana as Brahm, comprehending in himself the 3 powers. The great and mighty Lord, Narayana, the author of creation, preservation, and destruction, he will wipe away our sorrows. Page 152. On which the learned translator, Wilkins, has this note. Destruction, though this attribute more particularly belongs to Shiva, yet it is common to allow the same power to each of the 3 persons of the Hindu Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Narayana, and Shiva, seeing they mean but one God, Brahm. It would appear from this passage that the author of the Hitopadesa was a Vaishnava, as indeed his name, Vishnu Sharma, indicates. The Ramayana being the production of a Vaishnava, we may, of course, expect there to be Vishnu and Narayana identified. In section 13, page 120, is this passage. Brahma, the sovereign of the gods, Sathanu, a name of Shiva, and Narayana, chief of beings. In page 127, Narayana, the all-pervading, the imperishable Vishnu. The epithet chief of beings is applied to half of the deities or persons, superior or inferior, of the Hindu pantheon. Sovereign of the gods, as well as to Brahma, is a title applied to Vishnu in the Ramayana, likewise that of the chief of celestials, adored by all beings. Plate 14 is taken from a tolerably well-executed picture that I purchased at Pune. The body of the picture is white, with lotus flowers scattered about, denoting water to be understood, in which the leafy cradle of Narayana must be supposed floating. The deity is of a uniform dark blue color. His fingers and soles and lips are tinted red. The ornaments of his ears round his arms, legs. The ornaments in his ears, round his arms, legs, waist, and neck are golden pearls. His only clothing is a sash flowing from his neck, as represented in the plate, which, as before noticed, differs in the position of the naked figure, the original being a front foreshortened view. The plate has also more anatomical expression and accuracy. In the original, indeed, the left lifted foot is turned the wrong way, the great and little toes having changed places. There is, I think, a peculiarity in the hair that I have not observed in any other pictures of Vishnu or in any of his avatars, or of any deity except Buddha. On the top of his head it is thick and woolly, as if usually given to the last named personage. The style in which it flows, or curls, on the shoulders is also unusual. No other subject selected for this work has the forehead marked like this of Narayana. But I have several pictures of Vishnu in his avatars of Krishna and Rama, and in other characters, with the forehead similarly marked. Another singularity is observable in this subject. He has a nose jewel worn commonly by females, but rarely, I believe, by male divinities. I have, however, some pictures of Nathuji, Krishna or Vishnu, as worshipped in Hardwar, that have the nose jewel. On the picture is written in Sanskrit, Vat Patra Sai, Bhagavan, which is Bhagavan reposing on a vat leaf. Vat is the Ficus indicus, commonly called the banyan tree. The hymn composed by Sir W. Jones in honor of Narayana is so frequently quoted and referred to in the preceding description of that deity that I think it advisable to place it before the reader in extenso. The ode should, however, be read with caution, for the author has skillfully interwoven foreign modes of thought and expression with numerous allusions to Hindu mythology. Spirit of spirits, who, though every part of space expanded and of endless time, beyond the stretch of laboring thought sublime, baddest uproar into beauteous order start, before heaven was thou art. Ere spheres beneath us rolled, or spheres above, ere earth in firmamental ether hung, thou satest above, till, through thy mystic love, things unexisting to existence sprung, and graceful, descant sung. What first impelled thee to exert thy might? Goodness unlimited, what glorious light! Thy power directed, wisdom without bound. What proved it first? Oh, guide my fancy right. Oh, raise from cumbrous ground my soul in rapture drowned, that fearless it may soar on wings of fire, for thou, who only know it, thou only canst inspire. Wrapped in eternal solitary shade, the impenetrable gloom of light intense, impervious, inaccessible, immense, ere spirits were infused or forms displayed, Brahm his own mind surveyed. As mortal eyes thus finite we compare with infinite in smoothest mirror's gaze, swift at his look a shape supremely fair leaped into being with a boundless blaze, that 50 suns might daze. Primeval Maya was the goddess named, who to her sire with love divine inflamed. A casket gave with rich ideas filled, from which this gorgeous universe he framed. For when the Almighty willed unnumbered worlds to build, from unity diversified he sprang, while gay creation laughed and procreant nature rang. First an all-potent, all-pervading sound bade flow the waters, odd the waters flowed, exulting in their measureless abode, diffusive, multitudinous, profound, above, beneath, around. Then, o'er the vast expanse primordial wind breathed gently till a lucid bubble rose, which grew in perfect shape, an egg refined. Created substance no such lustre shows, earth no such beauty knows. Above the warring waves it danced elate, till from its bursting shell with lovely state, a form cerulean fluttered over the deep, brightest of wings, greatest of the great, who, not as mortals steep their eyes in dewy sleep, but heavenly pensive on the lotus lay, that blossomed at his touch and shed a golden ray. Hail, primal blossom, hail, imperial gem, Kamal or Padma or whatever high name delight thee, say what four-formed godhead came, with graceful stole and beamy diadem, forth from thy verdant stem. Full-gifted Brahma, wrapped in solemn thought, he stood, and round his eyes fire darting through, but whilst his viewless origin he sought, one plain he saw living waters blue, their spring nor saw nor knew. Then in his parent stock again retired, with restless pain for ages he inquired, what with his powers, by whom and why conferred, with doubts perplexed, with keen impatience furred. He rose, and rising heard the unknown all-knowing word, Brahma. No more in vain research persists, my veil thou canst not move, go, bid all worlds exist. Hail, self-existent in celestial speech, Narayan, from thy watery cradle named, or Venamala may I sing unblamed, with flowery braids that to thy sandals reach, whose beauties who can teach? Or higher Pitamber, clad in yellow robes, than sunbeams brighter in meridian glow, that weave their heaven-spun light over circling globes, unwearied, lotus-eyed, with dreadful bow. Dire evil's constant foe, great Padmanatha, o'er thy cherished world, the pointed chakra by thy fingers whirled, fierce Kitab shall destroy, and Methu grim, to black despair and deep destruction hurled. Such views my senses dim, my eyes in darkness swim. What utterance tell thy deeds with silver trump or many-wreathed shell? Omniscience, spirit, whose all-ruling power rids from each sense bright emanations beam, smiles in the bud and glistens in the flower, that crowns each vernal bower. Sighs in the gale and warbles in the throat of every bird that hails the bloomy spring, or tells his love in many a liquid note, while envious artists touch the rival string, till rocks and forests ring. Breathes in rich fragrance from the sandal grove, or where the pernicious musk deer playful rove, in dulcet juice from clustering fruit distills, and burns salubrious in the tasteful clove. Soft banks and vendrous hills thy present influence fills, in air and floods and caverns, woods and plains, thy will inspirits us all, thy sovereign Maya reigns. Blue crystal vault and elemental fires, that in the ethereal fluid blaze and breathe, thou tossing main whose sneaky branches wreathe this pensive orb with intertwisted gyres, mountains whose radiant spires, presumptuous, rear their summits to the skies, and blend their emerald hue with sapphire light, smooth meads and lawns that glow with varying dyes of dew-bespangled leaves and blossoms bright, hence vanish from my sight. Delusive pictures, unsubstantial shows, my soul absorbed, one only being knows, of all perceptions one abundant source, whence every object every moment flows. Suns hence derive their force, hence planets learn their course, but suns and fading worlds I view no more. God only I perceive, God only I adore. Sir W. Jones Wirtz, 13, page 305.